Nelson Mandela once said that money won't create success. The freedom to make it will. Welcome to the Complete Cryptocurrency course, and thank you for purchasing this course. We're going to have a lot of fun together as we learn everything, and I mean everything, we need to know about cryptocurrencies. Now, cryptocurrencies are not just about digital currencies. There's so much more. Because the underlying technology of many cryptocurrencies enables secure contracts that will eliminate part of the enormous cost in the long run of hiring accountants, lawyers, middlemen, etc., so that more people can get access to capital, as more than 2 billion people don't even have bank accounts, as the current financial system hasn't really changed that much over the past few decades, which is partially what led to the financial crisis of 2008. Okay, now I'm going to be teaching this course in a much more visual way so we can make complex topics easy and fun to learn, and edutaining too, meaning educational and entertaining. And it's important for me to stress that you're not only a student in this course, you're also the customer. And the customer is always right. So please let me know if you want me to add new lectures covering new topics, as my goal is to not only make this the most comprehensive cryptocurrency course on the market, but also the most up-to-date cryptocurrency course. And as you take this course, if you want me to add more lectures covering more topics, please let me know. And I will work around the clock to add these lessons for you. Thanks again, and let's begin. So in terms of my background, I have 25 years of finance and technology experience. I've been investing in and on the boards of cryptocurrency companies since 2013. I have a lot of experience in finance and technology, as I worked on Wall Street at Goldman Sachs. I also worked in the hedge fund industry and also in the venture capital industry. Now, when I worked in technology consulting at Accenture before getting my MBA in finance, I actually worked on technology consulting projects in the financial services sector. And so I have a lot of technical experience as well. And I've also started venture capital and hedge fund and technology companies. And I only mention all this because I'm going to provide you with a number of frameworks for you to analyze cryptocurrencies before you consider investing in them, based on my real-life practical experience, and never based on theory. I don't believe in teaching theory. Now, although I'm very positive about investing in the cryptocurrency market in the long run, I have to stress that there's a lot of unethical people and scammers in the cryptocurrency market. And I care and I want to help you so you can apply the concepts that you learn in this course and do your own research before investing, and so you can securely protect your money. Now, I believe in being a contrarian when I invest. And I think Warren Buffett actually said it best when he said, you want to be greedy when others are fearful, and fearful when others are greedy. And the cryptocurrency market is very controversial. And many countries are actually going to ban the use of cryptocurrencies. Okay, many countries will ban buying, selling, and mining of certain cryptocurrencies for various reasons. And I'll explain why soon. As such, what I want to do is I want to provide you with a menu of many types of cryptocurrencies, many types of cryptocurrency wallets, many types of cryptocurrency exchanges, and much, much more. Why? In case the country that you live in does not allow the use of certain cryptocurrency companies. Now, governments are really confused when it comes to cryptocurrencies because on the one hand, they want to protect their citizens from getting scammed with cryptocurrencies. They want to protect you. But on the other hand, these governments also know that in the long run, if citizens use cryptocurrencies, then the government loses a lot of power. Okay, and I'll explain what that means in much more detail in this course. Okay, let's discuss how to take this course. And I believe it was Confucius who said it best when he said, I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. As such, the best way to learn is by doing exercises. And there's going to be a lot of exercises in this course that we will complete together. There are 7 parts in this course and many exercises that you can do as we go on this thorough and fun journey together. And please note that I think in order to understand the micro, meaning individual cryptocurrencies, we need to first understand the macro. Okay, that's me on my tippy toes, the macro. Meaning we need to understand the top-down view of the forest before we discuss the bottoms-up analysis of the trees. Now, in the next couple of minutes, I will discuss the 7 parts of this course. I will also show you the 7 parts of your Excel dashboard exercise workbook, which is attached to this lecture and looks like this here. Okay, and I will always tell you when and how to complete all of the mini exercises in this course and when to open up your course Excel dashboard. I also want to mention that there is a beginner track in this course, okay? And there's also an advanced track. And I included a beginner track, which has the logo B, you'll see quite often in the course, and an advanced track because I want to appeal to everybody in this course, okay, based on your experience and interest in cryptocurrencies. And as a quick side note, I was born in Canada, proud Canadian. I live here in the States, and I showed this to my 8-year-old son here, and I failed as a Canadian father because this is a hockey puck, obviously. I said, Dylan, what is this? And he said, Dad, it's an Amazon Alexa Echo. So it's a hockey puck. So, and B for beginner, because when you play hockey, you use a black puck, okay? But when you practice hockey, a lot of times, and I didn't know this until recently, people use an advanced puck, a white puck, because it's hard to see on the ice, okay? So beginner, advanced, I'm trying to keep it fun, okay? All right. And there will be a lot of props in the course as well. I had a blast putting this together. Okay, let's take a look at your complete cryptocurrency course Excel file here. And this Excel file is attached to this lecture, and it will work with Windows and Mac. Okay, but I recommend having Excel 2013 or later. And if you don't have Excel, you might be able to go to Microsoft's website and download a free trial version. Your call. And although I state that it works on version 2013 and later, a lot of it will work also on earlier versions. So if you want, open up this Excel document, which is attached to this first lecture here. And there are no macros in this Excel file, meaning there's no code that's going to run. Okay, and when you open it, you'll see this message here. And I want you to please select Enable Editing. And if you don't have Excel, you can actually access the contents of the Excel dashboard and the mini exercises in this course, right? The mini exercises in this Excel file here by either doing one of two things. One, if you open the file and you see the little PDF icon, right on each tab, you can click that. Or you can go to this location here. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about the PDF version of the course for the remainder of this course. I'll only talk about the Excel version. But if you want to access anything we do in this Excel file, if you want to access it in PDF format only, you can go to this link here. Thanks. Okay, so as we go through this course, you will see in the corner of each button the letter B for beginner, okay, and A for advanced track, okay? And this is meant as a guide to help you decide how to take this course as you navigate through your Excel dashboard exercise workbook, okay? And I also included the letter A for advanced and B for beginner track at the start of the lectures in the course in brackets. Sometimes you'll see A for advanced, A plus B for both tracks, or B in brackets for beginner, okay? Great. So it's up to you how you want to take this course. You don't have to take the whole course in order. You don't have to do all of it. I wanted to appeal to everybody, okay? And once you have your Excel file open, if you want to change the viewing size of the document, then please click this button here for instructions, okay? And I think that if you maximize the width, as I have done here with my customized toolbar across your entire screen, it's much more fun to use. Okay, let's go back to the Course Navigator button by clicking on this course button here. And let's now talk about how to use the Excel dashboard and the 7 parts of this entire course. Okay, so first of all, please make sure that your Course Navigator button is selected. And you'll see that whatever location you're on in this comprehensive spreadsheet, the button, meaning the location, will turn green, okay? Like this green Course Navigator button after I click it, okay? And there's no code here at all. I had a lot of fun putting this together. And if you want to learn how to create this Excel file and customize it yourself, at the very end of the course, I'll provide you with a bunch of lectures on how to create this file from scratch, even if you have no Excel experience at all, okay? Okay, and so I'll always tell you when to click on a certain button and when to open up your Excel dashboard. Okay, great. So please make sure that you've selected the Course Navigator button here, which will be green after you click it. And please make a selection of how you want to take the course by clicking on the beginner track, as you see on the screen there, okay, or the advanced track, or the entire track, A plus B, okay? Your call. And you can always change this later on in the course. You will notice that the names of the lectures that you will be watching appear down here on your Course Navigator tab, depending on what track you selected, meaning beginner, advanced, or all lectures, A and B. And in the course curriculum, you will also see the letters A for advanced track, B for beginner track, or A plus B. And this basically means both tracks when I say A plus B. And it's all based on your experience level or your interest level, okay? Now on the Course Navigator tab, if we look in the middle here, we see a course progress tracker, which will be updated after you finish each tab in the Excel file based on what track you're on. And this will make a lot more sense very soon as we progress throughout this course. And there's a lot of exercises here, okay? On the right side, you will see your portfolio of what cryptocurrency companies you own or want to own on a watch list. And below that, you will see your profit and loss charts, meaning how much money you've made or lost in a real portfolio or pretend portfolio. And the charts here will update once we complete part 7 of the course. Okay, so please click now on the settings button here. And after you've selected the settings button, we're going to customize the course based on what country you live in and what paper currency, meaning real currency, you use, as I customize this course for every single country in the world and every single currency. And I had a lot of fun putting this together, okay? Now, please select your country here. And if you want, you can pause me. And I've customized user experience here for you based on what country you live in. Okay, again, every country is represented in the entire world here and every currency. And after you select your country, select your currency here. And you will see that your country name and your currency are now listed up here. And your flag is shown now in the settings button. Next up, please enter only your nickname or your first name, okay? Why? Because I want to customize the user experience for you through various messages like this one, okay? And I will never ask you to enter in any bank account or personal information or private key information or anything like that in this file, okay? Now, after you select your country, if you scroll down here, you will see some helpful links in this gray box based on what country you selected. Okay, and we'll talk about these links later on in the course, meaning the links in this gray box here. Okay, cool. Let's click on the Course Navigator button now again. And please make sure that you've selected your track here. Okay, let's move on and talk about the 7 parts of this course. In part 1, which is the part that you are currently watching, it's called Foundations because it introduces you to all of the basics for understanding the fascinating world of cryptocurrencies. And in this Foundations part, we will discuss an introduction to cryptocurrency security concepts and an introduction to cryptocurrency wallets, right? Where we will create a paper-based cryptocurrency wallet together. And we will also discuss an introduction to blockchain, which is a mind-blowing technology. It's very, very powerful, and I think it's the most important technology that's been invented in years. And I'll explain all this stuff from scratch. We'll also discuss an introduction to mining cryptocurrencies, okay? And I use a lot of visuals in this course just to keep it fun, okay? And I'll teach you how to mine from scratch, even if you have no experience creating computers at all, or mining, or taking apart a computer. I'm gonna teach you everything from scratch, right? Based on your background and interest level, right? We're gonna use, I bought a couple of mining computers that we'll use to mine Bitcoin. And I also am going to create a computer from scratch. And I'm going to teach you how to select the parts from scratch, even if you have no experience doing this, so that we can mine many different cryptocurrencies with what we created, okay? This is kind of neat. This is actual mining tool they used in 1849. This will be a lot of fun. This will be a lot of fun. Okay, probably wash my hands, a little dirty. Okay, and we're also going to discuss an introduction to 10 different cryptocurrencies here. And this is still in part 1. And then what we'll do is we'll discuss a very, very detailed 49-step investment framework that I created for you so that you can thoroughly research potential cryptocurrency investments. Don't worry, you don't have to use all 49 steps, okay? And the framework has beginner and advanced investment research features, okay, which you can see here. And don't worry, I'll explain all this as we go through the course. And you can even use this framework here as a way of comparing the different cryptocurrencies discussed in the course. Okay, and I tried to make this Excel dashboard a one-stop shop for you. So this is the only place you need to go for cryptocurrencies. And you'll see there's just a ton of links as well to other great resources. And I know that the 49 steps is a heck of a lot. But there's so many scammers in the market, especially in cryptocurrencies. And I just want to help you. I want to help you avoid losing money if I can humbly do so. Okay, and now, there's a football team here in San Francisco, and I don't know too much about football. I'm more of a hockey guy, Canadian. But there's a football team here called the San Francisco 49ers. And the San Francisco 49ers were named that because in 1849 here in the San Francisco Bay Area, there was a gold rush. And a lot of people think that because of this gold rush in 1849, people are very much risk takers here in the Bay Area. And so this is an actual mining tool from that era. And what I've done is I created a 49-step research process, right? I know it's a little bit out there, but I tried to make it real and I tried to make it really fun as well as we go through this very, very long and fun and comprehensive journey together. Okay, and so anyway, you'll understand this in much more detail very, very soon. But I had a blast putting it together. I don't know how people throw footballs. It's hard. Okay, so my 49-step research process framework is very thorough and based on my knowledge of 25 years of investing and making mistakes too. As a hedge fund investor, a venture capitalist, having worked at Goldman, having started a hedge fund and a venture capital company, and having started tech companies as well. And the framework is thorough, and I want to help protect your money before you consider buying, selling, mining, or investing any money in cryptocurrencies, okay? And you don't have to use all 49 steps, okay? I just want to expose you to a menu of many different options. And so I think of myself kind of as I'm a waiter, okay? And you're the customer, okay? And hopefully I'm a good waiter with good food and not a bad waiter with bad food, or one of those combinations. But I want to expose you to the entire menu of cryptocurrencies, okay? And you can choose what you want to learn based on this course. And I just want you to be ready to invest or not invest, or ready to analyze cryptocurrency companies. So you're much more informed. Okay, let me put down my little prop here. All right, moving on, Chris. Okay, now I spent a really, really, really long time researching how to teach this course and how to think about potentially investing in cryptocurrencies, because the problem with cryptocurrencies is that there's no regulated research sources and there's not much government protection for you. And I'll give you an example. Okay, so before you invest in an IPO or initial public offering, meaning when a company goes in the stock market, governments usually make companies create these really big reports called prospectuses. And this is the prospectus for Facebook from 2012. And we're going to talk about this in more detail soon. And this is from Goldman Sachs when I worked there in 1999 when I went public. I didn't get any shares, though, unfortunately. Okay. All right. So, and what happens is in these investment prospectuses, every single risk is listed. Every single risk you can imagine. Okay. And there's nothing like this that exists in the cryptocurrency market. And I've created something like this for you as part of this 49-step process, just to help you preserve your capital, okay? Now, after we complete part one of the course, meaning the high-level cryptocurrency foundations part of the course, then in part two, we will discuss many cryptocurrencies in a lot of detail, okay? Including what each of these cryptocurrencies are, the pros and cons of each of these cryptocurrencies, as well as a quiz on each one of these, and how to analyze each one of these by creating a 49-step research report on all these cryptocurrencies, okay? And I'll teach you also how to buy and sell cryptocurrencies. And if applicable, I'll teach you exactly how to mine these cryptocurrencies from scratch, regardless of what your technology background is. And one of the most fun parts of this course I had was building a computer from scratch. And again, I'll teach you how to do that. And it's a mining computer. We call it a mining rig. I had a blast doing it, okay? And so We're going to use different machines and different configurations to mine different cryptocurrencies, right? So this is an old Antminer here for mining Bitcoin. I have another more modern one that we'll use. And then also, I'm back. We're going to create a computer from scratch, and this is a graphics card, and graphics cards are the most important part of a mining computer that you make. This was a lot of fun, and video gamers are really upset. Actually, this is true. Video gamers are upset at miners because miners have been buying these things to mine cryptocurrencies and driving the price up of many graphics cards, or at least not enabling the price to fall over time. Sorry, I can geek out forever. I love this stuff. And in part 2, we're going to cover Bitcoin first, as this was the first notable cryptocurrency. And then we'll talk about Ethereum and other cryptocurrencies, as many cryptocurrencies exist only because Bitcoin has certain limitations. Okay, it's fascinating. Kind of like how Yahoo was one of the first notable, whatever, successful search engines, and then Google came out and fixed some of Yahoo's issues. Okay, it's controversial. Moving on. Okay, this button here is for future updates. And if you want me to add more cryptocurrencies to this course, then please click this button here and answer a one-question survey. Okay, I'm not going to ask you for any personal information. It's a one-question survey on what cryptos to add, as you're the customer, and I want this course to be helpful for you. Okay. Again, I'll tell you exactly when to open up and use your Excel exercise file. And per this image, when you select a certain button, that button will turn green so you know where you are. Okay. Moving on to part 3 of the course, where we will talk about the many different types of wallets in much more detail from scratch. We will discuss what each wallet is, the pros and cons of each wallet type, and how to set up and use each wallet. And if you want me to add more wallets to this course, just click here, similar to what I talked about with cryptocurrencies in part 2. And you can just say, Chris, I want this wallet to be added to the course as well. Okay. In part 4 of the course, we will talk about cryptocurrency exchanges in a lot of detail, including what each exchange is, the pros and cons of the different exchanges, and how to use each exchange. And if you want me to add more exchanges, you can click here as well. Okay. Moving on to part 5 of the course, we will discuss ICOs, which stands for Initial Coin Offerings, which is similar to a stock market initial public offering, except it's for cryptocurrencies. It's when cryptocurrencies are first made available for public sale. Okay. And in part 5.2 here, I even added a framework for you, okay, to analyze ICOs before you invest in them. And you can also use this framework in button 5.2 or part 5.2 here to analyze cryptocurrencies we haven't talked about in the course. Okay, I want to arm you with a lot of tools. Then in part 6, we will talk about many cryptocurrency resources to help you become a better cryptocurrency investor and researcher in the long run, and how to stay up to date on important cryptocurrency news and how to not be biased by people that will try to scam you. Okay, and you can always click here on this green text and then select this gray arrow. And you can look at any resource you want that we discussed in the course. And the resources are sorted alphabetically by category type here. Okay. And every single one of these resources we talk about at some point in the course. Okay. And I wanted this to be a dashboard, one-stop shop for you, kind of like a portal to everything you need cryptocurrency wise. Okay. And for those of you not using Excel, you can use the PDF at this link. Okay, and I'm not going to mention the PDF version of this course anymore. I'm only going to talk about the Excel version, but every single thing we talk about in Excel is available in PDF format if you want at this link. Okay, if you have questions, please let me know. Lastly, in part 7.1, we will put everything we have learned in this course together. Okay, the whole course comes to a crescendo in part 7.1, and we will discuss how to construct and track a diversified long-term cryptocurrency investment portfolio. Okay, and we're doing this last because we really need to thoroughly understand the cryptocurrencies first, right? As there's many risks and many people that will try to scam you. And one thing I ask is please don't add or remove any rows or columns to this 7.1 tab here, okay? And this tab, the 7.1 tab here, right, the button, it's so thorough. So it might take a couple seconds to load the first time you load it, as there's links to a lot of market data, which I will show you how to input soon, okay? And there's also links here to all 49 research steps for the many cryptocurrencies that we talk about in this course, okay? And it's not just the stuff that I'm going to complete and give to you, but also your research will be tied in here as well, okay? And there's also a place in this tab for you to enter in how much you own of each crypto, your target price, risk management, portfolio diversification, technical analysis, and much more. Or if you just want, you can create a pretend portfolio here as well. I'll explain how to do it in a lot of detail soon. Okay. We will even learn, as an optional exercise towards the very, very end of this long course, we'll even learn how to add stocks, bonds, real estate, and commodities, right, to part 7.1 here, okay, as an optional advanced exercise later in the course. And after we complete part 7.1 here, there's an optional section in the course where I will teach you how to make this entire Excel spreadsheet from scratch in case you want to customize this document to fit your investment needs. And you don't have to have any experience in Excel at all. I make it really simplistic to figure out. There's no code. These buttons you see here, those aren't real buttons. Those are just images, and I right-clicked and inserted a hyperlink. Okay, I kept it fun and simplistic for me. Okay, so before moving on, I want you to please click this button here called Secure This File, okay? And this is optional, but you can choose to enter a password to protect this file if you want to, okay? And again, you'll see that there's no place in this entire spreadsheet to enter bank account information or private information or anything like that, okay? And there's no place to enter your last name or anything personal about you, except for your nickname or your first name. I had a lot of fun making this course, and I really hope you enjoy it. Thanks again, and let's begin. There are many problems with what I'm holding here, okay? And I'm not just picking on the US dollar. I'm picking on all paper-based currencies, okay? It's really important to understand the problems with traditional currency like this in order to really understand cryptocurrencies from an investment perspective. Okay, let me put this down. Okay, now in your lifetime, you've seen incredible progress. You know, the internet has made it so easy for us to communicate and get access to information. You know, a child in the middle of any continent today has more access and faster access to information using a smartphone than Bill Clinton did in the 1990s. Billions of smartphones today each have more processing power than every computer in the world used in 1969 to put the first person on the moon. People today are living longer, healthier, and happier lives than ever before. You know, we as a society have progressed so much because of incredible technology innovations. There is, however, one aspect of our economy that has not seen significant improvements due to technology, okay? And I'll explain what that is. Here is a dollar bill, okay? This dollar bill here looks like the one we use today, but it's not. This here was a dollar bill printed in 1957, okay? It looks identical to the ones we use today, okay? And here's another one. This one here looks like one we use today. It's not. This is one from 1935. My eyes, not that great. The older I get, the better I was. Yeah, this one here is from 1935. Isn't that crazy? It's identical, and it looks the same as this uncut sheet of US dollars here, okay? And here's another one that doesn't look that different. This one here, I've got two more here. One from the 1800s, right, and one from the early 1900s. The whole process hasn't really changed in years. I mean, can you believe that the archaic form of currencies here has not really seen significant innovation in our lifetime? Okay, and the whole dollar process today is pretty much the same as it was, you know, over 100 years ago. Okay, and by the way, I purchased all of this cool stuff on eBay, And I use them in my courses and then I sell them back, right? So it's kind of like I rented them. I've had a lot of fun with this. Okay. Okay, so you would think that these currencies I just showed you, okay, are worth a lot of money because they're collector's items, right? They're not. You know why? Because you and I have no control over how much of this paper currency is printed by governments. Do you want more proof? Okay, this one's crazy. All right. This coin I'm holding in my hand is from the year 30, right? From the Roman Empire. Okay, and you would think that this thing is worth a fortune, okay? But it's not. It's not. Because so many of these things were created, right? It's amazing. It's amazing. So it's pretty cool though. It hasn't really changed. The whole process hasn't changed of money in years because governments have a monopoly on money. And why would a monopoly try to innovate? Okay. And so the value of a currency is a result of the available supply of it. And that is crucial to talk about when it comes to cryptocurrencies. Okay. I'll give you an example of something that's more valuable than money printed on paper. Okay. All right. In my hand, I'm holding a piece of paper. Actually, it's 10 pieces of paper that are folded in half and stapled together. And it cost me 60 cents. I think it was the early 80s when I was a kid. And I really am dating myself here. Okay. I bought this when I was about 10 years old growing up in Canada. Again, I am dating myself here. Okay. And this comic was epic as Wolverine fought a bear in Canada. Why am I talking about bears in Canada and Wolverine, right? Wolverine's badass. Love this guy. Okay. Because Marvel printed a limited number of these comics. And I knew they would not print more. Okay, so I saved it, right? And it is worth more than the paper value of holding currencies. It's more than this paper because the government keeps printing these things. Marvel doesn't print these things. Okay, this is it. This is the only print they had of these things back then. So it's worth a decent amount of money. Now, if it was a 9.8 out of 10, it'd be worth a fortune. It's not. Okay, it's not. Okay, so governments don't give you the same value proposition that Marvel Comics or DC does, as governments can literally print 100 billion times more than you want them to of your paper currency. Okay? And it's not fair because you work so hard for that currency. You work so hard for it. And they're printing more of it, right? And so they're devaluing your net worth, your life's work. Okay? And the problem is we just don't have control over the supply and value of money. And it's not fair. And it's actually what we learned in 2008. Okay? Now, why has nobody done anything about this? Okay, the answer is because governments, again, have monopolies with their currency, and there is no incentive for monopolies to innovate, right? And the big banks are making too much money with the current unfair system. And it's ridiculous. As you and I, we listen to central bankers and the Federal Reserve chair people tell us what our hard-earned money is worth. And I remember when I worked at Goldman Sachs on the trading floor in New York, back in the late 90s. I remember we analyzed every prophetic word that former U.S. Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan would say. As this person would basically determine the value of our net worth. And sometimes you need a big bang event or a storm to clear the skies. That's thunder paper. And this is exactly what happened in 2008, okay, which is why cryptocurrencies exist today, or at least one of the reasons. Okay, in 2008, we were literally within 24 hours of bank machines not working. Okay, and it was chaos, and it was so unusual that people actually referred to that event as a black swan event, a very rare occurrence. Okay, and historians are already referring to 2008 as the Great Recession. And your children and your grandchildren will ask you, what was it like living or working during the Great Recession in 2008 and after that period? And it was so scary. And interest rates are still artificially low today in many countries because of the disaster that took place in 2008. I remember that year. My mom called me and asked me if she should take her money out of her Bank of America account. People had no faith in currencies then, as the sale of gold as a safe haven, right? And the sale of safes, right, went through the roof. These things were sold out everywhere. People were terrified. People had no faith in our government, or any government for that matter, in 2008. It was scary, okay? And so today, many people see Bitcoin as the new gold, okay? And the great thing about Bitcoin, for example, and most cryptocurrencies is there's a limited amount of supply that you can actually make of the stuff, right? Unlike that Thunder paper there, okay? All right, cool. So let me show you another example. This one's pretty interesting. In my hand, I'm holding a $10 trillion bill, okay? This used to be worth something, and this is from the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, okay? And what happened was in 2008, things were really scary and governments didn't know what to do. And they thought the only way they could get out of the Great Recession of 2008 was by printing lots and lots and lots more of this money. Okay? It was chaotic. It was chaotic to the extent that countries like Zimbabwe here printed so much more money in 2008 that the daily inflation rate was literally about 100%, right? Almost 100%. It was actually 98% per day at one point. Frightening, right? And it's not fair because you worked hard for that currency. So in many countries, governments printed more and more and more and more money to create economic stimulus events, right? And the younger generations called these stimulus events steal from us events, right? Because the younger generation really got shafted. It's really sad. Unemployment for people that are young, under the age of 25 in a lot of countries is 40% right now, right? Because of what happened in 2008. It's not fair. It's terrible. And older people that worked their entire lives to save money were forced to go back to work or not retire, making it harder for others that are younger to find employment, okay? And it really was the perfect storm, okay? This chaotic 2008 time in history led to the creation partially of this new digital currency reality that we have today, because governments print too much supply of these currencies, okay? Cryptocurrencies, for the most part, a lot of them have a limited amount of supply and exist partially because of that chaotic event in 2008. Okay, so that chaotic catalyst of 2008 led to a big change for us, and it's about time. And if that awful time in history did not take place, then there is a good chance that many cryptocurrencies would not exist today. Okay? And it's not fair that the money we hold can be devalued, right? And it's out of our control. And to make matters worse, a massive amount of people cannot get access to money today in many countries. And they are referred to as the unbanked. It's really tragic. For example, only 20% of people that live in Africa have bank accounts. But thank God, 2/3 of the people that live in Africa have access to cell phones. Okay, it's going to be easy to get access to cryptocurrencies using cell phones in the long run, thank God. And cryptocurrencies are different from traditional money also because they are regulated by mathematics. And I'll explain this in more detail when we discuss individual cryptocurrencies in a lot of detail in part 2 of the course. Okay, here are some staggering statistics from a global charity called Oxfam. 42 people, yes, just 42 people, control the same amount of wealth as the poorest 50% of people worldwide. Crazy. And the world's richest 1% have 82% of the world's wealth, okay? And just last year, billionaires increased their collective net worth by $762 billion. That's enough to end extreme global poverty 7 times over. Don't get me wrong, please. I am a capitalist. But this wealth inequality is too extreme, especially since so many people are unbanked, It's not fair. And capital elitism should come to an end as everyone gets access to cryptocurrencies in the long run. Okay. And after the 2008 crisis, governments bailed out these massive banks that were deemed too big to fail. And then a couple of years after those bankers that created the 2008 crisis, a couple of years after that, and after they were bailed out by the governments, they got record bonuses. Not fair. And so many of the founders of cryptocurrency companies that I have met with, are younger and rebellious, and they embrace this 1960s style Berkeley type of power to the people movement approach. They despise what took place in 2008, and they are standing up to Big Brother, so to speak, in order to make the global currency process more fair for all of us, which I will explain in much more detail in the next lesson. Cryptocurrencies will help address the problems that we discussed in the previous lecture in the very, very long run. So in this course, although I will talk about short-term cryptocurrency investment frameworks, I will actually spend much more time on helping you decide which are the best long-term cryptocurrency investments. And I don't want you to invest any money in cryptocurrencies until you have a thorough understanding of why the crypto market exists and how it works, and understanding supply as well. Okay, so please don't ever rely on anyone's opinions, including my own, okay, on what to invest in. Okay, many people that try to tell you what to buy cryptocurrency-wise are talking their book. Okay, and that means that they're pumping and dumping, or they might own a cryptocurrency and they're trying to get you to buy a certain cryptocurrency. I will never tell you which cryptocurrencies to buy. Okay, so what happens is financial geniuses, so to speak, that you see interviewed on television, they might speak gooder than us, better I know, but it doesn't mean that they know what they're talking about, and they're certainly biased. Okay, and a great example of these brilliant geniuses are, people that basically caused this company called Long-Term Capital Management to fail. Okay, this book here is called When Genius Failed. And the smartest people in the world started this finance company, and they didn't know what the heck they were doing. Anyway, so I want you to always use your own approach to investing and not listen to anybody else. Okay. So the cryptocurrency market is kind of like the wild, wild west. It's exciting. It's growing quickly, and fortunes will be made. But we have to be very careful of scammers. Okay, and the many risks with this new exciting frontier. Okay, so there are so many problems with our financial system that cryptocurrencies will help to solve in the long run, right? Including the following: cheaper access to money. Instead of the ridiculous interest rates that many banks and credit cards charge us, we'll get access to capital at a cheaper rate. Okay. Also, cryptocurrencies are much more secure versus traditional technology-based credit card transactions, where credit card and store-based credit card security breaches occur far too often. I mean, we go out to dinner and we give a stranger our credit card, and this stranger goes back into the kitchen to prepare our bill. They could easily just take a picture of that card and scam us. I can't believe the system still exists today. It's crazy, right? Okay, so what happens also, and this is out there, and I probably shouldn't go there, but I'm going to, okay? Just to show my kids how to be careful with credit cards and IDs, we went out to dinner and we went to a couple places. And people asked me for my ID, okay? And I showed them this, okay? What movie is that from? Some of you will know, some of you won't, right? And the funny thing is that people... It's from a very funny movie, but people looked at the ID and they laugh, and then they don't ask for my real ID. Or what also happened was I would show people this ID of this guy that looks identical to me, not, but I'd show them this ID, and then people would look at it, even at the hospital for me recently, they look at it and they go, okay, it's good. Crazy. Don't use this at the airport. Okay. All right. Anyway, it's kind of funny. My 8-year-old son has a little brother. I'm 7. Actually, I'm not. I'm 7.5. Okay, sorry, dad humor, no more. It's ridiculous though. And in this course, we'll discuss security in a lot of detail, starting with an exercise in this lesson here, where we will create what is called a private key. Okay, and don't worry, as this will all make much more sense soon as we build upon what we learn in this course until you have this awesome aha moment. Now, understand why consumers need access to cryptocurrencies. As supply, for the most part, is limited, and most cryptocurrencies will be much more secure than traditional currencies, okay? And traditional currencies or paper-based currencies are called fiat money or fiat currencies, okay? So fiat currency means paper currency that we use today. It's the old system, okay? So what about retail stores? Why would they want to accept cryptocurrencies as an additional form of payment? Well, the reason is that when retail stores let us pay for something using a credit card, the credit card companies like Visa, American Express, and MasterCard charge those stores 1% to 3% or more of that transaction, okay? So if you buy something for $100, Visa, MasterCard, American Express will take between $1 and $3 on average from that store if we use a credit card, okay? Not to mention the unfair 20% late fees they charge us, the credit card companies. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And it's very hard for stores to compete with juggernauts like Amazon. And so a lot of times these stores only make 1% to 3% profit on all items they sell. So they can't compete with Amazon. And a lot of them go bankrupt. Okay, and I mentioned that for a reason. Since many cryptocurrencies will have fees at close to 0%, versus credit card companies at fees of 1% to 3% or more, then more stores or more retailers will want to accept cryptocurrencies in the long run. It's inevitable, okay? And there's so many other problems with the financial system today that cryptocurrencies should be able to fix in the long run. Like, why do we have to rely upon credit agencies to tell others how creditworthy we are from a trust perspective, when we can't trust them to rate us as consumers, as they are constantly being hacked and revealing our personal credit histories to the world? I also humbly think that cryptocurrencies are the most disruptive technology to have ever been created. And I have to mention that early in this course, as I promise you that whatever country you live in, some of the cryptocurrency companies that you consider using will come under scrutiny by many government officials around the world, not because they're only trying to protect us, rather because cryptocurrencies threaten the most powerful weapon that most governments have. And that weapon is the ability for those countries to print more money by raising or decreasing interest rates. So one of the reasons that the Roman Empire ended was that their currency was devaluing. And then came what was called the Dark Ages, a period of time we don't know much about. Now, governments view cryptocurrencies as the largest threat to national security. I should say many governments view that, okay? And I know that's a really extreme statement, and I'll explain that more in a second here. Now, at my previous venture capital firm, I hired the former CTO of the CIA as an advisor. And together, we looked at the map of the movements of Bitcoin, and we saw that China was buying a lot of Bitcoins. And he said to me at that time that if he was still at the CIA, then the CIA might be watching this very closely. Okay, and so if you're curious about Bitcoin movements in real time, okay, please check out this website here. Okay, and as with all websites and resources I mentioned in this course, you can go to this menu right here and get access to these links. Okay, so this one here is called FiatLink, fiatleak.com. Okay, and you can track Bitcoin sales and what countries are buying Bitcoins using this website here. Okay, and this FiatLink website has a pretty cool name. Fiat, as we know, means paper currency, and leak. Yeah. Okay, so not only do governments feel very threatened by cryptocurrencies, but so do the most powerful business people in the world in many industries. Okay? And whenever a business person says something that's really extreme, I want you to think to yourself, are they biased? Why are they saying that? Why would they say that in an interview, right? And I'm not saying it's because they're unethical. It's just because they're biased. I'll give you an example. Okay, there's a fantastic CEO named Jamie Dimon, right? And he's the CEO of J.P. Morgan. And he says that Bitcoin is a terrible store of value. Okay, and I respectfully disagree with Mr. Dimon. Okay, banks make a fortune every year off of government's ability to change interest rates and the value of their currency by issuing bonds. When companies feel threatened, they make ridiculous statements, okay, like Jamie Dimon did from JP Morgan. There are so many examples of smart company leaders making ridiculous statements like Jamie Dimon did because they feel threatened by positive changes that can help us, but could also threaten their business model empires, okay? And so in business, we always need to understand why people are biased, which often influences them to make statements that don't seem to make much sense to us, okay? There's many examples, and they're fun to look at. Another example is the former CEO of Microsoft, Steve Ballmer, who said there's no chance that the iPhone is going to get any significant market share.
Steve, let me ask you about the iPhone and the Zune, if I may. The Zune was getting some traction, then Steve Jobs goes to Macworld and he pulls out this iPhone. What was your first reaction when you saw that?
$500 fully subsidized with a plan? I said, that is the most expensive phone in the world, and it doesn't appeal to business customers because it doesn't have a keyboard, which makes it not a very good email machine.
Okay, or the president of money transfer and telegram company Western Union once said that the telephone has too many shortcomings to be seriously considered as a means of communication.
I've got something for you. A letter.
A letter from me? That's impossible. Who the hell are you?
Western Union.
And can you believe that antiquated Western Union still charges more than 10% for us to send money overseas? It's crazy. And it's so important for us to do our own research on cryptocurrency investments, which we will cover in this course in detail, as there are many people out there that will try to influence which cryptocurrencies to buy because, they're biased, because they own that cryptocurrency. Right? Or they will tell you not to buy them because they feel threatened by the future success of cryptocurrencies, like bank CEOs do, or many government officials do. Okay, just be careful with YouTube as well when it comes to people that are talking about cryptocurrencies. Okay, just please be careful. And it's important for me to stress that many short-term traders in the cryptocurrency sector lose a lot of money. They lose a lot of money because they made money on a single trade and they became what's called fooled by randomness. Okay, great book. Fooled by Randomness, the hidden role of chance in the markets and in life. And this won't be you by the time you finish with this course, okay? My job in this course is to provide you with many investment framework tools so that you can do your own due diligence and decide for yourself what to invest or not invest in. And many of the investment framework principles that I will teach you in this course can be applied to other investments as well in your life, okay? Other investments you might make that are not cryptocurrency related. And I think it's really important for us to understand how the value of money changes if we're going to invest in cryptocurrencies, okay? Because this will give us a better understanding of why governments feel threatened by cryptocurrencies. And you really have to understand that because the geopolitical issues with some countries when it comes to cryptocurrencies will have an impact on you, okay? Especially if cryptocurrencies are outlawed or cryptocurrency companies are outlawed in certain countries, okay? And we'll talk about this in a lot of detail as well. So with cryptocurrencies, I'm going to show you literally better ways to protect your money than by opening a Swiss bank account. Before we discuss securing and protecting your money, which is another big problem with traditional securities, let's talk about how governments change the value of their currency. How does it work? It's fascinating, okay? And how do they change interest rates? And how do they change the supply of paper money that's out there? And as always, I'm going to use many, many real world examples to make the learning process more better, as my youngest son says. Okay, so we know that the biggest problem for us holding traditional money is that we have no control over the supply of that money in the future. Okay, and so here's how governments change interest rates, and this is fascinating. And here's how governments control the supply of their money. And it's important that we understand this before discussing cryptocurrency supply metrics in our investment framework. The more we understand how traditional fiat paper-based currencies work today, the more we can profit or avoid losing money from investing in cryptocurrencies in the future. Okay. So let's discuss how governments increase and decrease the supply of money by using real-life examples from the US government, the Canadian government, the Egyptian government, and the Russian governments. Okay? And governments spend a lot of money on building bridges and other stuff. Where do they get that money from? It's not just from taxes, because taxes are not enough, right? They can't get enough money from taxes to spend on stuff. Okay, so let me give you some examples. This will be a lot of fun. Okay, let me just go grab this. Okay. This here is a World War II United States War Savings Bond. It was issued in January of 1945. Now, in January of 1945, the U.S. government had no idea how long World War II would last. So they had to raise money to pay for World War II supplies. And they did so by selling debt, meaning selling bonds like this exact one here. And what the U.S. government did was they said, hey, if you buy this bond today, I will charge you $18.75 for it. Okay? And then in 10 years, I will buy this bond back from you at a price of $25. Okay? It's pretty cool. All right. And let's say the government wanted to raise $100 million by issuing 4 million of these war savings bonds at $25 each. People, what they would do is people would give, in total, $100 million. Let me get some props here. This is fake money. Okay. Okay. This is fake money. Okay. So people would give $100 million of this fake money to buy 4 million of these war bonds at $25 each. Okay, let's do some role playing here. Okay? Let's pretend I'm the government of the United States. Okay, and I'm going to sell you $100 million worth of this war savings bond. Okay, all right, let's go through this. So you meaning investors, you will give me this $100 million, and I, the government, will give you this war savings bond. Okay, and on the bond that you now bought, this is yours, okay? It says that it's a contract, okay? It's a contract is written, okay? And it says how much you own and how much this will be worth when I, the government, buy this back from you in the future after World War II is done, okay? So think of it like it's a contract because as we will learn in this course, when it comes to cryptocurrencies, it's not just about investing in the next generation of currencies. It's so much more because cryptocurrencies and blockchain, which I'll explain soon, is about creating more secure contracts, okay? And we'll discuss that soon when we talk about blockchain, okay? And the beautiful thing about blockchains is that in the long run, when smart contracts are created on blockchain, transaction fees will come down a lot, right? And we'll need to hire fewer lawyers, thank God. Just kidding, sort of. And fewer accountants, et cetera. Okay, so I'm going to build on this logic very slowly so that we have this aha moment later in the course and so that we become better long-term cryptocurrency investors. And so in order to understand the bigger picture, we're going to be better investors because if we get the macro wrong, right, if we don't understand the high-level cryptocurrency stuff, then the micro, meaning individual cryptocurrencies, that whole approach is irrelevant. You got to get the macro right. Okay, back to bonds, okay? Let me build on this. So you own this contractual war savings bond. Okay, here, this is yours. I'm going to give this to you, okay? There we go. All right. And you gave me $100 million. Thank you. Okay, fake money. Okay. Now let me build upon this. What happens when you go to the grocery store and you see that the price of an avocado or another vegetable goes up a lot in price. Why does that happen? It happens because for some reason, the supply of avocados or other vegetables is lower. And the same thing happens with the supply of money, okay? Since there is now $100 million less of US dollars in circulation, then the price of US dollars goes up a lot. This is out of circulation, okay? Just like the price of avocados goes up a lot when supply decreases. When the price of dollars goes up a lot, then everybody charges each other more for dollars, meaning interest rates go up, okay? All right, now, 10 years later, okay, in 1955, World War II is over, and you sell this bond back to me, the US government, okay, and instead of me giving you back $18.75, I give you back $25 or $100 million all in. Here, okay? Now, all of a sudden, there's more money supply out there, and we know what happens when there's more of something out there, right? Supply increases, and therefore the price goes down, okay? A lot. And this is really important to understand when it comes to investing in cryptocurrencies. So countries spend a lot of money marketing, these bonds that they issue, kind of like how McDonald's spends a lot of money on commercials. And let me give you an example. This one's near to my heart. Okay, so I love eBay. I'm probably the only person who still uses it. Okay, so in the spring of 1945, the Canadian government spent a lot of money marketing. Let's see if you can see this. Yeah, marketing this war bonds. They were marketing war bonds. They were advertising war bonds per this poster here, right? And I'm actually keeping this one. I'm not going to sell it back on eBay because my grandfather did a lot in World War II. I miss him. Anyway, close to my heart. Sorry, off topic. Okay, so I mentioned marketing or advertising bonds because cryptocurrency companies market the heck out of their ICOs, meaning their initial cryptocurrency offerings or initial coin offerings. And there's a lot of unfair cryptocurrency marketing scams out there, which we will cover soon. Okay, so the likelihood that you get scammed while doing your research on ICOs or cryptocurrencies is much lower. Okay, so let's talk about another example. I'm going to make this very international. Okay, in 1917, okay, and I can't read this except for that 1917, but in 1917, the Russian government issued this bond to help pay for what? Yes, World War I. Okay, so almost all governments issue bonds to pay for stuff, and this impacts the value of your money. Okay, let me give you another example. Okay, I'll go through this fast. Okay, this one here, this is cool. Let's see this. So this example I'm going to give you is extraordinarily international. It's fascinating. Okay, all right. This here is from 1898. It's real. Isn't that amazing? Okay, the Egyptian government wanted to build a dam on the Nile River. And of course, we know this is very expensive to do. So the Egyptian government issued this bond in order to pay for it. Okay, and this is so international. It's fascinating. This was written in French and issued in London. And the Egyptian government sold this bond at a discount to 500 sterling, okay, meaning below 500 sterling, just like what the US government did with the war bond, okay, or what Russia did with that World War I bond, okay? And so the Egyptian government bought this back years later at a price of 500 sterling, okay? So they can manipulate their currency by doing these things. And imagine if they lose control and governments cannot manipulate their currency. Now you probably understand why a lot of countries are starting to outlaw cryptocurrencies, okay? We have to understand the micro side. I'll give you another example. This one's pretty cool. All right, this here was issued in New York City, right, to pay for railroads, okay? And this one here was issued by the city of Los Angeles many, many years ago, 1911 actually, to pay for roads, which is why there's no traffic jams in LA. I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. So, and governments aren't the only ones to raise money with bonds. Okay. Companies also do this. Okay. To pay for really expensive stuff all over the world. For example, the Walt Disney Corporation had to raise a lot of money to build Euro Disney in 1983. Okay. And this contract, or bond, I should say, was issued on May 2nd, 1983. And you can see at the top here that there's a serial number so you can track this contract. So what, Chris? Well, cryptocurrencies also have serial numbers for tracking them. Okay, and this is part of what's called the blockchain, which we will discuss soon in this lecture here. Okay. Now that we understand why governments and companies raise a lot of money, let's discuss who makes a fortune helping governments and companies raise these massive amounts of money. Now, who do you think profits from governments and companies issuing bonds? Who makes money off of this? Who? Yes, the banks, the investment banks, like JP Morgan, which makes billions of dollars every year creating and underwriting these bonds, okay, as well as stocks. Now we understand why banks and governments feel threatened by cryptocurrencies. You see, we got to understand the macro side of cryptos as well, okay, before we do the bottoms-up individual cryptocurrency analysis research. So many countries pay for stuff by issuing bonds. Now, if countries lost just a little bit of their power to issue bonds, okay, if they lost the power to issue bonds, if they lost the power to change the supply of money, that's how they issue bonds, they would have less control over their own budgets and potentially much less control over their national security. And we know governments do whatever they can to make sure that they never lose power, okay? So if a government loses just a little bit of control over how they can change the value of their currency supply, if they lose that control a little bit because you and I as consumers buy more cryptocurrencies and less fiat paper money, then it makes sense why many governments do not like cryptocurrencies, right? So especially given the fact that governments like to have more control, right? And the governments around the world, I'm not going to mention who they are, but the governments around the world that like to have more control in the long run are probably going to be more critical and impose more sanctions, I should say, or more rules and more regulation on cryptocurrencies, okay? Now, it makes sense that some governments might view cryptocurrencies as the largest long-term threat to national security. And we need to understand the geopolitical impact when we do research on cryptocurrencies, okay? So let's talk about a hypothetical example. Let's say that you and I, we exchange 5% of our net worth, right, from the fiat currency that we currently have, okay? In your country, my country, whatever. Let's say we took 5% of the money we have in your local currency. If we get rid of it and we exchange it for 5% of our net worth in cryptocurrencies, like Bitcoin or whatever, then the demand for currencies in your country, and hence the price of the currency in your country, goes down, okay? If this took place, governments would lose a lot of control, right? They can't print money to build stuff, okay? And if you and I hypothetically exchange 20% in the very, very long run from the currency in the country we live in to cryptocurrencies, then some governments and countries would literally go bankrupt. Yes, it's true. Why? Because many countries pay for the interest on their current debt by issuing more debt, meaning by issuing bonds. Okay, bonds are a form of debt. Now, if all of this occurs, right, if you and I demand more for cryptocurrencies and less for our fiat currency in the country we live in, if all of this occurs, then governments will not be paying the big global banks like JP Morgan as much money in fees to create or underwrite these bonds or stocks, etc. And JP Morgan's stock price would go down because they would make less money. Okay? The way that stocks are put on the stock market is a similar process to bonds as well. Right? So here's a stock certificate from IBM. So when IBM issues more shares, a big investment bank like JP Morgan, et cetera, makes money from putting their this stock on the market. And I'm not just picking on JP Morgan, please. I think Jamie Dimon is a great CEO. It's just all banks in general. Okay, it's just that Jamie Dimon made some very critical, and I respect his opinion, but he made some very critical comments on cryptocurrencies. Okay, and you'll see JP Morgan will embrace them in the long run. You'll see. So now we completely understand why bank CEOs and government officials say negative things about cryptocurrencies. It's fascinating, eh? Everybody has a bias in business, and we need to understand the bias of people advertising or selling cryptocurrencies as well, especially as we drill down and start discussing cryptocurrency mining, ICOs, and much, much more. You and I will be much better long-term crypto investors because we understand the forest from the trees and the overall biases of different people involved with cryptocurrencies. Okay, so after our top-down cryptocurrency analysis, we're going to focus on the bottoms-up cryptocurrency research, okay? Individual trees, okay? And if we understand the macro, then the micro is easier to comprehend. Okay, now, if you and I converted a certain portion of our money into cryptocurrencies, then yes, we might make money from the appreciation of this currency in the long run. And we might realize other benefits too. But you know what? Those benefits come with a price. Okay? One of the biggest problems is security. Okay, the price of security. Okay? Let me explain what that means. So banks and credit card companies charge you and I crazy and unfair fees, but these fees partially pay for security on our money. Meaning if somebody fraudulently uses your credit card, you can usually call the credit card company and get that money back. And if a bank that you have money in goes bankrupt, then you can get that money back if your government in your country insures that money. Okay, so for example, in the United States, the government insures up to $250,000 in each bank account you have in different banks. Okay, and by the way, and I want to make this an extremely resourceful course for you. So you can always go to your spreadsheet here, okay, and find out how much of your money is insured by your government. Okay, so you go to the settings tab here, click the settings button, and then scroll down to row 46. If I could find it, I included it there for your country. Okay, moving on. So by using cryptocurrencies, we give up some security protections. Okay, which is a concept I will introduce in this lecture here when we discuss cryptocurrency private key generation in an exercise. Thanks. Please open your complete cryptocurrency course Excel dashboard and click on the first button if you're not already there, okay, which is called Course Navigator. Okay, then what I want you to do, please, is I want you to scroll down to this row here, and I want you to complete the first quiz in the course. And when you select the correct answer, you will see a message below each of the multiple choice answers, and that message will tell you if you got that question right. And when you've completed the quiz, then please go to row number 6 here. Okay, and on the right side you see here, I want you to click on this checkbox, and your course progress will be updated here. Okay, and after you select the checkbox here, then if you scroll to the top, you will see that your progress has been updated. And if you have any questions about this, please let me know. And this is the last time I'll mention the PDF part of the course. But if you're only doing the PDF version of the course, as a reminder, you can access all PDF files, including the quiz here at this location. Thanks. Cryptocurrency taxes are different in every single country. Okay, in this optional side note lecture here, and you can skip this, but in this optional lecture here, I'm going to discuss taxes in a lot of detail. And here's a 7-minute interview I gave recently on television on the topic of cryptocurrency taxes. And there's so much confusion out there about this topic that it is causing some people to literally declare bankruptcy, right? Even people that have made a lot of money in cryptocurrencies. You'll see why in a second, okay? And some people will be arrested as well because of this. You'll see if you don't declare taxes. It's an absolute mess. And governments aren't likely to be lenient when it comes to these tax issues, okay? And we know a lot of governments feel threatened by cryptocurrencies, okay? And so after I show you this 7-minute interview here, then I will explain crypto taxes in more detail and how you can avoid a brutal tax bill, okay? And you can also go to our settings tab here in the course in the Excel spreadsheet. And then here in the gray shaded box, you can learn more about taxes in your country. Okay, and so unfortunately, a few people understand how to account for cryptocurrency games on their tax returns. So after this interview here, then if you want, I'll talk more in this current lecture about cryptocurrency taxes in other countries as well.
Press Here is available as a podcast on iTunes.
Welcome back to Press Here. There's a guy on Reddit, we don't know his real name, but we know he's an office assistant, who posted a message about Bitcoin. Turns out the guy bought Bitcoin at a low price, sold it at the peak, made $125,000, and then spent the money. The title of the post, I just discovered I owe the IRS $50,000 I don't have because I traded in cryptos. Am I out of luck? Except he didn't use the word luck, but it was a word that was very close to that. He says he only makes $47,000 a year at his job, so we're talking about the whole year's salary. I'm telling you this on April 15th for a reason. People who got caught up in the Bitcoin frenzy may not know about capital gains taxes. On Tuesday, the actual tax day this year, a lot of them are going to have to pay it. The young man wrote, "Is all my savings gone now? I feel like I might have accidentally ruined my life because I didn't know about the taxes." Chris Haroon knows about the taxes. He also knows about the Bitcoin. Chris is a professor of business at Hult Business School. He also teaches classes online at Udemy. In fact, he is the most watched business professor on the entire online platform. Chris has an MBA from Columbia, says he can teach you everything you need in an MBA in 8 hours. You could have saved a lot of money, Martin. Damn it! University of Chicago.
In Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, you could have. All right, so what's the deal? What if I buy Bitcoin and sell it at a higher price, do I automatically owe taxes?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the most important thing to recommend is that if you've made money in Bitcoin or any cryptocurrency, to immediately put the money aside so you can cover your taxes. Don't buy another cryptocurrency with the entire proceeds.
That was going to be my second question. Yeah. Well, wait a minute. What if I make money in one cyber coin, crypto coin, and I immediately invest in another crypto coin? That one falls. Now I have no more money. Do I still owe taxes on the original transaction?
If it's done in 2 separate tax years, I'll give you an example. If you buy Bitcoin in 2017 and make $100 on it, you sell Bitcoin in December 2017 and you buy Ethereum, and Ethereum crashes in January 2018, you're still on the hook for that $100 in profit for Bitcoin.
Well, one of the things that's confusing to me, like if you use Bitcoin to buy something at Home Depot or somewhere, are you liquidating? Is that triggering a tax transaction?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Well, the IRS classifies Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies as property and not currency. So when you use Bitcoin to buy something, think of it like it's a stock. You sell the stock or the Bitcoin, that's a sell, and you buy something else. And if you bought and sold with a profit, you pay taxes on that.
Go over that again. Yeah. So I have $1,000 worth of Bitcoin.
Sure, yes.
I bought it at 100, it's now 1,000.
Yes.
I take that Bitcoin, I don't cash it,
yes,
but I take the Bitcoin, pay you for something.
Yes.
Am I still taxed on that profit?
You are.
Even though you sold me an object?
Yes, absolutely.
There is no reason to use Bitcoin whatsoever, ever, because that's dumb.
I don't recommend doing it unless you can actually put the taxes aside and save that amount.
And I don't think a lot of people are aware of that. Like
No, and the issue is that the IRS came up with the tax rules on cryptocurrency in 2014. Then 1 year later, in 2015, only 802 people mentioned this on their tax returns.
Right, and my understanding is that the IRS has basically taken a crypto wallet to court to basically say, hey, you need to give us all of the information about the people who've been trading. I mean, that's one. How many others is this going to be? I mean, how many people are out there that might be caught in this net?
There'll be a lot. So, for example, Coinbase, which was taken to court by the IRS, Coinbase actually released more than 10,000 names to the IRS of people that made a lot of money in Bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies between 2013 and 2015. Wow. And the issue is, if you didn't claim that tax, not only you pay a fine, you might go to jail. And the IRS mentioned this last month on their website.
I already hate Bitcoin. I mean, you can't spend it without getting a tax on it.
Right.
And now, like, the whole secret part is over because you have to report it on your taxes.
Yes.
But what happens if I invent Marty Bucks and I trade them for Scott Coin? And we've just both made these things up completely, right?
We're trading them directly?
We're just trading them directly.
Right.
I mean, does that get caught? I mean, we just created something out of nothing. Scott says this, my Marty Buck is worth actually 10 real bucks. That's a problem, right? The moment just the two of us do that.
Yeah, the IRS comes after all of the big exchanges. Wow. And the big exchanges will start offering 1099-K forms to anybody that makes
the big exchanges. Yeah, because there are those online. I mean, there are a lot of exchanges. I checked with Coinbase, and they're like, yes, we will give you a 1099 the same way Fidelity sends you something at the end of the year, right? But only in certain circumstances. Otherwise, you got to self-report this stuff.
You do. Even because what happens is the second you realize a capital gain, be it short-term or long-term profits, you have to declare it on your tax returns. And for anybody that is not, I highly advise speaking with a tax attorney or an accountant and backfiling.
I do a lot of tax attorneys. I think tax attorneys are still trying to learn about this. I mean, this is the level of complexity. You got blockchains and all kind of. I mean, you think the tax code's complicated enough. Now you throw this into the.
Yeah, it is complex. The best way to think about it is a cryptocurrency is classified as property. It's not a currency. Think of it like it's stock.
Right.
Like if you used Apple to buy something, one share of Apple. If you made money on that share of Apple, you're liable to pay taxes.
But in reality, how is the IRS going to enforce this? It's like you're supposed to report like if you didn't pay a sales tax when you bought something in Florida or something. But
right.
There's no paper.
Right.
Is there any kind of trail for the IRS?
There is. If you trade through a major exchange.
I want to point out to the IRS, it's LIE. All right, so as we got just a couple seconds left, I do want to make it clear, if I have a Bitcoin wallet, and I have definitely made a profit, but I haven't sold that Bitcoin, I don't owe anybody anything.
You're correct. That's right. You don't owe anything if you haven't sold.
Think
of it like a stock, like Apple. If you don't sell your share of Apple,
fair enough.
You don't pay taxes.
Look of relief.
I didn't like Bitcoin coming in. I like it even less now. Chris Haroon is on Udemy. He can teach you how to be an MBA in 8 hours. Thanks for being with us.
That's great. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Press here will be back in just a minute.
So unfortunately, few people understand how to account for cryptocurrency gains on their tax returns. Okay, and again, I'll talk about other countries in a minute. But here in the U.S., where taxes are really high on when compared to other countries on cryptocurrencies, there's so much confusion. As you saw in that TV interview, when I actually had problems in that interview, being honest, explaining it. Okay, so I was a little bit nervous there too. So the only official guidance on how the United States tax agency, called the IRS, views cryptocurrency taxes was published several years ago, which is light years ago when it comes to cryptocurrencies. And as with all exhibits in this course, you can go to part 6 and read up on certain items like this link here. Okay. So although the IRS tax rules on cryptocurrencies seem somewhat cryptic, it's important that cryptocurrency investors like us speak with our accountants and or our tax attorneys, if possible. Okay. And not only pay taxes on the past year's cryptocurrency profits, but in all previous years as well, if applicable. Okay. Regardless of how small the profits might have been. Okay, and I know that sounds extreme to do that, but I really feel that governments feel threatened to the extent that they will come after people that don't pay enough taxes by investing in a currency that kind of makes the issuance of this stuff less relevant. Okay, anyway. So if you paid in cryptocurrencies, if you are paid in cryptocurrencies for your salary, then the IRS calculates the value of your salary for tax reasons based on the fair market value in US dollars or your currency, of that cryptocurrency value when you received it. Okay? Okay. And the same thing applies, if applicable, if you want to mine cryptocurrencies, the same thing applies to you. So later on when you when we talk about how to mine cryptocurrencies using machines like this one and others, okay? When we talk about that, you're going to have to pay taxes based on how much money you made the second you mined it, okay? This one's out of date. I have a more recent version. Okay. Oh, it's heavy. Okay, great. Okay, so if your compensation in cryptocurrency is not documented on a tax form like a W-2 or a 1099, for example, that you received, then please speak with your accountant and or tax attorney on how to report this when you file taxes, okay? And please note that, at least in the United States, if you were paid less than $600 in cryptocurrencies, then the company that compensated you is not required to send you what's called a 1099 tax form, but you still need to claim this stuff on your taxes, okay? And if this is not of interest to you, just skip the rest of this lesson. But I get questions all the time on tax stuff, so that's why I'm including it. But how will the IRS know if you don't declare your cryptocurrency taxes? Okay, and the IRS, again, is the Internal Revenue Service in the United States. And I'm talking about the U.S. because they're pretty strict about it here, and most other countries are not as strict. But I want to discuss it with you because there's big implications if you don't file taxes. Okay, so there's actually a precedent, which was in 2009 when the IRS started collecting over $10 billion in taxes from UBS, okay, that's in Switzerland, UBS account holders in Switzerland. And in fact, the IRS is so serious about this issue that it recently demanded that wallet and exchange company Coinbase, which we'll talk about in 3.3 here, the IRS demanded that Coinbase give the IRS, the U.S. government tax agency, they demanded that Coinbase give the IRS transaction data on more than 10,000 Coinbase customers. And this is actually a signal that the IRS will find a way to get customer data from many cryptocurrency wallet and exchange companies. Okay, so the best plan of action is to file and backfile taxes. Okay, so I've talked a lot about taxes, but let me now provide you with 5 strategies to ensure that you are properly paying cryptocurrency taxes or minimizing the amount of taxes that you will pay on cryptos, okay? Number 1, this is my favorite one, be a long-term investor, okay? As taxes are usually much lower if you own stuff, investments, meaning for more than a year, okay? And what happens is the tax code in the United States and many countries really rewards you for being patient. If you make money on something that you transact in less than a year, okay, you sell it and you make a profit, usually you pay higher taxes on that than stuff you hold for longer than a year. Every country is different, okay? And short-term day trading is not a sustainable long-term investment strategy. You know, quite often you're fooled by randomness, okay? I really believe in being longer-term focused. And Warren Buffett famously said, the longer the view, the wiser the intention, okay? And when Warren Buffett invests in a company, and I know he's not a big fan of cryptos, I get it, okay? But when Warren Buffett invests in a company, he assumes that the market will be closed for 10 years, okay? And meaning he can't sell for at least 10 years. And just thinking longer term when it comes to investing and doing due diligence on cryptocurrency is a prudent way in most situations because capital gains taxes on investments held for more than a year are much lower in many countries than the capital gains tax on investments held for less than a year, okay? And cryptocurrency investors should always do your own thorough research so that you won't be tempted to sell on weakness. You know, it's really funny because people let their emotions take over when stocks or investments or cryptos are going down. They sell at the worst time. You know, they're tourists, they're renters, they're not long-term investors. And Warren Buffett had this great quote. He said that the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff when it goes on sale. Isn't that fascinating? And he said also that investors should be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. Okay, so if you're longer term investor, you'll pay less in taxes too. Okay, all right, moving on. Number 2, I want you to please immediately put money aside in fiat, meaning paper currency. Okay, put it aside whenever you sell a cryptocurrency and you make a profit. Okay, don't buy another cryptocurrency. Okay, and in terms of how much money in dollars or your currency should you put aside when you realize a profit, it really depends on 2 things. Number 1, how long you own that cryptocurrency for, and number 2, your tax bracket. So in terms of how long you own the cryptocurrency for, if you owned it for more than 1 year, then you usually pay less tax. You pay long-term capital gains taxes, which are either 0%, 15%, or 20%, depending on what tax bracket you're in the United States. And a lot of other countries are similar, okay? Now, if you own the cryptocurrency for less than 1 year, then your taxes are likely much higher, okay, and potentially close to 40%, depending on your tax bracket, okay? And just for details on taxes in your country, please see this gray box here in the settings tab of the course. And the worst thing a cryptocurrency investor should do is to convert from one cryptocurrency to another if the investor has made a huge profit on the initial cryptocurrency. For example, and I had trouble explaining this on television. For example, if an investor bought cryptocurrency A worth $1 on January 1st in year 1, and then they converted the same cryptocurrency A when it reached a value of $101 into cryptocurrency B, then that investor is going to be taxed on the $100 gain, right? Because the IRS views cryptocurrency conversion from one to another as a taxable event, right? They see it as a sale and a purchase of something else, okay? Now, if we assume that the same investor's investment in cryptocurrency B went from a value of $101 when cryptocurrency B was purchased in year 1 to a value of $1 when the cryptocurrency investor sold cryptocurrency B in year 2, then watch out, man. The tax implications are awful. So in that example I just talked about, the investor would have to pay taxes on the $100 in realized profits in year 1, even though the investor lost all $100 of that on cryptocurrency B in year 2. Now you might be thinking, wait a second, if I lose money, can I get a tax benefit later? Well, it depends on the country you're in, but if an investor lost money on the sum of all transactions in a given year in cryptocurrencies, then that investor can claim a tax loss of a maximum of $3,000 per year and carry it forward, okay? Now, if the amount of the loss in a given year is more than $3,000, then you can recognize additional losses in future years, okay? As long as the value of the loss is not higher than $3,000 in each year. Okay, it's complicated, I know. Okay, and similar to how taxes must be paid on dividends of publicly traded companies, if you receive additional cryptocurrencies through what is called a fork, I'll explain it in a second, but if you receive additional cryptocurrencies through a fork, then you must pay taxes on the amount you received if it was converted to dollars or whatever currency you live in, real paper currencies, when you received it. So I'll give you an example. Now, fork is something, it's a concept I'll be discussing in more detail later, but sometimes you'll own a cryptocurrency and you'll receive other cryptocurrency shares in a different cryptocurrency that was created. Let me explain, okay? So if you own, let's use IBM as an example. If you own IBM, which stands for industry's biggest mistake. Just kidding. But if you own IBM shares and you get a dividend, okay, you pay taxes on that dividend, okay? So if you owned cryptocurrency X and cryptocurrency X issued a dividend, you'd pay taxes on that dividend. But what happens is quite often the programmers, okay, behind a cryptocurrency, they have a disagreement with other programmers. And so they decide to switch. There's like a fork in the road and go down a different path and create a new cryptocurrency. For example, if you own Bitcoin, you might have received something called Bitcoin Cash, which was when there was, I guess, an ideological difference or disagreement, I should say, whatever, in the programmers of Bitcoin. They created a fork in the road, a new currency called Bitcoin Cash. Don't ask me questions about this because we're going to go into a lot more detail soon on this. and I mean that in a loving way. Now, if all you have done is you purchased cryptocurrencies with paper currency, okay, like the US dollar, then you don't owe any taxes unless you sell those cryptocurrencies and realize a profit. Welcome to part 1.1 of the course. In terms of the what, why, and how of part 1.1, I'll kick it off with what. What are we going to learn? Well, we're going to start off with an introduction to security and wallets. And then we'll talk about security topics like private keys. And then we'll have public keys. And then I'll tell you what SHA-1 is all about. And then SHA-256. And I like using exhibits because it's a lot more fun to explain it this way. And I think that we retain the knowledge better if we can visualize stuff. Okay, so I will also introduce you to the concept of cold storage and hot storage to ensure that your money is secure. Moving on to why. Why are we spending a lot of time early on in the course talking about security topics? Because cryptography is the cornerstone of cryptocurrencies. And in this new crypto digital reality, there are not really any banks or credit card companies that will protect your money if your cryptocurrency accounts get hacked. Okay, so I'm going to spend a lot of time on security topics early on in the course. It's very important, so I can help to protect your capital. Okay, lastly, how? How are we going to learn about these security concepts together? Well, after we discuss public and private keys, and what SHA-256 is, and what hashing is. Then we're going to do an exercise where we will encrypt and then decrypt text based on less secure protocols, like SHA-1, and then based on more secure protocols, like SHA-256, which is the cornerstone of security when it comes to encrypting and hashing, I should say, Bitcoin. Okay, this will make a lot more sense to you soon. And different cryptocurrencies have different algorithms. Okay, so SHA-256 is important, and I'll tell you all about it. It's interesting too. And then what we'll do is we'll make our first paper-based QR wallet together, which will be a lot of fun. And that will help us to really understand the concepts of public and private keys. And I'll tell you exactly when we will access all of the aforementioned lectures and exercises, which are in this button 1.1 here on your Excel dashboard. Thanks. We know that banks and credit card companies charge us high fees, but they do help us protect the security of our money, again, through their high fees. Now, if we're going to invest in and use cryptocurrencies, we need to not only thoroughly understand cryptocurrency security concepts, but we have to also be willing to spend some money on purchasing devices that will act as digital wallets, because only you can protect your cryptocurrencies and not the banks and not the credit card companies. Okay, so we should think about the amount of money that we're going to save in bank and credit card fees in the long run. And we should use part of those savings to buy and use what are called cold and hot storage wallets, meaning online and offline security products for your cryptocurrencies. And so we're going to cover wallets in much more detail later on in the course in part 3. But as we build upon the security and other crucial cryptocurrency topics, one layer at a time, we're going to complete a couple of concepts through exercises, okay, which will help us understand the marrying of security and wallets, okay? Especially since half of the word cryptocurrency is crypto, which can mean secret or hidden. Okay, so I'm going to go into a lot of detail and summarize more than 40 years worth of fascinating cryptography events, including the NSA, fighting cryptocurrency experts going back to the 1970s in this lesson and through the exercises in the next lesson. Okay, this will make much more sense to you soon. Why? Because we have to thoroughly understand how security has and will continue to change in our lifetime, as I promise you that if we don't stay up to date on security changes over time, then our money and privacy can and will be compromised. You know, no big institutions are safe anymore from hacking. We know that. The media covers this in a lot of detail. And before learning about wallets and how to use them and deciding which ones to use, I want to introduce you to the concepts of public and private keys in this lecture through an exercise we will do together. Okay, I hope you enjoy this. And on nuclear submarines, often there's two keys. Two keys are needed to, God forbid, launch missiles. One key can go to the captain of the submarine, and the other one usually goes to a POTUS or a top government official. Similarly, when it comes to cryptocurrencies, two keys are needed to transfer and receive money. Okay? And these keys are called public and private keys. Okay? And if you just want to jump into the exercise in this lesson, then you can fast forward me right now to this part in the lecture. Okay? I understand that some of you might already understand these concepts, but it's fun for me to talk about, and some of you might not know much about this. Okay, so the concept of private and public keys was created in May of 1976 as a brilliant security breakthrough was discovered by a brilliant man who still lectures here at Stanford named Martin Hellman. He's a rock star. He's amazing. Okay, and he created public and private key cryptography. Okay, he did this so that if enemies get their hands on one key, okay, they can't decrypt the information because they don't have access to the other key, which is private and not public. Okay, and the NSA actually approached Martin Hellman and told him to be quiet about this for national security reasons. And Hellman thought about this, and he thought, it's an ethical issue, so he did not keep quiet about this. And he says in this video here, which is an incredible speech, which you can access by clicking this button, but he says that he felt that he had an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other shoulder. And he said that the same thing took place with those that created the first nuclear bomb as part of the Manhattan Project. You know, yes, they wanted to beat Hitler, of course, but they kept working on the nuclear bomb after World War II ended. And things got really contentious for Hellman as the NSA was on his back. And he literally thought the NSA was Darth Vader and he himself was Luke Skywalker. He actually said that. He said that's pretty cool. Okay, so Hellman is less focused on cybersecurity today and more focused on nuclear security, as there are parallels between both of them. Both are related, okay? So all this stuff is now declassified, but it's important to discuss this so we can understand how governments react to cryptocurrencies today and in the future. And governments are constantly fighting companies, just like how the FBI is currently fighting Apple. And expect this to continue globally as cryptocurrencies, as we discussed, are potentially the greatest threat to national security. Okay, and governments, and let me just put these down here. I'll come back to that in a minute. But governments thought and think that nuclear weapons deterrent strategies can be applied to cryptocurrencies. And our cryptography visionaries like Martin Hellman and our space pioneers like Elon Musk beg to differ. Okay, security and cryptography will continue to be decrypted, and we need to keep up to date on this so that our personal cryptocurrency net worth is less likely to be compromised in the future. Okay, and I don't want to jump into discussing wallets or buying cryptocurrencies or mining until we thoroughly understand and cover security. Okay, let's move on. A Berkeley student named Ralph Merkle pioneered how to distribute these keys. And it's important to mention this as we will discuss Merkle concepts later on when we talk about blockchain in this lecture here. And Merkle's Berkeley professor criticized his work. And it's actually ridiculous. And just as ridiculous as the founder of Federal Express, FedEx, writing his business plan at Yale University, and then the teacher told him this: the concept is interesting and well-informed, but in order to earn better than a C grade, the idea must be feasible, okay? So don't let teachers tell you that you are wrong, okay? And these students were so forward-looking, okay? So after Hellman and Merkle, after their discoveries, then there's three brilliant men named Rivest, Shamir, and Adelman, RSA. You ever seen one of these things? RSA tokens. Remember this? Okay. And they were the first ones to implement the public key crypto system. That's RSA, which used to be a publicly traded company, ticker RSAS, until EMC bought them in the summer of 2006. Okay. I used to cover that stock when I worked at a very big tech hedge fund called Citadel. Okay. So these three people, RS and A, are mathematical geniuses, which is what cryptography is all about. It's math. Okay. Moving on. In my hand, I'm holding a green key, okay? It's got a globe on it. And this is just a prop, but we're going to pretend that this is your public key, okay? Which many people have access to, okay? There's anybody can send you money to your public key in your wallet, and I'll talk about that in a minute, what that means, okay? Okay. In this hand, should probably be consistent, hold this way. In this hand, I'm holding a red key, which is a private key, and it's got the word home written on it. You probably can't see that, but okay. And there's only one copy of this, but there can be many copies of this public key, okay? Great. So I've got a public key and a private key right here. Great. And the person sending money to you, right? The person that's sending cryptos or cryptocurrencies or Bitcoin, Ether, or whatever cryptocurrency it is to you, they need to know where to send it, okay? And you need to know how to access the money sent to you, okay? So the way that people know how to send cryptocurrencies to you is knowing what your public key number is or address, okay? It's kind of like an email address, okay? So think of the public key like an email address. A lot of people can get your email address, but the private key is like your email password. Not many people have that, okay? Okay, great. And if people have your public key, they can send money to you. Now, in order to access the money in your wallet, okay, that was sent to you, to your public key, you need to access it using your private key, okay? Again, it's like a password for email. Now, if you forget your email password, you can usually ask the company or person in charge of the email system to send you a new password, okay, like Google does with Gmail, for example. However, it's a little bit different with cryptocurrencies because if you forget this private key, okay, then you can never, ever, 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 ever access your money again that's in your wallet, okay? Even if you have the public key, doesn't matter. And this is why we're going to spend a lot of time on many different types of cryptocurrency wallets in this course and how to secure your private keys and personal data, okay? And we're going to make sure that security disasters do not happen to you, okay? So if you lose this, that's okay because your private key is smart and your private key can actually tell you what your public key is. It's kind of like this. Okay, so now I'll turn this around. So I'm going to push this green button here. My private key will tell me. My private key will tell me where my public key is, right? That's it, right? It's kind of like tile. Okay. Anyway, so I think you get the idea. Great. Let me put those down for now. And we're going to build on this concept soon as well when we talk about blockchain and other stuff and mining. It's going to be fun. Okay, great. And technically, I will teach you how to set up wallets in an exercise in this lesson here. Okay, I just want to introduce you to security concepts in this introduction to security lesson. And again, we're going to build on this. Now, please note that your public key can never tell you what your private key address is. Okay, so again, never lose your private key. Also, people can find your public key address through using QR codes, which some people have on their crypto wallets. Okay, and so in order to explain this concept a little bit, what happens is a lot of people have cryptocurrency wallets that have these little QR codes on them. And all that QR code does is it tells you what this number is here, this public key. That's all it is, okay? So think of it as a keychain, and this is kind of cute, but people use this for their dogs now so they don't lose their dogs, right? People scan the QR codes, tell them where their dog is. So public key can be written as or represented as a QR code. And the same thing with a private key. And when we make our wallet very soon together, our paper wallet, you will see that on one side of our paper wallet is a public key with this QR code. And on the other side of that same wallet is a private key with this QR code. And all the QR code is a way to scan it with your mobile phone. And you scan the QR code and it'll tell you what this number is. And this one as well, okay? But you never show anybody this QR code, only this one, okay? Great. We'll do an exercise sooner than that when you make your first wallet. And this will make a lot more sense. Okay, great. And I want to humanize the education process here of security so that it's more engaging and so that you'll be more interested in staying up to date with new security and password protocols in the future. And I promise you that since there is so much money in this cryptocurrency sector, that cyber criminals will take our money if we're not vigilant and very, very careful, okay? And many of our brilliant technology visionaries are mindful of the fact that what they create could have a negative impact on us, okay? So for example, we know that Elon Musk makes rockets, and he is mindful of the fact that with great power comes great responsibility, okay? And many of the people I discuss as we do our security exercises that have contributed so much to enhance our lives through technology are often the voices of caution when it comes to computer security and future trends. So if you want, you can follow in Twitter some of the people that I discuss in this lesson and in this course in general, just so you can stay up to date on cryptography and security trends that could impact your net worth in the future if you invest in the cryptocurrency market. And I really care. I care. And I want you to thoroughly understand security and cryptography concepts before you buy any cryptocurrencies, okay? And if you're interested in learning more, please just click this button here to learn more about Stanford professors and the evolution of public key and cryptography as presented by David Hellman here, who created cryptography in the 1970s. And he battled the NSA, who told him to keep quiet about his research. Okay, so the title of this optional 6-minute video here is Cybersecurity, Nuclear Security, Alan Turing, and Illogical Logic, and you can access it here. Okay. And the Elvis Presley rock star of the security sector was a brilliant man named Alan Turing. Okay, and I'm sure you've heard of him. And he, along with his team, created this unbelievable machine to break the Enigma. Okay, this is a replica. Okay, this is interesting. So he created this machine with his team in England during World War II to decrypt this, right? So he could find out, all about what the Germans were planning. And this is a mini replica here of the Enigma machine, right? So there's a great movie about this called the Imitation Game. But anyway, it's kind of interesting. Alan Turing is a rock star to me. I respect him. He's amazing. Okay, so we should generally expect governments, for national security reasons, to pour in a lot of money and resources to break codes. Okay. All right, so when this happens, if we find out, then we're going to need to change the security measures that we use in the future. And I promise you that governments will likely be spending a lot of money on this in the future.
Tell me where the bomb is. 10 seconds or you're dead.
Interesting. I'm the only one who knows where that nuke is.
Well, then in that case, I'd say you'd better stop.
Oh my God, why did you do that?
And so if the NSA kind of did a lot of work to pioneer certain security algorithms, they also pour a lot of money in to try to break them. Okay, and so what is very secure today will not be secure in the future. Okay, and you might say, Chris, wait a second. Does that mean that Bitcoin is not going to be secure? It's kind of a different story. When I talk about mining, I'll talk about this in more detail. But in order to compromise the Bitcoin security algorithm, so to speak, you need to be able to take over 50% of all computing resources in the world that are currently working on Bitcoin. That's called the 51% attack. I'll come back to that later. Okay. So many non-American companies won't use American cloud computing companies like Salesforce.com. Why? Because they can't be assured that the U.S. government won't hack into Salesforce, for example, using crypto trapdoors and view confidential information for Swiss bank account holders, for example. And I'm not picking on Salesforce.com. It's just a very big, successful cloud computing company based here in San Francisco. And the founder, Mark Benioff, is a brilliant man. I respect him a lot. But the point is that a lot of governments don't trust each other's software companies. Okay, and that's why you're going to have kind of the balkanization of cloud computing globally, right? We've got Amazon Web Services in the United States that kind of powers Airbnb and a lot of great companies, Uber, et cetera. And there's going to be different versions of that overseas only because other governments don't trust other government security protocols, that sort of thing. A little bit off topic, I apologize, but just something to be aware of, especially since if you're going to dive into this cryptocurrency market, you're going to have to, protect your own assets using your own software and hardware products, cold and hot storage, which I'll talk about soon. And it's really good to stay up to date on this stuff as well. Okay, especially since banks and credit card companies are not going to offer you the benefit of protecting your money. You're going to have to do it yourself. Okay. All right, so there's something called SHA-1, okay? SHA-1 is SHA-1, and this stands for Secure Hash Algorithm 1, okay? And this was created, for what it's worth, by the NSA, which is the National Security Agency in the United States, in 1995, okay? And we're going to encrypt something using SHA-1, okay? Now, I don't want to confuse anyone here, but there is a difference between hashing and encryption. And I will explain that later once we have laid down the foundations. Okay, so just for now, assume that they are very similar. Just for now. Thanks. Okay. And so we're going to learn by doing in the next lecture, which is an exercise on crypto security. Okay, we're going to learn about the difference between SHA-1 and SHA-256, okay, invented by the NSA. And this here is the basis for encryption or algorithm for Bitcoin. It's very important that we understand this one. Okay. And every cryptocurrency, or most cryptocurrencies, have different algorithms. And that matters a lot if you want to mine cryptocurrencies as well. Okay, great. So if we go together to finance.yahoo.com, okay, and this security protocol stuff is so important, and investors look at it closely too, okay? So go to finance.yahoo.com and enter in the ticker for Bitcoin, okay? And just enter this ticker, actually. Enter in BTC-USD. That's Bitcoin in US dollars, okay? And we can see here, okay, that included in this market data on Yahoo Finance, on Bitcoin, is the algorithm SHA-256, okay? It's written there. And again, the next lecture, what we're going to do is we're going to do a pretty fun exercise where we're going to encrypt and decrypt data using SHA-1 and SHA-256, which again is the basis for the algorithm, this one here, for Bitcoin. I hope you enjoy it. Thanks. So how does general encryption work? Please open your complete cryptocurrency course dashboard Excel file. And then please click on the button called Part 1.1, Intro to Security and Wallets, so that we can together do an exercise. Okay, so once you're there, I want you to click on the blue button on the left there with the label on it called B in brackets for beginner track. Exercise on creating SHA-1 and SHA-256 private keys. Okay, great. And you can also access the Intro to Security and Wallets tab by clicking on the tab called Part 1.1 down at the bottom there, okay? Intro to Security and Wallets. Or what you can do is you can click on the formula bar here, and then you can select Go to Intro Security and Wallets. Okay, and if you can't see the formula bar, then just click up here and select the formula bar option. Okay, so in this course, I just want to make sure that that all students can access all the information in many different ways. Moving on. Okay, so let's talk about the first question, where we will do our first encryption or securing of data exercise. And after this exercise, there's a good chance that you will never, ever, ever use a simple password for anything ever again, as it is very easy for hackers to figure out your passwords. Okay, and I hate to say this, but in order to understand security and protect your money when it comes to cryptocurrencies, sometimes you have to think like a hacker does. Okay, just like when you install your burglar alarm in your house, you really have to think like a burglar does and understand where to put sensors on doors and windows, etc.
A friend gave this to me. It's from the Complete Cryptocurrency course by Chris Haroon. Do you mind translating it?
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
You don't remember me? We spoke on the phone 2 days ago. I told you I would find you.
So let's do the first question together, please. So in question number 1, you're going to see a transparent blue lock that looks like this. Okay, and this lock is obviously not that secure. It's see-through. See? There's a big market for these things online, as people love to buy these so they can learn how to hack locks. So it is what it is. Okay, and this lock is not secure, as you can tell. And on the lock, and you can see it in Excel there, okay, on the lock, there's the label SHA-1, S-H-A-1, okay, which is the security protocol that controls this lock in this hypothetical example. And this is just an exhibit, okay? So please click on the transparent locked, the locked version in your Excel exercise of this image, not the unlocked one, the locked one, okay? And once you click on that, it's going to take you to a website called SHA1-online.com, okay? So pause me if you need to, and then unpause me when you're there. Okay, great. Now we're going to encrypt some text. So for now, I want you to please enter exactly this, and all in lower cases, okay? I want you to enter this here on this website. Please write exactly this, hello world. And then press that hash button there, okay? And make sure there's no space after hello world. And once you've done that, okay, once you've clicked the encrypt button, then I want you to please copy and paste your encryption result from that website into this white box here in question number 1 to see if you get the right answer. Okay, and if you paste in the right answer, you'll see a notification saying that you got the right answer. Okay, and I'm just going to keep going, but you can always pause me to answer questions and then unpause me. But the results from what you just did should be a string that looks like this here. It starts with the number 2, and then it's AAE6C35C. It goes on and on. Okay. Okay, great. And if you got the answer right, you'll see green text at the bottom saying congratulations. And the length of your string is 40 characters long. Okay. SHA-1 will basically create strings that are 40 characters long. Okay. Now, if you had a space after the word world, then your 40 character string would be completely different, as it would be the following 62886, and it goes on and on. Okay, so one little space at the end can change what your result is here. Okay, it would also be completely different if you use capital letters. Now, can we break the code and decrypt what we just did there? Let's move on to question 2 to see if we can decrypt this, open this lock. So in my hand, I'm holding this lock. And in my other hand, I'm holding a bunch of keys. And because we entered a really simplistic hello world key or to enter in and encrypt, I think we can probably decrypt it using one of these keys here. So let me try one of these keys to see if I can figure it out. I'll make this pretty fast. This one looks like it might work. Okay. And there we go. We decrypted it. Okay. All right, good. Now, it's your turn to do this. Okay. This was pretty easy to decrypt. And this will make more sense to you in a second. So I want you to click on this unlock blue key, okay, in Excel, in question 2. And it's going to take you to another website called md5hashing.net, #SHA-1. Okay. So loading this website can be a little bit slow, okay, depending on where you are in the world and how many people access it. Okay, and once it's loaded, it will look like this here, okay? Now, I want you to copy your answer from question number 1, meaning the 40-character string, okay, the encrypted text. Okay, copy it from question 1. And make sure you copy it and no space after, just the 40 characters, okay? And then what I want you to do is I want you to paste that into the website you just loaded, okay, in the green box. Has to be in the green box. And then I want you to press the green decrypt button to see if you can decrypt what you just encrypted, okay? So go ahead and do that. Pause me if you need to. And it can take a couple seconds for the website to load again and a few more seconds to decrypt what you entered in the green box because it has to try all these keys. Okay, and once it's finished decrypting, you'll see a result on the left side here, which is hello world. You see that? Okay, good. Copy and paste that into the white box in question number 2. So what happened was that this decrypting website has access to lots and lots of keys, okay? And so to speak. And it was able to unlock this simple lock of ours that uses the SHA-1 protocol. Why? Because hello world is such a simplistic thing to encrypt. Kind of like the word password, okay, or admin, or user, whatever. Okay, so, and after we're done with this exercise, you're probably going to create more complicated passwords in the future. You'll see, okay? Bear with me. We're gonna do this little by little until you have this aha moment. It all makes sense. Okay. So I'm going to put these down because they're a little distracting, the sound. All right, we're done with the blue lock. Let's move on to question number 3. Let's build on this. I want you now to click, please, on the green lock, okay? SHA-1. And I want you to enter the word password for your password here, okay? I want you to click on the green lock. It'll take you to SHA-1 online. And I want you to enter in the word password, all lowercase, no space before or after. And then I want you to please paste the encrypted text you get from that website into the white box here in question 3, okay? And we can see that the 40-character string that was created for us looks like this, 5BAA61E, etc. Okay, great. Next, move on to question number 4. I want you to copy the 40-character string that you got, okay, from question 3. And then I want you to click on the green unlocked key. Okay, and again, it can take a second to load this website. And then I want you to paste the copied text on the right side again here in the green box. And then click on the green decrypt button. And once you've done that, as you can see, it is decoded here as the word password. Okay, good. We're almost done with this one. We're still talking about SHA-1, okay? Okay, so in question number 5, I want you to do the same thing. Okay, except I want you to use the password 1234. Okay, all lowercase, password 1234, and no space in between. Okay, again, make sure there's no space. Then if you click on the locked pink lock, okay, this one here, and you paste password 1234. Into that website and you hit the hash button, what you get is this string here, okay? And then in question number 6, you're going to copy that string you got in question 5, okay? The E6B yada yada 1, okay? And then you're going to click on the unlocked pink lock and decrypt what you just did earlier. And you'll see, and you can pause me if you want or just watch me, you'll see that when you decode this, you get our password, which is password 1234. So you're able to decrypt it. Okay, cool. Okay. Now, why does our encrypted password keep getting decrypted? What's going on? You know why? Because somebody has already tried many combinations or many keys, okay, to unlock these things, okay? Okay, so somebody tried many different keys, and they were able to crack it, okay? Because what we entered in was a pretty simplistic code there, password 1234, or the word password, or earlier on the word hello world, okay? Okay, great. We're almost done with SHA-1, okay? And once we're done with SHA-1, then we're going to graduate onto SHA-256. Okay, cool. Question 7. I want you to do the same thing, okay, with the orange lock, except I want you to enter the word password, and then right after the word password, immediately after it, I want you to put in 4 numbers that are not sequential, and don't tell me what they are, okay? All right. Meaning don't use 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and don't have a space in between the word password and the numbers, okay? And then I want you to click on the locked orange lock, okay? And paste the password that you just created, or just made up, I should say, and then click the hash button, okay? All right, almost done here. Now for question 8, I want you to copy your text string from question 7, and then I want you to click on the unlocked orange lock and paste your text string into the green box, and then hit the decode button, okay? Okay. Now, after you're done with that, I want you to move or delete this black box here, okay, that you see in question 8 to check your answers under the black box. Pause me until you've done number 8. Thanks. And then unpause me. All right, welcome back. You should have gotten an error message from the website. Okay, and that's a good thing because your password was more complex and harder to decrypt. Okay? Okay, good. We're building on this slowly. You're probably thinking, okay, Chris, I get it. Make a password that's hard to remember so you can't get hacked. Yes, but SHA-1 is not secure enough anymore, okay? As someone might eventually figure out your password eventually. And so what happened was by the year 2005, a lot of smart technical people decided that SHA-1 is just not worth using anymore. In fact, it was only until 2017 when Microsoft, Google, and Apple, and Mozilla all stated that they're no longer going to allow websites to use secure certificates, or what they call SSL, using SHA-1. You know, the little keys you see in the bottom of your browser. Remember the old days? You used to see those little locks in the bottom right-hand corner of your browser? Okay. So SHA-1 used to be a big deal. It's not anymore. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so we're going through all this for a very good reason, because we need to understand how security works in case we are tempted to invest in a cryptocurrency that has security issues, or if in the future other encryption methods get cracked, which can be done with a tremendous amount of computing resources. And if this occurs to a crypto, then of course, the price of that crypto would go down a lot, as investors would lose confidence in the underlying security of that cryptocurrency, okay? There's a reason why I'm introducing you to all this stuff. And many US government agencies still use SHA-1 for unclassified security, okay? And SHA-1 is now being phased out because, as we know, and based on what you just did, it's not secure enough anymore, okay? And I'm kind of oversimplifying this, but we're going to build up on this, and this will all make a lot more sense. Okay, great. So I want to impress upon you the fact that all codes can be broken given enough computing power and time. And we really need to be aware of this. All locks can be broken over time. You know, I remember when I was a kid, I had, I can't remember the name of the lock, but I had a bike and I had this kryptonite lock or whatever it was. It looked like a big U upside down, black thing. And I remember people started loading on the internet videos of using pen caps to open it up, which was ridiculous. So anyway, there's criminals everywhere, and they'll eventually be able to crack all these things. And I got a little side note if you're curious on how to unlock these. Yes, they can be done. Okay, you can click on this button here if you're curious. I'm not going to go into detail on that. It's a little bit off topic, but it's interesting. And just understand that most locks can and will be broken in the long run, which is why you really need to be ahead of it, ahead of the curve, right? When it comes to securing your stuff, okay, especially cryptocurrencies. And when we discuss mining cryptocurrencies later, if you're interested in that stuff, mining, you'll be glad you went through this exercise. Okay, great. Okay, fine. We understand that SHA-1 is not secure enough, Chris. We get it. Fine. Did you really have to use that many colored locks? You could have just used one example. I know. Sorry. Actually, no. I wanted to build upon it, make it fun. So what happened was in 2001, the NSA, because SHA-1 was not strong enough, they created what's called SHA-2. And to make a long story short, a variation of SHA-2 is called SHA-256. Okay, and this is really important because Bitcoin uses SHA-256 based encryption when coins are being mined. Okay, and later on when we mine, right, this will all make sense, and we'll talk about hashing rates as well, and the strength of processors that we're going to use in computers that we're going to make. Okay, great. And I want to stress that I really oversimplified what I just said there and went through, but I did so for a reason, because as we build on the foundations of this in this course, you'll understand how mining Bitcoin works. Okay. Let's now encrypt using SHA-256. Okay. SHA-1 see-through lock, SHA-256 not see-through. Okay. All right. Now, please go to question 9 and click on the black secured SHA-256 lock, which is not transparent. Okay. And the security protocol for SHA-256 is definitely much better than SHA-1. And you'll see that the website defaults to SHA-1, okay, once you click on this. But bear with me, please. I want you to please click on the drop-down box here and select SHA-256, okay? And then I want you to enter this, password 1234 with no space after it. Then press the hash button, okay? Then I want you to copy your resulting text into the white box here in question number 9. Okay. Now, we can see that the hash generated is as follows. And please notice that the result you got is much longer than the 40 characters generated by SHA-1. Okay. So SHA-256 is more secure, of course. And we can see the length of the text here is 64 characters instead of 40 characters from SHA-1. Now let's see if we can decrypt this one. Do you think you can, even though it's a lot longer than 40 characters? We'll see. So I want you to copy that long code that started with B9, C95, etc. Okay, it's 64 characters long, and I want you to click on the black lock, and then I want you to decrypt it, and I want you to paste it in right here. Okay, and when you do this, you might have this, I don't know, this little pop-up that's saying, "Are you a computer?" and you got to click on the right windows or whatever it is. Okay, so just once you've done that and you've entered in your 64 character string, please unpause me. Okay. Okay, welcome back. And yes, it knows the code and it can decrypt it, but it's better than SHA-1 for several reasons, right? One of them of which the length of the string was longer. Okay. Kind of a little surprising there, right? You probably thought we'd not be able to crack it, okay? And it is stronger, but it can still be cracked. It can still be cracked. And when we talk about mining, I'll build on this in more detail, okay? So behind the scenes, it actually took many more attempts to break this, right? It actually took longer. And so instead of using this many keys here, it actually used a lot more, but it was eventually able to crack it. Okay, a little ridiculous, I know. Okay, you can buy anything on eBay. All right, anyway, let me put those down. Ow, they're sharp. Okay. Well, we know that passwords must be a combination of letters and non-sequential numbers. Okay, it doesn't matter what algorithm you use. Always make sure that all your passwords are a combination of letters and non-sequential numbers, and if you can use a hash or special character sign in capital and lowercase, that's a good thing as well. Okay, and if you do it that way, then longer term, you won't get compromised in the long run, okay? Because I promise you that, and I'm not a fear monger, but just given the fact that a lot of people are now purchasing more cryptocurrencies, a lot more people are going to get hacked as well. And when we talk about cold and hot storage products, okay, for wallets, this will kind of make you think twice about having less secure cryptocurrency wallets. Okay, so try doing question 9 and 10 again if you want. Okay, I'm not going to go through it with you, but if you want, you can do it. But this time I want you to create a string of a bunch of characters and letters that are mixed up, like lowercase s 8, uppercase D 42, that sort of thing. Okay, and you can see that it's going to be more difficult when you do question number 10 to decrypt what you encrypted. So just play around with this. And if the website makes you do many of those I am not a robot CAPTCHA tests, then open a browser in private mode, okay, and try again. Now, why did I bother looking at more than one security protocol with you? Because when you do your due diligence on potential cryptocurrency investments this year or next year or 10 years from now, I want you to understand why there are many different security protocols, as many of the ones that we use today, I promise you, will be broken. Okay, and that's crucial when it comes to securing your money and investing in cryptocurrency companies. So it's very important we understand this concept. So let's wrap up this lesson by looking at our green and red key exhibits here again. Okay, so let me go grab them. Green, red key. Okay. Now, we use more secure encryption processes like SHA-256 with harder to remember passwords that are a combination of text and non-sequential numbers in order to create our private key here, okay, with rock solid encryption, okay, so that our passwords that we create can open our wallets, okay, and open wallets and basically access money that's sent to this public key. Okay, so that's the way I want you to think about security when you create your private keys. Okay, and I'm going to show you a really cool process for making private keys when we do our wallets exercise together. We're going to create a paper wallet. Okay, cool. Now that we understand security a bit better and we understand SHA-256, we will be able to build on this. And we will not only be able to understand how cryptocurrencies are mined, but we will understand how to make our first paper-based wallets in the next lesson with our first wallet exercise, which is a lot of fun. And as a quick side note, governments create secure protocols and then they try to break their own protocols because if they don't break it themselves, then other governments will. Okay, and so it's so interesting how the whole concept of cryptography is created by governments for the most part, and a lot of protocols are. And then they try to break their own protocols, okay, which is why you got to stay up to date on all of these secure protocols. Okay, so I did a lot of research for this course on security, and this is a little bit out there, okay, but I actually bought this book. It's called CIA Lockpicking, okay. That's why I purchased those transparent locks, because they'll teach you how to unlock them, and that sort of thing. CIA Lockpicking, Central Intelligence Agency. I wonder if that's for real or not. Anyway, you gotta think like a hacker, just like you gotta think like, and I hate to say this, and don't misquote me, but you gotta think like somebody that's unethical when you're thinking about securing not just your house, right? When you're putting in a burglary alarm, but also when you're securing your cryptocurrencies. And I'm going to show you a ton of products on how to actually do this in the next couple of lectures. All right, enough of me talking like a burglar. Now that we understand SHA-256, we can make our first wallet together, which we'll do in the next lesson. Thanks. Now that we understand more about security and how SHA-256 works, let's talk about wallets. This will be a lot of fun. I have a real wallet here that's pretty cool, as it looks like a piece of paper. It's actually a wallet. And if you know what my public key address is, okay, my public key, okay, you can send money to me, cryptocurrency, okay? And so This is my public key. We talked about this before. Anybody in the world can get it. Okay, see, global. And we have a QR code as well if you wanted to send money to that QR code. Again, this is a dog tag. This QR code's got nothing behind it, but a lot of people have wallets that have QR codes on them. Okay, there we go. So in order to send cryptocurrencies to this wallet, you will have to know what the public key is. Okay, a public key represents the wallet. And so all a wallet really is, for the most part, is two lines. One line is a bunch of numbers and text for your public key, and the other one is your private key, which you show nobody. Okay, so you can send cryptocurrencies to me by sending cryptocurrencies to this public key. Now, I can never open this up unless I have my private key. I will never ever be able to get these Bitcoins, these cryptocurrencies, from the inside my wallet here, unless I have that private key. You can never, ever lose it, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a wallet, okay? And I want to tell you, first of all, that not all cryptocurrencies work with all wallets. It's really bizarre, right? We know that we can put any kind of paper or fiat currency we want in here. It doesn't matter, right? But when it comes to cryptocurrency wallets, they don't all work with all cryptocurrencies. It's bizarre. A lot of them take Bitcoin because Bitcoin has been around for longer than the others, and it's the largest market cap or largest coin out there right now. Okay, but there's so many different types of wallets, and in order to understand which wallets accept these 10 cryptocurrencies here in the course, what I want you to do, if you want, you can pause me, and then you can go and click on button 1.5 here. Okay, and you can scroll down. You can select any cryptocurrency you want there, right? See in step 1. And then what you can do is you can scroll down here to see what wallets work with that cryptocurrency. Okay, I'm jumping the gun here a little bit, but if you're curious and you're like, Chris, you're teaching us a lot of high-level macro stuff, but I want to learn more and more and more about individual cryptocurrencies, you can always use button 1.5 in order to learn more about individual cryptocurrencies and compare them and to see what wallets accept them and what exchanges as well. Okay, it's interesting. All right, so for example, in cell D13 here on that 1.5 button, you can select, say you select Ripple. Okay, it's another cryptocurrency. Then you can scroll down to row 117, okay, and you can see which wallets accept Ripple. Okay, great. Now, you know that if I lost this private key, I can never open up what's in that wallet, and I'll never share this private key, the details of this private key with anybody, okay? And so if I wanted to send money to somebody from my wallet to someone else's wallet, all I need is their public key, okay, meaning the blue key. Okay, you've probably heard of real cryptocurrency wallets like these ones, the Trezor. There's also one called Digital Bitbox, the KeePee, and then the Ledger Nano S. And these are all hardware wallets, and they're in their original cases. And you can see here they haven't been tampered with. Okay, and if you jump the gun and you order a wallet right away and you're not watching my wallet lectures, just make sure that they haven't been opened before. Okay, and I'll unbox these and explain everything about them in part 3 of the course. Let me put this down. Okay, great. All right. And those wallets I just put down are much more advanced, and they've got fantastic security protocols as well. Okay, and before I talk about advanced wallets like those ones or internet-based wallets like Coinbase, which you probably heard of, we're going to create a real paper-based cryptocurrency wallet on our computer. And then we'll print out the wallet. So all you need for this exercise is a computer, meaning a desktop computer or a laptop, a printer, and obviously internet access as well. And if you don't have all those things, you can watch me and I'll do it for you, okay? But I prefer for you to do it with me. It's just easier to learn this stuff, okay? So paper wallets are stored offline, okay? And they're on paper, and people call wallets that are stored offline cold storage, okay, as opposed to hot storage, right? So anything that you can store offline, people usually put them in safes and more secure ones than this one, although you can bolt it down here, I guess. But cold storage, and the way you'll remember that is this is blue for cold, right? So, and then anything that is in a wallet that requires a computer to be on, like internet-based wallets, for example, those are called hot storage. Okay, and hot storage offerings like Coinbase, right, need a warm computer to access it. Okay, so we're going to make our first cold storage wallet together. Okay, so let's do this. Great. So I don't want you to put any money into this paper wallet that we're going to create. Okay, I want us to go through several more topics before you even spend a penny on anything cryptocurrency related. Okay, I want to save you money. Okay, so please click on the button here called 1.1 Intro to Security and Wallets. And then I want you to please click on the green button you see here in the middle. And we're going to create a wallet that looks like this. Okay, and I've got an image there as well in the course. Okay, the end product will look something like this here. Okay, cool. All right. Now, do you see the green text in this image on that tab? Okay. See, the green text is called share. That is your public key. Okay. And your public key is just the green key, right? And then on the right side where it says secret in red text, that is your private key, the red key. And I put these images there as well. Okay. There's also something that looks like a hash text line here, which is similar to the text we created in the last exercise, which was based on the SHA-256 security protocol. Okay, and people can use their cell phones to take a picture of the QR code and send money to your public key address. Okay, and so please click on this blue button here. You see it in the tab here in Excel to take us to the wallet generator website so that we can create our wallet together. Okay, this is going to be fun. Now, move your mouse around a lot for about 30 seconds, okay? As this will help to generate your keys, okay? And the code is being run on your computer and not on a server, okay? And the code is actually JavaScript. And if you right-click in your browser, you can view the page source, meaning the code, which looks like this. Okay, but if you were really, really worried, and it's good to always be worried, okay, about security, okay? But if you're really worried about this, you could do this entire exercise while not connected to the internet, okay? And the way to do that is by clicking here on GitHub, and GitHub was just bought by Microsoft. Wow, big deal. So click on here on GitHub, which will let you download the software to run it on your computer. Now, if I did that, then you would see here that I downloaded the wallet generator files to run on my computer only and not online. Okay, so let me double click here on this HTML file. And you can see here at the top of my browser, we can see that we are running a local file on my computer. Okay, and this of course works on a PC or a Mac. Okay, and let's look at the code of this page really quickly. Okay, here's the JavaScript that runs in my browser. Okay, and ideally I should be offline when I do this, okay? Okay, here we just generated the wallet. And you can see the public and private keys right here. And I can save this file if I wanted to as a PDF using my private key as the name of the file, okay, if I wanted to. Although that's not that secure. But what you could do is you could save this file to a USB drive only, okay, not to your hard drive, just to a USB drive. And any USB drive will work. It doesn't really matter because I don't want to have this private key saved on my hard drive because of hackers. Okay, and so you could save it if you wanted to onto a USB drive, and the name of the file, if you want, could be the private key. That's not that secure, but you're going to take that USB drive and put it in a safe, hopefully one more secure than my little blue safe I have. Okay. And you can get pretty creative with different USB drives to buy, and make sure when you purchase these USB drives that you save them in your safe. And some people actually have started buying fireproof bags and putting them in their safes with their cryptocurrency wallets. Okay, and we'll discuss more advanced cryptocurrency wallets later in the course in part 3. But as you save these things, these wallet private keys on your USB devices, you can use the standard ones from SanDisk, or what you can do is you can get ones that have a little bit more security. So there's one here I bought from it's a company called dmlife.cn, Chinese company, and I was just kind of playing around with it and testing it. But this one here, you put it directly into your your USB port, and then there's a thumb scan there. See, the thumb scan is kind of covered up. Anyway, it's kind of cool. I've been playing around with this one, testing it out. And I've got a couple other samples to show you as well. Now, if you want to get back to the paper wallet part of this exercise, fast forward to this point in the lecture. But I'm going to go through a couple of these now, as I think they're kind of interesting. So you've got military-grade encryption by a company called Lepin, L-E-P-I-N. And this works with the special code you enter in here. So it's kind of like an additional layer of security when you put this USB token directly into your USB port. But let me open this up and show you really quickly. All right. Oh, it's actually metal. Looks like a mini TV converter, right? But basically, I think you open it up this way, and then you type in a code here, which is pretty cool. So it's another level of security on this device. Yeah, it feels actually really nice and robust too. All right, cool. And I've got another example that I wanted to show you, just a couple more. There's this one here. It's called the Cryptex USB flash drive, and it adds an additional layer of security as well. Oh, fancy, look at that. Okay, let me check this out. This one here, whoa, it looks like that old video game Myst. So it looks like there's a special key you enter in here, code, and then you just pull here, and then the USB drive comes out as well. Okay, I'll put that down. I'll probably forget that passkey anyway. And that's basically it. And I've got two more samples as well. I don't wear this, but I just got it from a company called it's from Verbatim. It's called Dog Tag USB. Okay. And this one here, basically, it'll allow you to you pop this out here. I'll show you. You pop out this piece of plastic, and you plug that into your USB port if you wanted to. Kind of neat. I don't know. And then I've got one more here, which here is the bracelet, I guess. Anyway, it's pretty neat. You can get pretty creative with these things. And a lot of people spend a lot of money on higher end ones as well. And here's another example. It's a company called Integral makes crypto. This is not that big. It's only 4 gigs, but it's got 256-bit military level encryption. So anyway, there's lots of examples. Okay, let's move on. I had so much fun making this. Okay, great. So you can also, what you can do is if you wanted to save your private key on a USB, you can open up a new Microsoft Word document and paste the private key inside it. And then you can set up a password like this one here to encrypt it. It's not military grade, but it's better than just having that piece of paper lying around with your private key on it. Okay, and only save these things offline on USB devices. Okay, and never ever on your computer, unless that computer will never be connected to the internet. Because I promise you, viruses will start searching your computer for these things, okay? Okay, great. So we'll keep building on these security concepts by adding more and more layers of security. So that instead of one-factor authentication, we have two-factor authentication, which will make a lot more sense after we discuss how to use more advanced wallets in part 3 of the course, okay? All right, so let's click now on the Paper Wallet tab and print out our wallet, okay? Now, if I wanted to send money to this wallet, the address to send me money would be the public key here, okay? And you can see the public key there. And I'll show you what it looks like here when I print it out. And so I printed it out, and you saw this page here. You got the share and secret. Okay, that should be green. My computer, the color's not working with that well. That's secret. That's your private key. Never share that with anybody. Okay, so obviously this is not going to be a valid wallet, because anybody could scan that QR code right there. And so when you print it out, you can fold it as well if you wanted to, and never, ever, ever show your private key, only the public one. Okay, so I think you get the idea. Okay, so we're going to talk about Coinbase and other wallets later on in this course in much more detail, but I just want you to understand cryptocurrency security and wallets and exchanges from a high-level perspective here first in part 1 of the course, before we move on to parts 2 through 7 when we talk about individual cryptocurrencies, ICOs, researching these companies, and then part 7.1, which is the very detailed portfolio dashboard that I created for you. Now, just for fun, I'm going to log into my Coinbase account, my wallet, and I'm going to send some money to my paper wallet here that we just made. And this is not secure because you all know what my private key is on my paper wallet. And I promise you that this wallet will not have any money in it very soon. Okay. So how can we check to see if that $1 was sent from Coinbase, my Coinbase hot internet wallet, to my cold paper QR-based wallet? Well, the beautiful thing about cryptocurrencies is that transparency and visibility is so amazing with this digital ledger, which I'll expand upon in a lot of detail when I explain the whole concept of blockchain in this lecture here. Okay. Separately, let's go to blockchain.info and enter in our public key. And the transaction is now stored here forever on this blockchain. Okay, so it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Amazing visibility. Here's what I'm going to do as a little teaser for you. I'm going to put up this chain right here. Oh my God, it's the longest chain ever. Okay, right here. And then what we're going to do is pull it up a little bit more. All right, great. Does that work? Can you see that? Okay, yeah, it's good enough. There's a block on the end of this chain, okay? And I hung this up here on this chain, and this is going to make a lot more sense to you soon when we talk about blockchain, okay? But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to glue my public key directly onto my blockchain. Okay, so that when we talk about blockchain, this will make a lot more sense, and you'll be able to tie together all of the wallet and security and transaction concepts. Okay, stick with me here. Okay, this will make it a lot easier to explain blockchain, coming up very, very soon, and it's revolutionary. It's amazing. Okay, all right, now I want you to please take your printed paper wallet, and I want you to put it in a safe place, like behind your photo frames. And I promise you it's safer there than on your computer or in the cloud, unless you use a computer that is never connected to the internet, which most people don't do, okay? So please don't ever take a picture of your paper wallet, okay? Because your cell phone can be hacked, and often files are saved online in the cloud, and it's frustrating, but it is what it is. Now, the only reason you should ever take a picture of something is if you use an encrypted SD card stored inside an at-home safe of some sort, which would be an extra step of security for the ultra-safe crypto investor. And many cryptocurrency wallet companies will let you import the contents of your paper wallet. And I'll show you later on in the course how to transfer your private key wallet to another wallet, okay? Because you don't want to walk around with a paper wallet forever, right? This is part of the blockchain. I'll explain what that means soon, okay? In this completely optional lecture, I'm going to give you some ideas on how to store your cryptocurrency wallets or other valuables. Again, this is an optional lecture. The first one here is something my kids are not familiar with, which is the English dictionary, only because they use, I guess, computers for that stuff now. But this one here, you've seen these in the movies, whatever. This has got a lock for here, although I'm sure if someone just takes it, they don't need to worry about getting the key as well. But you store this up, obviously, on your shelf, and it hides stuff, whatever. Okay, it's pretty cool. And one of the reasons I'm showing this also is because there's been so many security breaches, whether it's Target, a big retailer here in the States, getting hacked through its air conditioning computer system, kind of like Nest, but for big companies. Or if it's the credit agencies, it's ridiculous. Every large institution can be penetrated and hacked. And I think that storage devices like this are worth at least thinking about. And I know that it's a little bit out there, but I thought I'd share it with you anyway. Should be interesting. All right, so this one here is called Bolt Safe. And it's pretty robust. It's a big bolt here. It even has a washer. And you screw it on. It's real metal, and I guess it's here. Yeah, right here. That's where you'll put a USB device if it's small enough as well, or paper, whatever it is. And a lot of people that travel as well, they'll hide their valuables in shampoo bottles or whatever it is. All right, so next idea here is Ajax. It's I guess a bleach product. Did I get the right side there? I think that was the right side. Right? Oh, I unscrew it. That's why. Yeah. So here you can put products in here, like USB devices, etc. And no one's going to take this. Okay, and this one here is not. It's not really that well designed. It looks a little bit fake, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. It's a hidden wall safe. It's plastic, just like any wall cover. My wall cover is not that white. It's a little bit off-white color. But what happens is, all right. Yeah, don't want to make too much noise there. Sorry. But what you do is you put this on the wall, okay? And it comes with a little saw, and you can saw through the wall as well with it. It's called template here. And then once you do that, you put it into the wall. Actually, it's kind of cool. Put it in the wall and then down like that. And then I guess there's a key as well. A little cheap. I guess it looks like this, and you can lock it. And then you can unlock it as well. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Oh, I see. It goes here in the wall. And then when you turn that key, it'll lock it like this. Doesn't seem that robust to me. Seems kind of cheap, but you get what you pay for. It was pretty cheap to begin with. So, all right, just an idea. Or you can get a safe, and this is obviously a small safe just for demonstration purposes, but if you buy a bigger safe, make sure you can bolt it into the ground, and most safes ship with bolts. And the interesting thing was, I remember in 2008 when we were within 24 hours of bank machines not working, I had my analyst call around because we were looking at investing in safe companies. They were sold out everywhere. You couldn't get safes anywhere, right? Or gold. People were buying up gold, just like they'll buy up cryptocurrencies or Bitcoin one day, I'm sure, if there's another crisis. Okay, anyway, so you'll get a bigger one. This has got multiple authentication, key, this, whatever. Not robust. It's small, so you can just steal the safe. But like you get what I'm trying to say there. Another one is this. It's a Barbasol can. And all of these links, I'll provide links to all of these in Amazon as well in this lecture. Actually, I'm going to give it to you in the in your Excel documents. Okay, at this location here, and you can just click through. Okay, and this here is, I guess, a shaving can. That's actually the brand I use. Pretty cool. Where would I hide that? Aha, down there. Weird. Okay, yeah, right there. There's some sort of powder in there as well. Strange. Okay, anyway. Barbasol, original. Okay, they never changed the logo on this thing, eh? Oh, and there's this one here too, which I think I showed you quickly before. This is just a clock. Most people don't have clocks anymore now. They just use their iPhones or Android handsets. People even have watches. These are, I don't see those as much anymore. And then there's this also. I wanted to show you this. This is something I do with my children. My wife's computer. I buy these little webcam covers. Really important, right? Put them on your iPad as well, or your tablets, and then you can just slide it open and closed like this. See here, and I also have it on my. Actually, I'll show you my laptop. I got one on my laptop. I got it from Udemy. Turn this around here. Okay, see here? Is it working? Can you see it? Yeah. So you can buy these things which just slide on and off for your laptop. Really good investment because if you leave your private key details and even a QR code open on your desk, somebody can hack into your webcam, right? It's happened, I'm sure, many times, and take a picture, right? So anyway, these are just some ideas. These are pretty cheap. I bought this called Webcam Cover 6-pack. I got this on Amazon. Please do it for all your computers. Really important, especially if you're going to be investing in cryptocurrencies. So that's basically it. It's kind of fun looking at all these devices here. Probably the only ones I would want to use, maybe this one here. It actually looks pretty robust, and this one here, an Ajax. So if you rob my house, don't look for these, okay? Just kidding. I have an alarm, of course. Anyway, that's it. If you have any questions about this, please let me know. Thanks. Now that we understand cryptocurrency security and basic cold wallets from a high-level perspective, we can drill down and discuss wallets in a bit more detail now. Now, we're not going to discuss buying or selling cryptocurrencies in a lot of detail until we thoroughly understand the foundations of cryptocurrencies, including the investment framework that I created for you based on my experience working in finance, which we will access later on in our Excel dashboard. Thanks. Okay, let's move on. Recall that we covered some basic cold storage, meaning offline wallets like paper wallets and basic USB storage wallets in the previous few lectures. Let's discuss advanced and more secure cold wallets. Now, please note that I will introduce these concepts here in this lesson, and then we will keep building on cryptocurrency concepts together. Then we have an entire section later on dedicated to each type of wallet and all the steps needed to set up wallets and the pros and cons of each type of wallet and more so that you can decide what wallet or wallets work best for you. Okay, so after watching this lecture, if you want to jump right in and start using one of these wallets, you can skip to watch these lectures here in part 3, or just watch the entire course in order as we continue to add more and more layers of logic. Your call. Okay. And the reason we cover so many types of wallets is because some might not work in some countries in the near term or long term. And some wallets only support certain cryptocurrencies. And I want you to have a diversified cryptocurrency portfolio and not have all your eggs in one wallet or one basket, so to speak. And I want you to use more than one wallet after watching the wallet lectures in this course. Okay. And if we go to bitcoin.org, and you can always get there by clicking here in step 6. But if we go to bitcoin.org and we navigate to wallets, we see that there are many different wallet options. But not surprisingly, the default page for wallets from bitcoin.org is hardware wallets, as these cold offline hardware wallets are much safer than other alternatives. Okay, and so here you can see we have the Trezor, some people call it Trezor, the Trezor, the Ledger Nano S, I should say, the Digital Bitbox, and the KeePeeKey cold wallets. And I have actually, oh, here they are, sorry. I have all of them here sealed, and I will unbox them in part 3 of the course and show you exactly how to use all of these wallets in more detail. It's pretty cool packaging. Okay, cool. All right. And these devices have cool screens as well and advanced security features, so you can securely access the contents of your wallet after someone sends you money to your public key address. Okay. Now, the Trezor cold storage wallet supports these cryptocurrencies currently, and I'm sure that they'll be adding a lot more as well in the long run. Okay. Now, Bitcoin is supported by a lot of the wallets, more than other wallets, or more than other cryptocurrencies, I should say. But you'll be amazed how some of the more popular cryptocurrencies that have emerged over the past few years are not really available on that many wallets. It's really bizarre. It's strange. Okay. Now, the Ledger Nano S currently supports these cryptocurrencies here. Okay. And that's a really, really cool one. And it looks like a little USB token as well. So anyway, it's pretty cool. I can't wait to open this up and show you how to use it. Okay. All right. And the digital BitBox cold storage device supports these cryptocurrencies currently. And then lastly, the KeepKey, sorry, a cold storage device wallet supports these cryptocurrencies currently. Okay. And if these 4 cold storage devices don't support the cryptocurrency that you want, you might be able to download a software update or a patch that will let you use certain cryptocurrencies in these aforementioned 4 wallets. Okay, and we're going to discuss all 4 of these products in a lot more detail later in the course in part 3 here, including the pros and cons and how to set them up. It's important, though, for me to introduce the storage and security concepts early on in the course, and that's why I want to put these items on your radar screen right now. Okay, good. All right, we're done with cold, meaning offline storage wallets for now. Okay, so let's talk about hot wallets, meaning online storage wallets. And they're called hot wallets partially due to the fact that they run on devices that require power on, like computers. Okay, and you'll hear a lot of people refer to Coinbase as a hot wallet. And then the more purists in this industry, the people that have done a lot of research on cryptocurrencies will say, no, wait a second, Chris, you're wrong about that. Coinbase is a hot and cold storage company because all these online hot wallet companies now have cold storage offline as a backup. So you'll hear people say that. Okay. All right. So since we access these hot wallets over the open internet, then these wallets are not as secure as cold storage wallets. Okay. And we're going to talk about several of these wallets later on in the course, like Electrum, as well as the blockchain wallets. Okay, and others also like Coinbase, which you'll come to learn if you haven't already, is so much more than just a hot mobile wallet app for buying cryptos. It's an exchange company as well. Okay, they own a company called GDAX, which is a big online exchange we'll talk about in part 4, of course. Okay, online wallets are easy to use, but your private key, remember that red private key? All right, this dude here, okay, private key. Your private key when you use online wallets is stored on their servers, right? So it's online. So it's not as secure as offline or cold storage wallets, okay? And believe it or not, the paper-based offline QR code wallet that you made earlier in the course is more secure than Coinbase wallets. Or hot wallets online, as long as you don't show anybody your private key. Remember that QR code, the private key side on your paper wallet. Cool. All right, so the 4 hardware wallets that I showed you a minute ago are also more secure than the paper-based wallet, though, because the private key is stored on the device and there's 2-factor authentication. Okay. Now, I want to give you a very quick demo of Coinbase right now. And you can skip this lecture if you already know how to use Coinbase. But I want to kind of put it on your radar screen now so you can kind of understand how the whole online wallet process works. And Coinbase is super easy to use, and it's very intuitive as well. So Coinbase is a software-based online wallet. Some countries might not let you use all the online hot wallet companies, though, which is why we cover so many different ways to do crypto stuff in this course, okay? And again, I'm giving you a menu of many options like a restaurant, okay? So I set up this sample real Coinbase wallet, so as you can see, and I own 4 types of cryptocurrencies in this wallet. And if you set up a hot, meaning online wallet, then please just leave a minimal amount of money in it. So you can pay for stuff online if you want to with your hot wallet. So think of a hot wallet or a hot storage wallet online as a checkings account instead of your savings account, okay? So an online wallet, I think of it as a checkings account. It's usually money I want to spend online. And a lot of times you have to get Bitcoin first before you can get other cryptocurrencies, okay? because a lot of times you can't use your own money, your paper-based currency in your country, to buy cryptocurrencies unless you buy Bitcoin first. Okay, we'll talk more about that in the next couple of sections of the course. Okay, so think of your hot wallet as kind of like your checking account, and your cold wallet, meaning your offline wallet, is kind of like your savings account, where you have much more money in it usually, because it usually has a slightly higher interest rate savings account, but more importantly, it's more secure for us too, meaning offline. Okay. So cold storage wallets, like these four here that we will be talking about in part 3 of the course, okay, these are like savings accounts. And we usually try to have more money in our savings accounts than in our checking accounts, okay? Our checking accounts are used because we want to spend money and not save money in a checking account, usually. Okay, hopefully that's a good analogy. So Coinbase is like your checking account, as it's a hot wallet. And these cold storage wallets here are savings accounts. And no matter what anybody ever tells you, your data is not safe online, period. Okay? And hackers can destroy online retailers. They can change the outcome of elections. They can penetrate your personal credit data, etc. And we talked earlier in the course about how retailer Target got hacked through its air conditioning system online. Crazy. And so, as a side note, I really care, and I want your currency to be safe, as we all use more of these Internet of Things devices in our houses, like Nest or other devices, like locks or Amazon Alexa, etc. And so the likelihood of our computers getting hacked over our networks is going to go up materially. And that's why I'm so careful about security in this course with you, okay? Okay, so just stay up to date on changes in security protocols or other issues. And whenever you hear about a store like Target, a retailer, or any firm getting hacked, always look into how they got hacked so you can understand, right? So you can be even more careful with your own home network. And so if Target got hacked through its air conditioning computer system, and you have an air conditioning computer system at home, just look into that. Okay, and just make sure that you have a firewall up and running. Okay, just be really, really careful with this stuff. Now, if you want to use these less secure online hot wallets like Coinbase to hold a significant portion of your net worth, which I don't advise doing as it's not secure enough, but if you want to do this, then please consider having a dedicated computer just for that. Okay. Turn on your computer whenever you want to connect to the internet and transact in your online wallets, and then turn it off immediately as well when you're not using it, okay? I know that's a little bit out there, and some people will correct me and say, when you disconnect your computer from the internet, it is classified as cold storage because it's not on, but you get the idea anyway. My heart's in the right place. Okay, so semiconductor giant, big company Intel, was so paranoid about hardware-based security breaches that it actually bought security company McAfee. And I like McAfee and Symantec as software offerings for you to run on your computer when it comes to security software. Don't use free security products out there. Pay up for them. It's worth it. These are good companies. Okay. And even if you have extremely secure software and hardware set up at home, if you're connected to the internet, you're not secure enough when it comes to using hot wallets. Okay, or even cold wallets. When you're finished with these wallets and they're plugged into your USB port, take them out right away. Like, don't leave them plugged in. You never know. Somebody could hack these things. Okay, cool. All right. So stay up to date on security measures, as security precautions that we use today will be as relevant as security items like these antiquated ones that we used in the past, right? These used to be state of the art, right? But a lot of these, a lot of state of the art technologies, including these ones, you got to stay up to date and update the firmware if you can in these products. Just like how Apple and Android will send us these notifications saying, hey, you might want to upgrade your operating system because of these security vulnerabilities. The same thing goes with these wallets. Okay, so just stay up to date on this stuff too, please. You know, when it comes to online security and wallets, I'm always worried about hot storage wallets. Like Coinbase recently sent me this message. I saw this message here. You might have seen it as well. saying how insecure PayPal is using Coinbase, right? How not secure, I should say. And PayPal has been around forever, right? And if you want, you can pause me and read this orange highlighted message from Coinbase support. Okay, now it's important to note that in many countries, your money is insured by governments up to certain limits, but not always when you store cryptocurrencies online. So just be careful with that, please. And to see if your money is secure and insured by in your bank accounts by your government in your country, you can always click here on the settings button. And what you can do is just after you enter in your country name, scroll down to row 46. And if I could find any details on the security of and the insurance of your bank accounts in your country, I added it here to this pretty extensive dashboard, which I had fun putting together. It took me forever. Okay, and I researched the data on every single country in the world when I made this spreadsheet here. And if you don't see anything about details in row 46, then I couldn't find details in your country. And just let me know if you want. I'll update it if any of the data is incorrect here. Okay, and I mentioned this because cryptocurrencies are generally speaking uninsured at this point. And I care, and I want you to be careful when storing your cryptocurrencies in hot storage products online. And so Coinbase has actually kind of started to insure accounts. And they state that they insure your money if you live in the United States up to a certain amount. Okay, so the industry is starting to insure, but just be careful. Just be careful. And even if they do say they're insuring it, it's not like a government, right? So governments usually, when they insure your bank accounts, they're pretty reputable. But companies, wallet companies, less so. And so have multiple wallet accounts as well. Okay. And so with cryptocurrencies, you are sort of like your own bank. So you need a secure and very secure wallet. Your wallet is your bank account, okay, when it comes to cryptocurrencies. And one factor authentication, like entering a password at a bank machine, is not secure enough. And later in the course, right here, we will do an in-depth portfolio diversification exercise, and I will give you my very humble advice on what the maximum percent of your net worth should be in individual cryptocurrencies and all cryptocurrencies for that matter. And in the diversification exercise, we'll even have an optional exercise to discuss managing a diversified portfolio consisting of bonds, stocks, real estate, commodities, as well as cryptocurrencies. Okay, I think that's the fifth big asset to have in your portfolio. Okay. And I'll help you decide and quantify what percent of your net worth to invest in individual cryptocurrencies. Now, before we discuss that detailed diversification exercise, I really want to explain many more cryptocurrency concepts and investment frameworks, which I hope you enjoy. And I want to keep discussing the foundations, though, before we transact. Like part one of the course is foundations. Great job. Please check on the box here in row 6 to indicate that you are done with the 1.1 intro to security and wallets tab. And you can even go, after you do that, you can go back to the dashboard and check out your progress to see how you're doing progress-wise. Anyway, I hope you enjoy it. If you ever have any questions, I'm always here for you 24/7. Thanks. Welcome to part 1.2 of the course, which covers the unbelievable blockchain concept. In terms of the what, why, and how of part 1.2 of this course, I'll kick it off with the what. What are we going to learn? Well, we're going to build on the security and wallet concepts that we talked about in part 1.1. And we will discuss exactly what a blockchain is in terms of why. Because blockchain is so revolutionary that it will materially disrupt the way that not only the way we use cryptocurrencies, but more importantly, how we create contracts in the future. And this is a great thing, as we will learn about cutting out the middlemen in the long run. And I promise you that every single Fortune 500 company, every big company in the world, no matter what they tell you, no matter what they say publicly, they're all thoroughly researching how to embrace and leverage blockchain technology in the long run. Lastly, how? How are we going to learn about blockchain? Well, I've created many exhibits of blocks and chains. And the old way of doing business, I'll talk about via ledgers like this one here. I'll also create a physical and fun to learn blockchain, okay, that we'll build together in this part of the course so that we're going to be ready to understand and discuss mining and how mining works in the next part of the course, which is part 1.3. And so I'm teaching all of this from a top-down perspective as it's easier to understand the concepts this way. And I will also have a quiz for you to complete in part 1.2 of this course, right, which is the current part, by clicking this button here. But as always, I will tell you exactly when to do the quiz, okay? And one more thing. By the end of part 1.2 of this course, which is blockchain, you will learn why Bitcoin was created and all about the Genesis block and the potential, we're not sure, but the potential creator of Bitcoin, whose name we think is Satoshi Nakamoto. And it's a fascinating story, and I really hope you enjoy it. Thanks. Blockchain is not just about cryptocurrencies. It's so much more. It's about cryptocurrencies running on a secure platform while allowing for cheaper and way more secure contracts so that you can spend a lot less money on lawyers, accountants, etc. when you create contracts in the future. And before I explain that in more detail, I want to talk about the way that accounting and banking has worked for far too long. Not much has changed. And as always, I will build on the visuals so that we can thoroughly understand the future of money. Okay, so in my hand, I'm holding a check. Okay, this check was used, I gotta go like this now, my eyes aren't as good as they used to be. This check was used in the 1800s, basically 2 centuries ago. Nobody is alive today when this check was written, okay? And I say that only because the way that we do business and we account for checks hasn't really changed much since this time, okay? So what do we have in this check? Well, we've got the date, which is September 1st of 1885. I love eBay. Okay, and on the check, we have the name of the bank, which is the National Bank of Castleton. Okay, I don't know where that is. We have where the money is going to. We have the amount, who the money is coming from, and the check number, okay? Then on the back here, we have a number of stamps, right? You see that in the bank. They still do that today, okay? There's actually 5 stamps in total, proving that this is legitimate. Okay, so newer checks have bank account numbers and routing numbers, so we know where to send the money to. And this person paid a lot in fees to send this check. And you know what? Banking hasn't really changed that much since then. Okay, so what is this thing right here? What is that thing there? Huh. We got some old chains here. Okay, so I want to take you back in time. Okay, I want you to come on a journey with me as we go back in time together to January of 1958. Okay, and I got to play the part. Okay, so I'm going to get dressed here. You don't have to laugh with me. You can laugh at me. That's okay. I'm used to it. Oh, black and orange or black and red. It's kind of like the San Francisco Giants here. Okay, I'm going to do one more thing too. Oh, yeah. I'm going to grab this guy here. Oops. Okay, try to set the scene here. I'm going to put on a little bit of music for you as well. Okay, here we go. Great. Huh? See that? Okay, cool. All right, let me build on this now. Okay, so we're back in 1958, and how do people keep track of what they spend money on, or how much money they make? Well, what they did back then, which hasn't really changed much since today, is companies use what's called a ledger system. Okay, now let me take this book here down. Okay, from this old chain, new chain, old chain. Okay, I want to take it down from this chain here and actually show it to you. Okay, all right. So this is a ledger book, right? And you think it's secure because there's a couple locks on it, but it's not really that secure. Okay, so let's see what's inside this thing. Okay, let's take a look to see how people used to keep track and currently keep track of their accounting stuff. Okay, and this really isn't that secure. And I've actually got the keys to unlock it here. Okay. Right here, let me open this up. Okay. There we go. We opened it. And I'm going to put this on the back here so I don't lose it. And I will put these keys back in my pocket. I think I can, if I can take it out even. Ah. All right, done. All right. This lock obviously is not going to work for us. So let's take a look. Let's take a look to see what's inside this thing. Okay. Great. Smells like old comic books. It's not that secure, as we know. We just opened it up there. Huh. All right. I could see a bunch of things about this guy. Looks like he was running a company. And oh, what is that? Looks like an old picture. The family, I guess, and some kind of clock tower thing or Hill Valley, whatever. Okay, sorry. A little bit off topic there. When you buy these things on eBay, they have this stuff in them sometimes. So, okay, let's see what's in this thing now. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a quick story about this ledger book. Okay, I bought this on eBay, of course, and this ledger book was owned by a Canadian farmer, and the farmer documented all of the accounting transactions that he did between 1958, January of 1958 actually, and 1978. Okay, so about 20 years worth of data in this ledger book. Okay, and so I want to give you a close-up of what I see here, and I'm going to look here at page 2, and we're going to look at it together, okay, of this ledger book. This is how people account for stuff, okay, at least before they started using computers. Things haven't changed that much right now. Okay, so this ledger book is used to account for all the financials for this farmer. And we could see here that this farmer made $26 from selling cream and $92 from selling cattle as revenue. Okay, that's how much money this farmer made. Now, in terms of expenses, we see expenses of $70 for gasoline. Okay, and we also see $19 for heating, and then revenue of $113 for selling 80 bushels of wheat, which was all organic food back then. Okay, in fact, we see every single transaction that this farmer made in 1958 on page 2 here. Okay, and then let me just go to page 55, and I'll give you a close-up there as well. Okay, so here on page 55, I see the expenditures for 1978. Here we have the farmer started to rent the land out in 1978. Maybe he was getting old. Maybe he had some financial issues. I don't know. And then he started selling his tractors in 1978. And then for whatever reasons, poor guy probably had to pay a lot in bank fees and accounting fees and legal fees over the years. I know that for sure, because everybody did. Okay, great. So the farmer also paid massive fees to send money to another country using Western Union here in the 1950s. Okay, he had to pay a doctor, the poor guy. Okay, I know there's socialized medicine in Canada, but he had to pay a doctor for some reason. Okay, poor guy. So we're going to call our Canadian farmer here for fun. Let's just call him Marty McFly. Okay, Marty McFly. I just made that name up. Okay, Marty McFly. And the scary thing is that the international wiring fees that this person had to pay that I see here haven't really changed that much over the years. The fees are ridiculously high. You know, not much has changed. What is that? Did you hear that? You hear that thunder? Huh. Hope it doesn't rain. All right.
Who the hell are you?
Western Union.
Dear Farmer Marty McFly, if my calculations are correct, you're getting ripped off with high fees. Can you believe that all those ridiculous bank and transaction fees that you mentioned here in your ledger book in the 50s are expenses that people are still paying today? I mean, how can Western Union and banks rip us off with these fees? We need a new technology like blockchain to help us save money and transact in a more secure way. Only one man can save us. Chris Haroon is not the man, but he will tell you more about this Satoshi guy who can save us.
Whew, looks like the storm has passed. Thanks for your patience there. Sorry about that. It's not very professional. It's just it started raining. Okay. All right, cool. So I'm going to explain who Satoshi is and what this blockchain stuff means in a minute. But poor farmer Marty McFly, he had to pay so many transaction fees, so many bank fees, whenever he transacted, kind of like we do today. I was looking through this for a while there, and I saw so many fees. It's ridiculous, really, right? So he had to pay really, really high accounting fees. I'll put it here so we can kind of account for that, right? Very high accounting fees. He had to pay really, really high legal fees as well for all of his contracts. Really not fair, poor guy, right? He also had to pay ridiculous insurance fees, banking fees, underwriting fees, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really unfortunate, and maybe that's one of the reasons why he had to sell his farm and all his equipment there in 1978. All right, so I counted for all his ridiculous fees there, in Canadian money there. Okay. So, but it's interesting to see how much disclosure and visibility and transparency we have for this farmer, Marty McFly, over those 20 years. It's amazing. Okay, so it's a lot of detail, and I was thinking, wouldn't it be great if we could get a lot of detail like this when we transact with other people? It would make us feel more comfortable having more visibility into a ledger system like this when we transact, and also better security than this old lock here as well. So there's got to be a solution. I think you know what I'm talking about here. All right, so let me just hang up this ledger. I'll hang this back up here. And where did my lock go? All right, oh, here it is here. All right, the older I get, the better I was. I know I've used that joke before, but it doesn't get old, right? Okay, so let me hang this up here. And then we're going to go from the past to the future, I think, maybe. We'll see. Okay, so it doesn't really matter, right, if we have a lot of transparency, if we lose this book, right? If you lose this book, you're kind of out of luck. And you might want to try to, I don't know, fireproof it. And I've got a fire bag here as well that I think the farmer was using, right? But it doesn't really matter, right? So if we put this here, it doesn't matter if it's fireproof if you lose the book. Okay, cool. All right, moving on. All right, so wouldn't it be great if we could transact and have a ledger system where we don't pay as much in banking fees, right? We could save some money, right? We don't pay as much in accounting fees. It'd be great if we had a ledger system where we didn't pay as much in insurance fees and miscellaneous transaction fees. It'd be great, more money in your pockets, okay, for the farmer at least. There's a pocket here, okay, good. All right, great. So let's build on this old school physical accounting ledger concept here and how it relates to a virtual new and better way that is cheaper and a way that's more to transact where there's more visibility as well. Okay, so let's build on this. I see a shiny chain here that looks a lot newer than this old one. So let's talk about blockchain, and I hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna take this jacket off because it's really hot, and we're going to the future anyway. We don't need this. Okay, it looks like a life jacket, right? All right. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna introduce to you, if I get this down, the concept, right? Hey, binary. The concept of blockchain. Okay. All right. Great. Out with the old, in with the new. Okay, so let's talk about a digital ledger system, a better way of accounting for this. Okay, so the visualization process that I'm going to show you is really going to help us when we discuss mining, okay, or whatever it is you might want to mine in the future. So please make sure you watch the upcoming lectures and introduction to mining, which I think is in part 1.3 of the course, okay? Okay, great. So now I hung up this old, less secure accounting financial ledger system. Okay, and believe it or not much has really changed since our farmer Marty McFly documented what his expenses and income was in this ledger book here. Okay, now let's talk about blockchain because it addresses all of Farmer McFly's problems. Okay, and it is the future of money, and almost everything related to money and contracts and secure information-based polling stations like elections, etc., and much, much more really will benefit from blockchain. Okay, and I'll explain this in a second. Blockchain is not only virtual, so it's easier for more people to access it, especially the unbanked, right? But it's also a revolutionary and extraordinarily more secure way of transacting. Okay, and blockchain is made so that you have complete visibility on every single transaction. Yes, every transaction. Amazing, eh? So how does it work? Well, blockchain is to cryptocurrencies what the internet is to email, or what land is to our farmer. Okay, blockchain is like a platform. And let me explain that in more detail. Okay, so let's build our block here, okay? Okay, in my hand, I'm holding a block, okay? And a block represents a bunch of transactions that are secure and linked together, okay? And this block in my hand represents, actually, it's pretty historic, my pretend block here. This is the first transaction or first block ever done with Bitcoin, okay? And so Bitcoin was invented by a brilliant man or woman or group of people we don't know, but the person's name is Satoshi Nakamoto, we think. Okay, and you can read Satoshi's game-changing white paper at this link if you're interested. Okay, and a white paper is like a blueprint explaining what a cryptocurrency is. So, kind of think of a white paper as being similar to a business plan that an entrepreneur writes and usually writes before launching their company. Okay, and I mentioned the white paper now because when we discuss doing research on cryptocurrencies and initial coin offerings, which are ICOs, which we'll do in part 5 of this course, okay, and ICOs are like IPOs. When we discuss ICOs in the course, we're going to have to read about the white papers as part of our due diligence investment research process. Okay, all right, moving on. So Satoshi called the very first block or Bitcoin transaction the Genesis block, which is a really, really cool name. Obviously, it's somewhat biblical as well. And so this here, Genesis, was the first, okay? It was the very first block to actually get created, which is pretty cool. And you can see the permanent date on this first block, okay? January 12th, 2009, that was burned in, okay? Pretty interesting stuff. And during the first year of Bitcoin, back then, you could buy 1,300 Bitcoins for literally $1. Wow, okay? And we can also see that the sender of this block here is Satoshi. And Satoshi sent this to a developer named Hal Finney. From Satoshi to Hal, burned in. It's there forever. Okay. Also on this block here is this very historic 64-character hash address. Okay. They used to start with a lot more zeros. Okay. 64 characters. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. And Satoshi included the contents, actually, of this January 2009 article that you see here in this block, which indicates that Satoshi might have been in England at the time. And I'm going to put this image here of that the Times cover on this block. Okay, so let me put it on here as well. And let me just read the title of the article from the Times in 2009 that Satoshi referenced here. It says, "Chancellor on the brink of second bailout for banks." So you know what's on his mind then, or her mind, or their mind, whatever. Okay, cool. So there we go. I'm going to put this here. And what I'm going to do actually is I think I'm going to just hang this up here. Okay. And yeah, I'll hang it up here so you can see the address. Whoops. Okay. All right, cool. And we're going to build on this. And when our block gets really long, what I'll do is I'll hang them up higher. Okay, great. But the actual code for the Genesis block can be seen here. Okay. And in the Genesis block here are the contents of that article that I had mentioned. Okay. Starting with the word chancellor. Okay, great. So we hung it up here and we're building our digital ledger. Okay, great. Now let's build by getting the second block here. Okay. I've got the second block in my hand, and this block in my hand here is what Farmer Marty, what his ledger would have looked like if Farmer Marty used the blockchain instead of his old ledger book here. Okay, it would look something like this. Let me build upon this. Okay, and this is small, but here's the first page here of Farmer's ledger. Okay, and there's a lot of transactions on it, and so I'm going to put this on the block. Okay. Okay, great. So that's the digital ledger. I'm going to keep building on this now as well. All right, great. So how do we know what order this block is in? Like, how do I know which one comes first, this one or another one? How do we know? How do we link to previous blocks? Well, there are links between all of the blocks. And I actually, I tried to put this together myself. I got really frustrated, as you can tell from this little video here. And I have my sons help out. I have 3 sons, and so I had to get 3 of these. I had to get 3 of everything. My wife, Christine, says that she has 4 boys, actually, in the house. So I don't know what that means. Okay, so I'm going to put this on here, and this will link to the previous block. Okay, so let me try to not break this time. Okay, cool. All right, so you've got, this was the address of the very first block, the Genesis block, number 1, okay, right here. And we've got a Link here. So this is from Zelda. This is the character Link. Zelda is the princess, apparently. My kids were explaining to me. Actually, I explained to my kids, okay, I play Zelda. It is what it is, okay. There we go. I'm honest. Very good transparency, okay. All right, so, but anyway, you've got Link here, linking back directly to this block here. It's the same address, okay? Great. And then there's other details on this block as well, which we'll get to in a second. This took me forever to make, so if I drop it, it's not cool, not cool. This is like my 10th take of this. Hopefully I'll get it right now, okay? Okay, great. So again, Link Sword references the previous block. Let me build on this for fun, okay? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to hash the contents of a bunch of text, okay? And I'm going to show you in a video how I do it as well. And you'll kind of understand what this means because of what we did in part 1.1 of the course when we talked about security and we had that whole secure SHA-256 versus SHA-1 exercise, okay? So what I've done is I've hashed the contents of part of a ledger page here, part of this page here, okay? And it starts with the words $26 from selling cream and $92 from selling cattle, yada, 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 all that. And all that long string becomes a shorter string, which here is hashed with SHA-256, starting with D, okay? D5, 6B7, all that good stuff, which you can see there in the video, okay? This is not an exact science, but let's just take that 64 character SHA-256 hash address and put it on our second block here, okay? I've got one of those printer machines I put on here. Okay, so, and I made 2 labels for it because I pasted one on here and we're gonna need another one for the next block to link back to this block so we know what order the blocks go in. Okay, great. Okay, so we also have other information on this block as well, like who's it from and who's it to. So this looks like it was from Marty to the dock. Right, so anyway, it's more information on the transaction here as well. And this is burned in this block forever. So let's attach this now to the chain very gently so that link doesn't fall. And I have to get Matthew and Andrew to help me again. Okay, careful. Okay, great, excellent. And I think I might have to actually put this up higher as we build upon this. So I'll do it very gently. Okay. Great, and that's, yeah, you'll be able to see one more. Okay, great. Moving on. Let's build upon this logic. Okay, block number 3. Okay, the third block would have to reference the previous block. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this third block here, and we're going to put on our Link character. And what letter do you think what Link is carrying starts with on this label? What letter? D. Because it's referencing the previous block. And just remember that we printed 2 labels. One is here and one is here because it links directly. Okay, Link, I'm going to put this on. Fingers crossed. I'm going to put them backwards here. I don't think it matters. please. Okay, good, good. All right, great. And so the contents of the third block is actually the next page of Marty's ledger, okay? And so let's just pretend that we hashed a block and we got 64 characters here, okay? And let's just pretend this block here is called, this is the next page, or this is the next page of the ledger that Marty made, okay? And we hashed it, and you know how to hash as well, right? Okay, and we put it right here. Okay, great, great. We're making good progress here. All right, oh, I almost forgot. I have to put the contents here of the other page in the ledger. Okay, great. So I'm going to put this one now on this blockchain here. Okay, great. And I don't think there's going to be room for the next one. So let me just put this up higher, please. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, good, good. Great, okay. And I want to stress that the information in blockchains is not just about sending and receiving money. It's about a more secure and more transparent way of sharing information and contracts. And in the future, we're going to be using blockchain for so many more uses, so many more cool things. So let me give you an example of what we'll do in the future with blockchains. Okay, so let me get my next block here, okay? And I'm going to give you some examples of what could be included here. Okay, so on this block here, and I guess before I move on, I have to put on, you can tell I dropped this one a couple times. I couldn't find the left eye there, so sorry. If you want a refund, I understand. Okay, here we go, good. Okay, cool. All right, great. All right, bonus points if somebody can tell me what kind of car that is in the bottom there. Okay, let me move on. All right. And what can happen is that in the future, in the blockchain, you can have election data, okay, so that elections cannot be tampered with, okay? You can also have other cool things like contracts for sports contracts, number 23 there, okay? You can also have, I'm having fun with this. Isn't this fun? I'm having a good time, man. All right. You can also have cars or leases. You can have that as well. You can have health-based data in a more secure way, kind of better than HIPAA here in the United States. I found this, sorry, that's dad humor. I won't do that anymore. Okay, great. And then we got you can have historical data as well, okay? Like this. All my friends are, poor guy, dinosaur, historical, old, not funny. I'm trying, sorry, I'm trying. Okay, great. And you can also have other stuff like, what is Snoop Dogg here? Should I re-record? No, screw it, I'll keep going. All right, so I'll put Snoop Dogg on here and he can be part of the block party as well. Yeah, that was on purpose. Okay, no more dad humor, I promise. And when I do stuff like that around my kids, my oldest son, Andrew, he's 14 now, he goes like this. He puts his head in his hands and I don't understand why he wants me to drop him off at his friend's house like a block away. I don't know. You tell me. But okay. All right. So there's so many things you can do with blocks in the future, and you know, in the future you'll be able to think of basically any type of contract to add to this. Okay. So let me just hang this up here. Okay. We're good. All right. Good. Great. Almost done here. Okay, and so all transactions on the blockchain are permanent. Okay, remember when we made our paper wallet? And then I went to blockchain.info to see the transactions. Well, I can hang that up here as well because now it's part of the blockchain forever. Okay, sorry, Marty. Okay, great. So just like how I burn the wooden blocks, this information here is permanent, okay? Unlike this old ledger, which is not permanent. It can be lost or destroyed, okay? You can't lose this. The reason you can't lose this digital ledger here, the blockchain, is because there are a ridiculous number of distributed copies of this blockchain all over the internet, okay? So it can never be lost or destroyed. There's so many backups. It's unbelievable, okay? So it'll last forever. And you can actually download the entire blockchain if you wanted to, but it's really, really big, so I don't recommend doing it. And a new block is created every 10 minutes or so when it comes to Bitcoin. And over time, that number will decrease a lot as more people transact in Bitcoin. Okay. Okay, great. So, actually, let me show you the current size of the blockchain. I'll put up a graphic right here, and you can go to this link. Okay, as with all links in this course, you can go here to part 6, and you can drill down it or just click on any link that's of interest to you. And every single link I mentioned in the course, and there's many of them, are included there in part 6. Okay, moving on. Okay, it's a massive file. So let's look at a couple of blocks just for fun in the blockchain. Okay, and if you want, you can click here in part 6 along with me. Okay, this here is block number 341670. Okay, from a long time ago in 2015. Okay, and notice the reward here for this block back in 2015 is 25 Bitcoin if you mined it. Okay, we're going to cover mining soon in this lecture, or in this lecture here coming up. But a lot of the data you see in this block might not make sense to you, but as we continue to build upon the logic we have discussed in the course, you're gonna have this incredible aha moment when it all makes sense to you. Okay, and you can go to this exact web page here by again clicking in part 6 of the course. But you notice here how it's 25 Bitcoins. Okay, it's now lower, it's 12.5, and eventually it'll be half of that. You get the idea. Okay, now we can click on the next block here, which is 341671. Okay, it comes immediately after the previous block. Okay, and you can see that that there's a link to the previous block there as well, kind of like we had here with link here. Okay, and if you go to blockchain.info/stats, we see every 10 minutes or so a new block is generated, and you could see more recent ones, like ones that have been published in the past couple hours or so, if you go to that web page. Okay, so we are now out of time for this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have a good sense as to what the blockchain is and why it's way better, the digital blockchain, that is, than the traditional old Farmer Marty ledger book. After this lecture, we have a short quiz. And then after that, now that you understand blockchain, we can continue the next part of the course, which is part 1.3, and build on this logic so we can discuss mining, which is awesome. So please put on your seatbelt. Okay, this is going to get, it's about to get real. This is going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so we're going on a trip now. Okay, roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. Welcome to the Introduction to Blockchain quiz. So please click on the button called 1.2, Introduction to Blockchain, and then complete the quiz. And after you've completed the quiz, then please click on the checkbox on this tab on the 6th row here to mark this portion of the course as complete. And you can then see your progress in the course if you want by clicking on the Course Navigator button. And so I'm going to see you in part 1.3, where we're going to discuss mining. And I think you're really going to enjoy this part because everything that we've learned about blockchain, security, etc., will all make much more sense as we discuss mining. And you don't have to have any background at all in building computers in order to complete the next part of the course, as I'm going to teach you how to build a mining computer from scratch, including ordering parts and how all the different parts of a computer work together so that we can successfully mine cryptocurrencies later on in this course. Thank you. Oh, hey there. Sorry, I didn't notice you. Just preparing a couple things for this next lecture. All right. Now that we understand security, now that we understand wallets, and now that we understand blockchain, we can talk about mining, okay, which is so much fun. Okay, so welcome to 1.3 of the course. In terms of the what, why, and how of part 1.3 of the course, I'll kick it off with the what. What are we going to learn? Well, we're going to build on the concepts that we learned in the past couple of parts, meaning security in part 1 and as well as blockchain in part 2. And all that stuff will come to a crescendo. You'll understand how mining works in this part, which is part 1.3. More importantly, we're gonna have a lot of fun doing this. And I've got many, many different exhibits here, which will make the whole learning process a lot more fun. In fact, these are some of the machines I'll be using to mine, okay? And we're also gonna make a computer from scratch to mine other stuff as well. Okay, so how are we gonna learn the concepts? After I explain the high-level concepts of mining, then we're gonna have a quiz, okay? And then after the quiz, we're actually gonna take apart this old Antminer here. It doesn't work anymore to mine Bitcoins. These things can go out of date pretty quickly. I used to use this one, I don't anymore. We're gonna take it apart, which will void the warranty, of course. All right, great. And then later on in part 2.1 of the course, I'm gonna teach you how to configure a newer version of this product here so you can mine Bitcoin. And that newer product is this one here, okay? It's an Antminer. Both of these ones here are made by a company called Bitmain. That's the power supply. I'll talk about that later. And I'll teach you how to configure this from scratch, how to make it work for you from scratch, okay? Also in the current mining section, meaning part 1.3, I'm going to teach you how to build a mining computer from scratch using these parts here. Okay, even if you have no experience with this stuff, I'm going to show you how to assemble the right parts and how to assemble a mining computer so you can actually mine cryptocurrencies. Okay, and the more popular cryptocurrencies often need a dedicated machine like these ones here. Okay, and these things do only one thing well. They mine cryptocurrencies, they do nothing else. And this is called an ASIC. And this is used to mine Bitcoin. Okay, it does nothing else except for mine Bitcoin. It's very loud as well. It uses a lot of electricity. And soon I'm going to show you how to know how much electricity will cost you based on where you live. Okay, I'll teach you that later on in the course because I don't want you to spend a penny on anything. Okay, until you understand the process and you understand if mining is even profitable where you live based on the cost of electricity. Okay, and this stuff costs a bit of money, it's true, but what's more important is the price of electricity because light bulbs actually can cost $1 or $2. Let me show you a couple here. These are all 100 watt light bulbs, and I'll explain how wattage works later, okay, in the course in part 2. And they cost a couple bucks, right, each one, whatever. Cheaper if you buy them in bulk. But they use way more electricity than that per year. So electricity is really, really important. And if you have bigger ones like this, this one here actually could use $500 or $600 worth of electricity per year. This big light bulb that people use for growing stuff, which I don't, but I got this just to show you a sample because it actually uses the same amount of power as, I probably just ruined it there, but it uses the same amount of power as this one here. Okay, and I'll give you demos later so you understand this much, much better. Okay, again, I don't want you to spend money on anything at all until we understand if it's profitable for you where you live. Okay, and some of the concepts I'm going to teach you when we discuss mining in this course, some of the concepts I'm going to teach you, you can apply to other cryptocurrencies that have not been invented yet. Okay, and that's important for you when you're doing research on other cryptocurrencies that either do trade now or will soon trade when we discuss ICOs in part 5 of the course. Okay, so by the time you've completed part 1.3 of this course, meaning the mining portion of the course, then we're going to talk about an introduction to many cryptocurrencies in part 1.4. Okay, and I'm drilling down, top down, because I don't want you to buy any cryptocurrencies till you thoroughly understand the whole process. And then after I give you a brief introduction to cryptocurrencies in part 1.4, then in part 1.5, we're going to go through our very thorough research process. Okay, and I have to mention this now, but in part 2 of the course, when we talk about all the cryptocurrencies in way, way, way more detail, I will teach you exactly how to mine each of those cryptocurrencies, if you can, using this equipment here. Okay, so we're still in the foundations part of the course. Now, as always, I'm going to use just a ton of exhibits to make the whole learning process, as my 8-year-old says, much more funner. Thanks. In this lesson, we're going to build upon what we've already learned about the blockchain by adding more layers and concepts so we can introduce the concept of mining. So let's talk about mining from a high-level perspective so that we have this aha moment by the end of part 1.3 of this course, and mining makes much more sense to you. This will be a lot of fun too. Okay, great. So in my hand, I'm holding an axe that was used in the San Francisco Bay Area in the year 1849. Okay. During the gold rush here, San Francisco gold rush. And that's why our team here is called the San Francisco 49ers. And that's, I guess, kind of why I have 49 steps in my research process. Again, you don't have to follow all of them, okay? So quite often when gold rushes occur, the people that make the most money don't own the gold. You know, they actually own the companies that supply the tools. Right. And at first, I wanted to go to Levi's headquarters here in San Francisco and say how the whole jeans movement out here, the blue jeans, was started because of the gold rush. But that's actually not true. It came after the gold rush. So too much information, Chris, please. So as we think about investing in cryptocurrencies in this course, I also want us to think about which companies that supply products to cryptocurrency users will do extraordinarily well in the future. Kind of like what happened in the late 1990s with telecommunications and router companies like Cisco. You know, Cisco, ticker CSCO, was the internet sector in the late 1990s. And even today, I mention this because many cryptocurrency companies will eventually be going public, meaning that they will list on the stock market as part of an IPO or initial public offering. And so when we talk about cryptocurrency companies and the companies that make stuff for the cryptocurrency market in general, I want you to have Cisco, ticker CSCO, in the back of your mind, okay? And we're going to discuss ICOs, which means initial coin offerings, later in the course, okay? There's more ways to profit from this whole secular growth movement of cryptocurrencies than just buying the currencies themselves, okay? Cool. Back to mining. All right, I'm going to actually take this hat off. Hope you don't mind. All right, here we go. Okay, so miners in the Bitcoin world are mining for something better than gold, right? Because demand for Bitcoins, thank God they didn't hit my foot, but demand for Bitcoins in the long run will be much, much higher than demand for gold. And everyone uses currencies, but not everyone uses or needs gold. And the price of any product, as we know, is always based on supply and demand. And the number of Bitcoins that will ever be produced or ever exist is 21 million Bitcoins. So there's a dearth, there's a supply limit. And that limit will be by the year, I think, 2140. 2140, all 21 million coins will exist. And I'll explain how this process works as we go through this course. There's actually a good reason why people talk about digital gold. Right? And people think of Bitcoin as being like gold and other currencies having different purposes. And when we talk about other currencies in more detail in part 1.4, as well as during all of part 2, I'll talk about the purposes of other cryptocurrencies. But the bottom line is that other cryptocurrencies exist, not just because of this everyone wants to get rich process, whatever, but more importantly because Bitcoin has limitations, which I'll talk about as well. Okay, all right, let me put this down. I'm not very good at sports. Okay. So several years ago, the Washington Post put out this chart of the amount of US dollars in circulation. And it's fascinating. And it's no wonder that Satoshi, let's see if I got him here. Yeah, remember this was the first block I ever sent from Satoshi to Hal. Okay. Okay. It's no wonder that Satoshi started Bitcoin apparently in 2009. As the writing really was on the wall in terms of how diluted the supply of dollars would get. And we know for a fact that mathematically, there won't be more than 21 million Bitcoins ever to be created. Okay, and so Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general are for the most part regulated by mathematics. Okay, and you might be thinking, Chris, wait a second. 21 million Bitcoins is not that much. You're right. However, Bitcoins are expensive, so many people now own fractions of a Bitcoin, and you can buy what's called one Satoshi, which is 100 millionth of a single Bitcoin. You can slice and dice these things, okay? Just like with the American dollar, the lowest denomination you can get is a penny, but with cryptocurrencies, you can actually slice and dice a lot more. Okay, so how does all this mining stuff work? Well, the brilliance of Bitcoin mining is that there's I don't want to get hit by these things, sorry, is that there's a reward whenever you mine. And the reward goes to whoever makes the blockchain more secure. And so capitalism is the quintessential motivator in this industry of cryptocurrencies. Fascinating, isn't it? So how does mining work? Well, it's similar to digging for gold or drilling for oil or any natural resource. Initially, it's relatively easy to do so, as not many people are looking for gold or oil, right? There's very low-hanging fruit, as they call it. And the gold and oil industry was initially close to the earth, right? And there was, again, a lot of low-hanging fruit. And it was so easy to mine gold at first, as some miners would just, put a basket in the water and they would be able to get some gold. And the same thing with oil. It was easier to mine oil years ago, as a lot of it was very, very close to the surface, right? And there wasn't that much competition. And then what happened was there was a lot of competition for oil. These companies like Petrobras, as well as Exxon and many, many others, ConocoPhillips, Chevron, et cetera, started mining oil. And you had to actually go offshore and create these big rigs, right? And there's a company called Transocean that makes these massive rigs offshore. And Petrobras does a lot of drilling offshore as well, deep, deep, deep in the ocean off the coast of Brazil. And there's a lot of parallels when it comes to rigs, when it comes to mining for oil and other commodities and cryptocurrencies. We're actually going to be creating our own rig, and we'll be talking about mining rigs like these ones here and many others as we mine cryptocurrencies. There's the same mindset. And years ago, it was really, really easy to mine Bitcoin because there wasn't that much competition, and you didn't have to use those computers or really, really expensive graphics processing units. So initially, what we did years ago is we used computers kind of like this, okay? So I want to introduce this to you. If you haven't seen this before, this is a Raspberry Pi. It's great to get your kids involved with these things too. They're little computers. And initially, when we started mining cryptocurrencies, we used computers that are kind of like this. They didn't have much processing power because there wasn't much competition. So instead of using a big axe, right, to get gold, you can use little ones back then. Okay, I hope that analogy makes sense. And I want to show this to you only because when we build our computer in this part of the course, part 1.3, it's going to look a little bit like this, but obviously much bigger. So let me open up this Raspberry Pi. I'll take the case off. And our case, when we make our computer later on in this part of the course, is actually going to be open concept, because what happens is the graphics processing unit chip, which I'll explain soon in detail, uses a lot of electricity and generates heat. Okay, so this open concept here for this Raspberry Pi. Here you've got some USB ports in the back. This is kind of like a motherboard, which we'll build in a couple minutes, okay? And then you've got Ethernet connection as well. And what we'll do is we'll have an Ethernet port on our computer that we build, so we can connect to the internet and mine cryptocurrencies. And then you've got a couple of chips here. We're going to use a chip from AMD because it's cheaper, the one I could find. And then we're also going to use a graphics processing unit, GPU. This one here uses Broadcom, which is like Fraudcom. Sorry, I worked on Wall Street years ago, and we used to call it that company, Fraudcom, because they pre-announced negatively, and a lot of people lost money one time. Actually, I'm kidding, not one time, many times. Okay. So, and this here actually, it's a little heat unit. You can't see it that closely, but whoops, sorry, the microphone there. But actually, let me see if you can see it closer there. If not, Chris, just zoom in here. Okay, and this here is to absorb heat. Okay, and that's an important thing to mention because these cryptocurrency mining machines use a lot of electricity and generate a lot of heat. Okay, so I'm going to put this little Raspberry Pi down. I don't know why they call it Raspberry Pi, but it's kind of a cool name, I guess. All right, moving on. Okay, cool. So back then, the price of Bitcoin in 2009 was really, really low. And people thought that what we were doing was crazy because we were buying these virtual gems, right? Kind of like how kids play Clash of Clans and get gems, etc. Okay, apparently. Okay, then what happened was the price of gold and oil went up a lot. Okay, there's parallels here. And people started using expensive equipment to mine gold and oil, right? Like those offshore drilling rigs. Okay, and mining for resources became a huge, huge business. And the smaller miners, like me, early on in the Bitcoin market, were priced out of the market. Okay, because what happened was you had these massive data centers, these big buildings that were being created with tons and tons of mining equipment in them, and I just couldn't keep up anymore. Kind of like how in the oil industry, you've got companies like Caterpillar making these big rigs, these big trucks that I can't afford. They're just too expensive for me. Okay, and so what happened was because everybody was getting into the mining business, it got really, really expensive. And what happened was people actually pooled together and became part of a big pool, right? Their strength in numbers. And I'll explain that to you in a lot more detail when we mine Bitcoin in 2.1, that's part 2.1. And when we mine Ether, or as part of the Ethereum section, which is 2.2, etc. for many other cryptocurrencies. I'll explain the whole pool process, okay? Okay, so I mention this also because these Raspberry Pi-like devices, they started not working anymore for mining. And I'm simplifying the process here. Things change really fast. And I promise you, a lot of the equipment I'm going to show you that's relevant today is not going to be relevant tomorrow. Things change quickly, okay? But what I want you to understand as part of this mining part of the course is how to mine, how to set up your own equipment, and that sort of thing. And the crux of it, actually, it all comes down to using what's called a GPU. A graphics processing unit, which looks like this. And I'll unbox this soon, and I'll explain what this is and why it's relevant to mining more so than any other part of a computer. Okay, moving on. Okay, and then after a while, after smaller Raspberry Pi-like devices didn't work for me, I used my laptop, and then I had to actually use kind of a supercomputer. And then we even thought about taking apart PlayStation 3 gaming consoles at the time because the graphics card didn't end up doing that. So again, what I did was I ended up pooling with others. Okay, and people are all part of mining pools today. And there are many examples in the menu there. If you go to part 6 and then you just go down to mining, and you'll see there's some pools there that you can check out right now. It might not make sense to you yet, but it will soon in the course because every single link that we have there in part 6 in that menu there, I explain at some point in the course. Okay, moving on. So this next chart here blew me away. Okay, so if we go to this website here, we can see that China controls over 80% of the mining pools in the world. And that just blew my mind. And there's many reasons why, including very cheap access to electricity. Okay, and I will help you build your mining computer based on the cost of electricity in the country you live in later in the course. I'll explain it all in a lot of detail. What I'll do is I'll explain the analogy between larger light bulbs and smaller ones and how the whole process of kilowatt hours or kWh and watts works. So you can calculate how much it's going to cost you to mine before spending a penny. I want to save you money as well. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. So what does it mean to mine a cryptocurrency? Well, from a high-level perspective, the best way to think about it is that the very first Bitcoin block, which we have right here called Genesis, the first, Genesis, okay, sorry. Funny? No? I'm trying, okay. But the first block here, which we have called Genesis, that we talked about in part 1.2 of the course, this one here wasn't secure enough, okay? And what happened was, you can kind of think of it like it had a lock like this one here attached to it, okay? It wasn't a secure lock, but it was something. And then what happened was a bunch of other people worked on it and made this much, much more secure, okay? Remember this one here? Remember that address we have here on the side, all starting with zeros. Okay, that's an important and historic Bitcoin address there too. Okay, great. So what happened was, if we could incentivize people, meaning miners, to crack the code, right? Then what happens is, think about it kind of like when you break your arm and it grows back stronger, right? So it's kind of like that process when you mine. There's a mathematical problem that somebody has to crack. And once they crack it, this kind of grows back stronger, okay? I'm simplifying it. I'm going to build upon that in a minute because it's somewhat accurate, okay? Okay, so how do we make this first Genesis block stronger? Well, it was easy back then because it only took, one quick little step, right, so to speak. This lock is see-through, so it's not secure, and it's easy to open it up. Okay, and I looked into how to open these things just for fun. If you got to kind of think like a hacker when you're teaching a course and this sort of thing. And I kid you not, but I bought a hacking kit just to kind of check it out, right, for hacking locks, made by a company called Honest, the Honest Lock Company. Anyway, sorry, too much spare time on my hands. But anyway, you got to kind of think like that too if you want to work on hacking computer vulnerability, networks, all that sort of stuff, kind of like your house, right? You got a burglar alarm in your house, so do I. But when I put it in, I thought to myself, okay, if somebody gets through that crawl space there, I should probably put a sensor there, that sort of thing. Okay. All right, let me move on now. Okay, so we understand the analogy, Chris, but how does this really relate to technology? Okay, so we make this Genesis block more secure by taking the SHA-256 hash here, okay, which we know is 64 characters long. Remember this guy here? Okay, remember that. That's historic. And again, I'll oversimplify this, okay, but we're going to build more logic on this. But if you wrote a program that cracked a special piece of code on the first block, then your solution is used to secure this block and the others below it, and you get rewarded for cracking the code, so to speak, okay? And your solution is then used to help calculate the solution for future blocks. And each time you secure another block, the ones behind it become even more secure, okay? So the ones up here, okay? So that future Bitcoin blocks here that are getting built next are more secure, okay? This is starting to make sense, right? And whoever figures this out, meaning this puzzle, so to speak, gets a reward, which was many, many Bitcoins, okay? You get that as a reward in the early days, many Bitcoins, like tons of them in 2009, right? And then a few years after that, if you cracked or helped to secure other blocks, then the reward got smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And we refer to this as proof of work. I'm proving that I'm working and making this more secure, right? And eventually the reward got to 50 Bitcoins. Isn't capitalism an amazing motivator? It's amazing. It's amazing. So you actually got Bitcoins, right? You got paid to make this more secure and work better for everybody. Okay, fine. I get it, Chris, you're thinking. Okay, so what about the second block? Well, the second block is going to be stronger now than the previous one. And I hung these on separate ones here because it was a disaster, dude. These things were breaking everywhere. Okay. And I got this all over my shirt. So these rusty things. So I got this one. Okay, here. So this second one came along, the second block, right? And remember, it's linked to the previous block. See the link? Zelda link, clever, sort of. Okay. So that number there is the same one as this number here. It references it to here. And this block has its own unique number that the next block below it is going to reference with a link as well. And recall on this block here, this was from Marty to the Doc, and this was the ledger. Remember the ledger, right? So this is a digital ledger, right? So this one actually got a lot stronger. And so this lock here is actually stronger than that one there. Here, the code's in the back. Let me just put that aside. Okay, so this lock here is stronger than that one because that one is see-through. And we know that most locks can be cracked. If you're curious, and I mentioned this before, whatever, but these things can be cracked by anybody really easily. Here's the video if you care. Whatever, it is what it is. Okay, great. So that's a little bit stronger, as you can tell, right? And more sophisticated people started working on cracking the code of the second block because they heard that the reward was 50 Bitcoin. Okay, again, capitalism is a great motivator. And the price of Bitcoin went up like crazy. It went up a lot. And more people started mining. And then instead of a reward of 50 coins, it got cut in half to 25, and now it's 12 and a half. And eventually, there will be a very, very tiny reward when the maximum number of coins are created, and people will make money off of transaction fees, that sort of thing, which will never be as egregious or as crazy high as the banking transaction fees that we currently get charged. Okay. And so the reward gets cut in half roughly every 210,000 blocks that are mined. Okay, and mathematically, once block number 6,929,999 has been mined, then there will be about the maximum number of Bitcoins in circulation, which is 21 million, which means no inflation. Okay, and so by the 2030s, the 2030s, that's how you say it, the reward will be around 1 Bitcoin. It keeps going down. Then when no more Bitcoins are being created, people will make money off of transaction fees. How do I know? Well, it's not just speculation. As Satoshi wrote about this on page 6 of 9 of the Bitcoin white paper, which you can download from right here. Okay, and well, we know that the second block here is more secure. And you and I can literally crack this black padlock here, as we know, in 8 steps. Okay, I'm not going to bore you with the details. We talked about that before. Now, by the time we get to the third block here, let me see if I can not drop this again. Okay, by the time we got to the third block here, it's much, much safer. Okay, and so I'm going to put this on here. You know what I have to do, actually? I have to put this up here. Okay, Link, if you drop, I'm not putting you back together this time. I promise. I mean it this time. Okay, so here we have the third block. And the third block is getting even more secure. I've got that double enforced up there. We should be okay. Okay, so this third block is much, much more secure. Okay, and so it's got multiple factor authentication as well. And so let me just enter the code here to open this up. Just kidding. You know when you go to a bank machine, you're with a buddy, and your buddy starts typing in their code, and you look away because, God forbid, they think you're a criminal? I'm just kidding. All right, here's the code. It's 159, but please keep that between you and me and whoever else you tell. Thank you. Okay, open. Okay. Aha, good. And I'm going to put the third block in here. All right. See how it's getting more secure? And remember, this one here referred to the previous block, D56. And here we have, do you see D56 there? Yeah, good. Okay, great. And here's part of the ledger from Farmer Marty. And here's the link. And here's the number of this block, so it starts with 47. All right, so I will put this in here. And Link, if you break, I don't care. I'm not fixing this. I'm not picking that up. Okay. Sorry, I was just giving Link attitude. All right, good. We're locked. Excellent. Great. It's getting safer and safer and safer now. See? Stronger, stronger, stronger. So I guess the next one has to be even stronger. I don't know what I'm going to do there. I'll figure something out. Okay. All right, so clearly this block is stronger. The next one has to be even stronger. Okay, and so I've actually got one here. Here we go. Okay? Check it out. Better chain. Okay? It's got another lock here too. And it can't be compromised unless you pick this up and leave with it. Actually, all these safes have little holes in the bottom to bolt them in. Okay, so I could put this here. And actually, what I'm going to do instead? Anyway, so this block here will actually be inside of here, and it's much, much stronger. And you see how on, I don't know if you can see it, but on Link's sword there, it starts with number 47, which references the previous block. And remember, we talked about how smart contracts in the future on the blockchain will include election voting, so that elections can't be tampered with, as well as cars for leases, healthcare stuff, sports contracts, DeLoreans, etc. I think you get the idea. And historical records as well. You know, this dinosaur there. Okay, you know what I'll do is I'll put this here, but pretend, and Link, if you break, I am not picking you up. Okay, hold on. I don't care. I'm done with that. Okay. I'm not editing that either. Okay. All right, great. Put this down. Okay. Look at this dude. He lost an eye. He's been dropped so many times. He's just not cooperating. Okay. All right. I'll put you up here. Okay. You can still hang with the big boys here. All right. We're good. So pretend there's another one here hung up below. Okay. Okay. So you get the idea of how these things keep getting more and more secure. Okay. And we all have access, actually, to all of the transparent. I'm actually nervous this thing is going to fall on my foot because that link has been a pain in the ass to me. So I'm going to put this guy down here. I think you get the idea now. Okay. Yes, I'm done with that forever. All right. That is finished. All right. We're good to go. Sorry, I digress. Okay. So we all have access to all of this awesome transparent data online in the blockchain. And we eliminated the middlemen. Right? And now you can be your own financial system, which is amazing, right? We can save a lot of money. It's just we have to worry about security. And when I talk about wallets as well, I will help you understand security much better. Instead of just the public-private stuff I taught you before, we're going to talk about multiple factor authentication. Off topic. Okay, so the incentive is in place to make all of this really ingenious security a reality. And without the 2008 crisis, Bitcoin would likely not exist today. Okay, that's just my humble opinion. And sometimes you need a storm to clear the skies. And Bill Gates once referred to the concept of friction-free capitalism. And finally, because of the whole mining process, this has become a reality. Friction-free capitalism, especially when it comes to cryptocurrencies, right? The government has less control in the long run. And libertarians love this. Okay, great. Now, how this whole process of paper currency still exists today is astonishing, right? Instead of the new secure version of money that we talked about. And the fact that more than 2 billion people, it's going to charity, that's the fact that more than 2 billion people are unbanked is extraordinarily unfair. It's not fair. And the beauty is that when you think about the future of money, people will be using their smartphones if they can't get bank accounts, and they'll be able to bank on these things using cryptocurrencies or microtransactions. I'm really excited about the future when it comes to currencies. There will be a lot of speed bumps, of course, as with anything new. There are those that will try to scam the uninformed, and part of my my humble role here is to help you not get scammed as we do our due diligence investment research process throughout this course. Okay, so when thinking about the future of money, not only will more people have access to cryptocurrencies using their smartphones, but I think that cryptocurrencies will lead to governments either creating their own cryptocurrencies or improving the security of existing ones. And they really have to, because cryptocurrencies could be the biggest threat to national security. And traditional currencies, until now, really had no competition. And we know what happens with monopolies. They don't innovate unless their livelihood is somewhat threatened. One day in the future, you will be telling your grandchildren about how banks used to work, and your grandchildren will look at you astonished, and your grandchildren will say to you, "Do you mean to tell me that banks charge you a fee to take out some of your hard-earned money from a bank machine while they lent your money to other people, and at the same time, the government diluted the value of your money by printing more of it, while credit cards all got away with charging you 20% on money you spent?" I can't wear this, sorry. And do you mean to tell me that the CEOs of these big banks almost destroyed the world in 2008? And then a few years after that, you as a taxpayer bailed them out, and those same CEOs got paid record bonuses? Why did you stand for that? And why wasn't there a redistribution of wealth and competition for better currencies? Well, that's a great question. Quiet, old man. I'm not finished. Then when you wanted to send money overseas to your brother, some old company called Western Union charged you crazy high fees while taking a few days to transfer your money? Then at the end of every year, you actually paid somebody called an accountant to tell you what you did with your money during the year so you know potentially how much more money you need to pay the same government in taxes that diluted your hard-earned money? I mean, WTF? Oh, Grandpa, that stands for why the face? I would likely respond to my punk grandchild with something like this. Well, we had to use our currency. I mean, we didn't really have any choice. And I actually even wrote a thesis about this when I was at Columbia University doing my MBA years ago. It was called Investment Banking and the Internet, and then I wrote The Financial Power Shift from the Institutional Investor to the Retail Investor. And I got it nicely bound, which is why I think I got an okay grade. Whatever. It was fun to put together. I made a lot of mistakes. But I wrote this in 1999, and I was always interested in the libertarian efforts of individuals having much more power in the long run instead of being overgoverned, so to speak. Okay. What I was missing, though, in this paper was why anyone would bother trying to change the banking system, as bankers make so much money and they donate to political campaigns, etc. Okay. And if it weren't for 2008 and the fact that we were within 24 hours of bank machines actually not working, this here would still be a pipe dream. Okay. And so now there finally is competition, and we know that competition is great for the consumer. And if all we had were iPhones and there was no Android, then we would still be paying a ton of money for operating system upgrades like this. Let me show you here. I was explaining this to my kids that I don't throw anything out. It drives my wife crazy and my mom too when I was growing up, which I still am kind of. But I was explaining to my kids, I was like, you guys are lucky, right? They get excited when a new version of iOS comes out because there's all these cool new features. But I had to pay for this. I had to pay for this Mac system upgrade on 1.4 megabyte floppy disk. I had to pay for this Windows 95 upgrade, which was basically Mac 84. It was a nice upgrade though to Windows 3.1. And then when I had my servers, I had Windows NT Workstation. But I had to pay for all these upgrades. And the reason I'm spending a couple seconds on this is because competition is good for the consumer. And this whole cryptocurrency competition with fiat currencies is fantastic for us. Okay, it's amazing. It's amazing. Okay, cool. We just covered a lot so far. And this is still the first part of the course, okay? High level drilling down, okay? Next up, what we're going to do is a very quick mining quiz to kind of reinforce the high level concepts we learned in this lecture. Then we're actually going to, this will be fun. We're going to take apart this Antminer, which is made by a company called Bitmain. I'm going to show you what's on the inside, right? Should be fun, this mining rig. And then what we'll do is we're going to build a computer from scratch. Okay, even if you have no experience doing this, even if you don't know what a CPU is. Okay, we're going to do it from scratch. It's going to be a lot of fun. And you'll know exactly how to do mining by the time we're finished with part 1 and part 2 of this course. As always, if you have questions, please let me know, and thank you. Welcome to our mining quiz. Please click on this button here called Intro to Mining Cryptos and answer the 4 mining quiz questions. Thanks. Mining Bitcoin has gotten really competitive, and therefore, unlike most other cryptocurrencies, we can't really mine Bitcoin anymore on a normal computer. So in order to mine Bitcoin, we have to use a special tool that does one thing really, really well, meaning all it does is mine Bitcoin. And they look like these ones here. Okay, so these tools here are what are called ASICs. Okay, and ASIC stands for Application Specific Integrated Circuit. Here's the old Bitcoin miner I used to use, and here's the new one here. And both of them require a big power supply to work as well. And so since I don't use this one anymore, I'm going to take it apart and show you what's on the inside, which will really be helpful when we configure it and when we create our own computer as well. It's important to understand what's inside these things, and it's fun too. I get to use a power drill. Okay, so basically an ASIC means a device that's got a microchip on it that does one thing incredibly well, right? That's all it does, okay? And so we're going to use this Antminer to mine Bitcoins later on in this lecture here. And both of these products here are made by a company called Bitmain. These two, as well as the power supply here. And before we mine Bitcoin from scratch, I want to open up this machine here, this ASIC machine, meaning the older Antminer, to quickly see what's inside. And these things, again, go obsolete very, very fast. And even if you don't use an ASIC machine to mine, I want you to kind of understand the process, because in the future, some cryptocurrencies that are easy to mine now, you might have to use an advanced machine like this called an ASIC. And it's good to understand the whole process. And then later on, what we'll do in part 2.1, when we talk about Bitcoin in detail, we'll actually mine and configure this from scratch. Okay, and you don't need a monitor for this one, because it's actually got software inside it, and you hook up to it through the internet, through the Ethernet port, which is actually right there. You see it? Okay. Okay, great. But you see, once we power these things up, they're extraordinarily loud, and they use just a ton of electricity, which is why I'm going to spend a lot of time in this course on helping you understand how much electricity costs where you live, so that you don't have to buy a single piece of equipment until you know that it's going to be profitable for you. Okay, great. So I've got my network set up here at home, and so I will plug this in later to the side of it so that we can mine. It'll actually go right in. Let me just move this over here, right in here. And actually, I'm going to move this down here. This guy is quite heavy. I want to power this new one on quickly for you before I take apart the old one, just so you can understand how loud these things are. Okay, so give me a second here. I'll plug this in here. This is Ethernet, obviously. Oh, I'm not wearing any shoes, so that could be deadly. All right, and when I do the GPU configuration later, when we make our computer, I'll bring this closer. Okay, great. All right, I'll power on in a second. Okay, so the power is a separate component here, right? It looks like this. And what you do is you just plug it into the wall here. And please make sure that you order both of these from the same place, or you understand what kind of power goes in here, as you know how concerned I am when it comes to safety, and always have one of these things close by. Okay, so I'm going to get the power cord, and I'm going to connect this in a second. Okay, so I'll show you here. And we have to order a separate power cord for our computer that we're going to make together. In the next lecture, I'll show you which power cord and supply to order. Okay, so I'm going to plug this in now. It's going to get really, really loud. And before I do that, I'm actually going to turn off 2 of my lights so I don't blow a fuse, because this thing uses a ton of power. Okay, 1 light, and I'll turn these back on in a minute. Yeah, actually, I'll go up here. Great. Okay. Here we go. Ready? Earmuffs. It's going to be loud. So this unit here is now on, and there's fans on both sides. These things get really, really hot, and it does get even louder at times as well when it's mining stuff. Okay, so I'm actually going to unplug this now and put this away, and then we'll take apart the other Antminer. Thanks. All right. It actually still runs for a little bit after you unplug it, which freaked me out the first time. All right, let me turn the lights back on. We didn't blow a fuse. And if you're going to do this, if you're going to mine, I recommend having one of those little fuse box power plugs, so you can plug your computer into that one, and then this into maybe another plug. Up to you. Up to you. Okay. So let me put this down. All right. We'll come back to that guy later. All right. These here are where you would hook up the power supply to. And the other Bitcoin machine I put down had a lot more of these slots because it's more powerful. Okay, great. And basically, I was the kid growing up that was so curious about how stuff works that I took apart a lot of stuff in the house, and my mom was not happy about that. Okay, good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up, and we'll take a look inside to see what's inside this guy here. So the first thing I'll do is I'll take off the fan here from both sides. And I'll go into fast forward mode so I don't waste your time here. Okay, so here you can see these are little heat sensors. You might have seen these on air conditioning units. And basically this is to absorb the heat. Again, the biggest expense when you're mining is not the equipment, it's the electricity. Look at that. And this one's kind of old. You can see it's got dust in there as well. This Antminer is called an S3. It's out of date. So anyway, I got a newer one that's a lot better. And you can see the fans here. See here? All right. Now I'm going to take off the case. And so you've got the fans plugged in the motherboard here. You've also got these ports here, which plug directly from the power supply into the motherboard here. And then on the inside, you've got the ASICs, the chips that basically tell the Antminer what to do. And you can see a lot more heat sensors here on the inside and on both sides here. Right? Looks just like an air conditioning unit, as well as on the back side here. This is just to help you manage heat a lot better. Okay, great. And remember earlier we talked about the Raspberry Pi unit and how the motherboard basically housed all of the components and told the computer how to work. That's what we have here as well with the motherboard. Okay, great. So what I'll do is I'm going to unscrew the motherboard and the heat sensors and take every single other screw off so I can explain what else is inside this thing. Again, I'll go in fast forward mode to save you time. And this grate here, this is one of the heat sinks to get the hot air out. And there's fans as well on both sides, as you know. So the most important thing to ensure is that these things don't overheat, which is why there's so many fans and heat sinks like this. And recall with the Raspberry Pi, we had very small heat sinks as well. It is amazing how much dust gets in this thing. This is going to be a difficult cleanup job. I'm never putting this thing back together again. All right. And then right here, you can see this is where the Ethernet goes into from your home network. This here is a little speaker, and then this here is the lights on/off indicator, and that's actually the power switch there. I don't know if you can hear that. Okay. All right. And as you can see, this here is all about how to deal with heat, the heat sinks. Okay. But I hope you have a good appreciation for what's inside these things here. The most important thing to stress is that there's a lot of things that help it deal with heat and electricity as well, hence the two fans as well. Okay. All right, I'll clean all that stuff up later. Okay, probably shouldn't have worn a nice shirt for this, but you know, I make a lot of mistakes. And electricity is a huge expense when mining. And now we understand why companies like Facebook and Amazon build their data centers, meaning big buildings with lots of computers in them, We understand why Amazon and Facebook build their data centers with massive air conditioning systems, obviously much better than this little fan here. And a lot of the times these big companies like Facebook and Amazon will locate their data centers in places where electricity is cheap or where the climate is much cooler. Okay, and so I'll give you a couple of examples just for fun of data centers here. So here's a picture of Facebook's Iowa data center. And here's Facebook's Oregon data center, which actually runs its own weather system to keep the temperature down per this image here. It's amazing. It's amazing. And here in this image is Facebook's data center in Sweden. Very nice cold climate. And you can see the importance of keeping all these machines very, very cold. Having low electricity prices is very important if you're going to profitably mine. And I'll help you understand how much it costs you electricity-wise before you even think about buying any of this stuff, okay? Now, if you want to see the inside of a data center, then check out the promotional trailer for this course, as I rented part of a big data center to film the promotional video in Prague. And I actually had to do voiceovers of what we recorded here in Prague in this trailer because the data centers are very, very loud. Not just because of the many computers running there, but because the air conditioning and fans are very, very loud there. Okay, back to our Antminer. The chips you see here in this Antminer are ASICs, which means they have one purpose only, which is to mine Bitcoin. Now in part 2.1 of the course here, we will use my new Antminer, the silver one that I put down here, and we'll mine Bitcoin from scratch. And I'm going to teach you how to configure the software, the easy way, and just how it all works. And in part 2.1, I'll also teach you how much money you can make while you mine Bitcoin. In the next two lectures, after I clean up this awful mess here and wash my hands, but I'm going to show you how we can create a computer from scratch so we can mine some of the other non-Bitcoin cryptocurrencies in this course. Thanks. In the previous lecture, I introduced the concept of the Bitcoin mining machine called the Antminer, also referred to as an ASIC. Now, since mining most other cryptocurrencies is less competitive, we can use a computer to mine instead of buying an Antminer ASIC specialized machine. We can actually build our own computer. However, it can't just be any computer, as we need to have a very, very high-end graphics card to do this. And graphics cards are also called video cards, and they're also called GPUs, which stands for Graphics Processing Unit. Now, I'm starting with this component before discussing others because it's the most important component when you're building a mining PC, way more important than the central processing unit. So let me just take this out here. All right, I'll take this out here, and what I'll do is I've got a monitor up here, my iPhone up here recording as well, so I will show you everything here. All right, so here's the unit here. There we go, and this thing is badass. I mean, check it out. It looks like something out of The Dark Knight. And I'll just get rid of this box here, and I'm going to lay all the other boxes out here for the stuff that we're going to be mining. Okay, it's pretty badass. When you turn it on, you see lights. It looks really cool. My kids and I love it. Can't get rid of this stuff. All right, great. So I'll put this over here. Okay, that's a GPU. So video game enthusiasts really don't like cryptocurrency miners when the price of cryptocurrency spikes in a short amount of time, because when you see a crypto market spike, when you see prices go up a lot, people buy more mining components to build rigs or mining PCs, as some people call them. So what we're going to do is, in this lecture, we're going to talk about ordering parts, and then we will put together all the parts from scratch so that we can start mining cryptocurrencies. And there's so many terms, and if you're an expert, you probably don't need to watch this lecture when it comes to building a PC, but I'll go through them. Gigabyte, RAM, SSD, HDD. There's so many intimidating terms that you often hear, but they're really not as hard to handle as they sound. And so building a PC or a mining rig, same thing, is as easy as building a Lego set. All that's involved is following directions and plugging in all the stuff into the motherboard and then the outside rig, which I'll explain in a second. It's like the case. Okay, so it's really easy to do, and it's a lot of fun. And you have to do it if you want to mine certain cryptocurrencies. Now, depending on your budget, you can make a PC with better parts. However, many times just because a part is more expensive does not mean it is better. And just like how my kids' Star Wars Legos are more expensive than the normal Lego sets, even though the product looks similar, it doesn't mean it's better. So an analogy in technology is how some mobile phones are expensive just because of the brand, even though other phones are cheaper and better. Okay, so no matter what your budget is, make sure that you spend more money on the important parts when mining, like this graphics card here, okay? And you can save money on the less important parts like the CPU or RAM. I'll explain that in a minute, okay? And make sure that all your parts fit together. And many older parts no longer work with newer parts, so make sure everything can work together. And I'm gonna teach you a really, really simple way to do this, okay? So if you're not sure how to do this, I want you to please go with me to pcpartpicker.com. And then I want you to select the parts that you want to use. And I'll show you how to do this too, okay? So think of pcpartpicker.com as being like an instruction manual that ships with Lego sets, okay? And pcpartpicker.com will automatically filter out the parts that don't work with your computer pieces, okay? And just like that, you will be able to understand which pieces to order through the help that PC Part Picker will provide you. And then what we'll do after we have the list of parts for our mining PC, we'll go to Amazon and we'll buy the cheapest ones we can find that have decent enough ratings that can ship on time for me to make this video. And you can access all of the resources that I discuss in this menu here. The categories are in alphabetical order, as you know, so let's scroll down to M for mining and access the Part Picker website here. Okay, so let's go to pcpartpicker.com. This website is so amazing that it will not only help you build the PC that fits your needs, but you can also check out other PCs that other people have made and kind of use their configurations, kind of like downloading Lego instruction manual PDFs for free. Okay, and you can access complete builds for a PC, like a gaming PC, etc. Okay, cool. Moving on. So let's imagine that each part of the computer is like a part of the body, okay? The CPU, also known as the central processing unit, is the brain of the computer. And it kind of controls everything that you do on your computer, and it's usually one of the most crucial parts for the computer. And as we pick out parts for our mining PC, we will be building this computer piece by piece, okay? So make sure that you select the GPU, meaning graphics processing unit, a video card first, okay, as this is the most important thing to choose, and everything else is less important than this. So let me just put the put this box up here, just so you can kind of visualize what we're doing here. And I'll lay out actually all the boxes here, the stuff we choose, and I will put this away safely over here for now. Okay. So our computer that we're going to build is going to use this GPU, this graphics chip. Okay, it's called the Asus Radeon RX Vega 64, 8 gigabit video card. And that's important for me to mention because we're going to be using the name of this product a lot when we're downloading mining software to install, and also when we're calculating if it's going to be profitable at all for us to mine. Okay, and recall please from the last lecture how cooling these items is super, super important. And that's why this guy here has got 3 fans on it, okay? As my son would say, that's dope. And I chose this graphics card as it's one of the better ones out there. And I also wanted one that could mine several cryptos in this course, which I will show you how to do in part 2 of the course. Okay. So as I made this course, it's important for me to mention the price of this GPU dropped a bunch, which is somewhat expected because the price of cryptocurrencies dropped as I was making many parts of this course. Okay. And what you can also do is you can hook up your a TV to this. Okay, I'm going to use an HDMI port. See how it's on the back here. There's also an HDMI port in the motherboard, but that we're going to talk about ordering in a second. But we're going to hook our monitor up to this guy here, which is the HDMI port. And I'm just using a television I have from the house because it uses HDMI and I want to save some money as well. Okay, great. And my son is going to get upset with me because he is playing Fortnite right now. It's a Saturday, and I need to get the TV for this. Anyway, I'm not that popular in my house. Okay, so you'll remember that in the last lecture, I did not discuss connecting the Antminer to a monitor. As what we'll do with the Antminer is we will ping it, meaning we will connect to the Antminer using your home network and your home router. And I'll explain how to do this in this lecture here on mining Bitcoin in part 2.1 of the course. Okay, back to building our computer now for non-Bitcoin crypto mining purposes. Okay, so as you can see here, I will build a PC here from scratch on this amazing PCPartPicker.com website. Now, let's select here Start a System Build. And by the way, I already have all the parts here in this room for this computer we're going to build. But it's important for me to show you how I use PCPartPicker.com to choose these parts. And so I did a screen record before. Okay, so on the website, we're going to choose the parts that we might need in order to build our mining PC. We've already got the GPU here, okay, which is called the video card. And PC Part Picker makes sure that I only select compatible products when building our PC, which is why I start with this first because I want everything else to be compatible with this. Okay, great. So let's add our graphics card to PCPartPicker.com by searching for it here. And we know that the brand name is this one here. Okay, again, we start with the GPUs because it's the most important component when mining. And the important thing to consider when picking a great GPU for mining is what is called the hashes per second. Okay, and I need to get my axe to show you this one. Okay, here we go. Hashes per second. And hashes are what the video card will process. And the more you can process, the more you can mine. Okay, and this is hashes basically means the speed at which your mining rig PC will mine at. Okay, so anyway, just think of how fast this mining axe can dig for gold. Okay, I'm going to put this down over here. Okay, great. And to find out how many hashes your video card will mine at, we're going to go to another website. So you might want to have two tabs open, okay? We're going to go to a website called buried1.com. Again, every one of the internet addresses we mentioned is here in part 6. Just sort by mining. Okay, so we're going to go to buried1.com. And we're going to go over here to knowledge and select the GPU hash rate option. Okay. And on this page, you will see many graphics cards that work well for mining. Okay. And the graphics card market is really dominated by just two or three actually companies. Like AMD has a subsidiary called ATI. Okay. Those are their graphics cards. There's also NVIDIA. Now, AMD makes CPUs, and that's important for me to mention that because I'm going to show you an AMD CPU really soon, okay? So AMD makes CPUs just like Intel does. And AMD bought a great Canadian company called ATI. So AMD graphics cards are really Canadian. I got to represent it, I'm Canadian. And Intel, I'm sure, and it's important for me to mention this, Intel, I'm sure, has always wanted to buy NVIDIA, right? The other graphics card company. but with antitrust government bodies globally, the antitrust divisions would never, ever allow that to happen. And I mention that because then Intel would become too powerful, and we know that competition is good for the consumer. And the fact that fiat money, meaning paper money that we use, and the fact that fiat money has not had any competition until now is a reason why fiat currencies have not seen much innovation. Okay, great. Now, once we're on this page, please scroll down and we'll look for the GPU that you decide to purchase. And as you can see here, the AMD Vega 64 that I bought is definitely one of the more pristine graphics cards. And we have high rates here for mining Ethereum, Zcash, and Monero, okay, which we'll discuss in part 2 of the course. Okay, and it's also more expensive because it's got a higher hashing rate. Okay, great. Now, the parts that I will show you that I decided to purchase are not only compatible with each other, per PCPartPicker.com, but I also made sure that the products were cheap enough, that they were in stock, and that the ratings were good enough, and that I could get them delivered to me on time to make this video. Okay, and what I did was I didn't just look at the ratings on PCPartPicker.com's website. I also went to Amazon and looked at the ratings there. Okay, and Amazon has better ratings because there's more of them. And 1 or 2 data points doesn't make a trend, but Amazon has a ton more data points than PCPartPicker.com does. Okay, and I promise you that prices will continue to come down a lot, as they always do in the long run with computer components. And as I prepared these lectures, every time I went back to these websites here in Amazon, the prices kept dropping. Okay? It drove me crazy, but it's okay because prices will even be way lower by the time you watch this. Okay, and this course is meant to teach you how to build these things. Prices will come down, but the methodology will always stay the same. Okay, great. All right, so what does this stuff mean here? Well, per this image here from the Buried One website for our graphics card, our graphics card can mine the Ethereum algorithm at a speed of 34 mega hashes per second. Okay, now you see the mining OC here as 40 mega hashes per second for Ethereum. OC means overclocking, okay, or Orange County if you're from Southern California, right? So OC means overclocking, which means if you're super technical and you want to modify or overclock your GPU, this thing here, then you can make this card mine at 40 mega hashes per second for Ethereum mining, okay? And we're not going to do that, though, as it can be very dangerous, as you can overheat and fry your graphics card. Okay, so safety first, always, always, always. And this is why, and I'm driving you crazy with this, I apologize, but I care. This is why I always have these fire extinguishers close by. Okay, great. Now, you can see here that it's easier for us to mine Zcash and Monero, as you can currently mine them with my graphics card at lower speeds. So for Monero, we can mine at 1750 hashes per second, which is the same thing as 1.75 kilohashes per second. Okay, and I'll explain this soon. Okay, I'll come back to this concept later in the course. And this will be much easier to understand as we actually mine these cryptocurrencies with this GPU. But I want to put that on your radar screen just for now, that concept, okay? And the last thing I'm going to say about our GPU for now is that I purchased this one to show you in the course as it mines a bunch of the cryptos covered in this course at a decent rate, okay? Now, in the mining lectures in part 2 of the course, we're going to revisit how to mine the other cryptos mentioned in this course with this GPU, if applicable. Okay, make sure it's still recording. We're good. Okay. And some coins like Ripple cannot be mined. And we're going to cover each crypto's mining characteristics in the parts there, in the 10 parts in part 2 of the course. Meaning part 2.1 for Bitcoin, 2.2 for Ethereum, etc., up to 2.10 for Stellar. And then if you click on that button at the top here, if I add more cryptocurrencies based on your demand, then we'll cover those there. So in each of the aforementioned 10 parts, we will talk about how to mine or why we cannot mine certain cryptos. Okay, let's move on. So let's keep building our mining PC. Now, let me explain the selection process of the non-GPU items, meaning everything except for this one here. Okay, GPU is also called the video card, as it is the part of the computer that video gamers love, as a great video or GPU card. It makes games look savage. I have no idea if I'm using that word correctly, but my sons say it. And I'm always up to date with how cool people speak. Okay, groovy, far out, right on, dude, moving on. Okay. All right, so let's select a CPU here. And notice how the green text here says no compatibility issues. Okay, as we select the correct CPU, we'll find out if there's compatibility issues or not. Okay, so let's click choose a CPU, which means central processing unit. It's the brain of the computer, kind of. Okay, and luckily for us, unlike most computers that you and I all use daily, mining computers do not require much brain power from the CPU, as the GPU does the hard work. Okay, and so I wanted to find a cheap CPU with decent enough ratings. And I wanted it to have a speed of at least 3 gigahertz. And anything above 3 gigahertz has multiple cores. So let's sort by price, lowest to highest, of course. And we're going to go with the AMD A6 6400K. All right, now I'm going to put this here so you can see it. Actually, I'll put it this way here. I'll just lay everything out on the table here for you. Okay, and this processor was great value, and I'm amazed at how much prices have come down for CPUs like this. And I chose AMD here. Okay, great. Now, not all of the components that I select will show up for you if you try this exercise, as inventory changes a lot. But this website is great, as it will help you understand if the parts work together per the green compatible message in the top left-hand corner of the PC Part Picker website here. Okay. All right, next on our list is the motherboard. And just like how my mom kept our house together and made sure that all of us, my brother and sisters, all of us got along together growing up, the motherboard is the foundation of the rock. It's the foundation of our PC, and a lot of stuff plugs into the motherboard. Okay, and I'll show you this motherboard in a second, but since the main focus of our rig is only one GPU, we do not need a specialized motherboard with many slots for GPUs. Okay, however, if you plan on making a rig, which is what miners call mining PCs, if you plan on making a rig with multiple GPUs, then buried1.com has great guides that you can base your mining rig off of. Okay, so what I did was I bought the cheapest motherboard I could find that would ship in time for this video. And one of the coolest things about building your own rig is that you can build a rig that fits your budget and your needs. Okay, and I'm going to take this out of the box because I want to show you in a minute or two how stuff plugs into this. Okay, so let me just put this over there. Okay, so I'm gonna keep that there, and soon I'm gonna show you what plugs into the sides here. Okay, so it's a bit heavier there. All right, good enough. Great. Okay, next up we need RAM. That's random access memory. And we need to have a lot of RAM if you want to have a lot of programs open at the same time and you want to multitask. And when you're mining, though, it doesn't really matter with RAM because we just want to have one program open, which is the mining software, along with Windows, of course, your operating system, or Linux, which I'll talk about in a second. Okay, so 4 gigabits is more than enough. Okay, and this is one card that has 4 bits of RAM on it. Okay, and when I open this up in the next lectures after this one, I'll show you how to install this and everything else on the motherboard. It'll be a lot of fun. But you can cut costs here. You can get cheap ones. Okay, All right, so scroll down here. And on the bottom left side, you can see that you can change this here just to show 4 gigs of RAM one time, meaning on one card, not 2x. 2x means 2 cards with 4 gigs each. I want 1x, so I selected that little checkbox there, okay? And you can get more RAM if you want to be able to play games on your computer, or if you wanted to have many programs open at the same time, like PowerPoint, Word, Excel. You get the idea. But if this PC you're building is only for mining, then 4 gigs is good enough. Okay, and just check out here how prices have continued to come down. It really is amazing. Okay, and so I bought this brand here, the Patriot brand. I bought the Patriot brand as I needed this to ship on time from Amazon just for this video. But if you can, I recommend getting higher rated RAM than this one. The ratings aren't that good, but I've worked with them in the past. This will work. Okay, I've worked with Crucial, I've worked with Micron, etc. It's good enough. Okay, moving on. Okay, next up we have storage. Now, there's 2 kinds of storage, right? There's faster storage called SSD, and then there's a larger one that's not SSD. Okay, and I'm oversimplifying this for a second, okay? Now, I have a personal preference for SSD, which is faster storage. And since we're mining, we do not need a lot of storage. And SSD stands for solid state drives, okay? And here's the one I got here, okay? Solid state drives. And there are very few moving parts in this, so it can run very quickly, unlike traditional larger hard drives that operate like a record player. They're slower partially because they have many more moving parts like a record player, and then they call that a GMR head, which companies like TDK, Japanese company, make. Okay, a little bit off topic there, but this is an SSD. Okay, and I'm going to put it down here so you can see it from the camera above. And I'm always amazed at how much prices keep falling over the years for SSD drives. All right, so I got this Kingston drive here, as it is not too expensive, and the ratings are great. Then I added this to my Amazon cart, and you can also see the amazing ratings here on Amazon for this dude here, okay? All right, next up we need the heart. Okay, we need the heart of the computer. It's also known as the power supply to provide the life actually to our machine, the power. And you're going to want a sufficient amount of power or your computer will not run well. So if your mining rig is going to have more than 2 GPUs, okay, this is one here, you're going to have to figure out how much wattage you will need for your rig, okay? And if you plan to have many GPUs, I personally recommend having 1100 watts and up, as that should be more than enough to power multiple GPUs, okay? Okay, great. So, and I'm going with the reasonable 750 watts here since we only have 1 GPU card for now, okay? This 750 can handle 2 GPUs, but I'm just gonna do 1 card for now, okay? Now, when I chose this power supply unit, I chose a brand called EVGA, as it is reputable and the prices are not egregious. They're not crazy high. And as you can see, the ratings here on PC Part Picker for EVGA are decent. And I don't want to be too cheap, though, when it comes to power, as safety always comes first. Think of it like how you spend additional money on insurance. I like to buy good brands when it comes to power. And EVGA has excellent customer support, and a company is only as good as its customer service, in my very humble opinion, just like how Amazon has great customer support. And speaking of Amazon, I actually had to buy power cables as well from Amazon to connect to my power supply units. When I put together this entire computer or mining rig, as people call it, this will make much more sense to you. So I'll put that there aside. Okay, great. Now, if we look at the PCPartPicker.com website, it says a cooler or fan for the CPU cooler. I'm going to skip it because this AMD here already has a fan that comes with it. And I'll show you how to configure it in the next lesson. But you can see here, okay, here's the processor, here's the fan, and you got these cooler things, great things. So that it already ships with a fan, okay? And I'll show you how to configure that later. It's got a special goo on the end as well. I'll explain what that means. It gets a little bit messy if you're not careful. Okay, I'll put this here, put this over here so you can see the brands. We don't need additional memory. We have enough or hard disk space, so let's just keep moving on. And PC Part Picker doesn't recommend a case for it, meaning the shell you put on the outside of your computer or the rig that you attach these parts to. So I'm going to get the cheapest one I can find on Amazon with a decent rating. And I chose this one here as it got delivered in time for this video as well. It's in this box here. It's called, the brand name is Open Air Miner Mining Frame, the Ethereum Steel Coin Ibanku. It doesn't mean it just is for Ethereum, that's a branding thing. I'll put this down though, because it doesn't really tell us much on the outside of the box. Okay. We don't need a CD drive because we're going to install Windows directly into the USB port of our computer. I'll come back to that in a minute. And of course, PC Part Picker makes sure that all the stuff we have selected is compatible with each other. Okay, we're almost done here. Now, we do not want to buy more software. And I'm actually going to use my TV to hook up the motherboard to my GPU using an HDMI cable. When I assemble all this stuff, I'll bring the TV in. I don't need an expansion card or anything else. And I ordered the cheapest mouse. That's how we say it in Canada, mouse. Okay, I ordered the cheapest mouse I could find on Amazon. Anyway, and then the cheapest keyboard I could find as well in this box here. I'll open it up later and show you how to configure and install that stuff. It's pretty simplistic. Okay. And if you scroll down here, you'll see the price history of all the items selected. And it can be frustrating. It can be frustrating to look at the chart after you order the components, as quite often, this is crazy, but quite often the price drops literally by the time your components arrive in the mail. And sometimes you'll see prices go up a little bit though, if there's a spike in the price of cryptos, as more people mine when prices go up and vice versa. It's all about supply and demand. Okay. Now we need to order what are called risers, okay? These are risers, okay, and I'll explain what this means. Risers are something, and I'll put it here so you can see it. Risers are something unique to mining rigs because what they do is they allow GPUs, okay? They allow GPUs to connect to the motherboard, okay, in a more space-friendly manner. And I'm not going to put a cage around or a case around this computer. I like the Open Concept rig, which I'll assemble soon, as the Open Concept rig doesn't get as hot as a computer with a case around it. And just make sure if you do this that you don't have kids that are nearby, as they can get hurt or electrocuted or whatever if they touch the equipment. Okay, thank you. Okay, so here's the Razer product I selected again. It will plug this guy into here. So that I have more space to move around my components if I want to. And the last thing I'll say about risers is I like them because they keep them away. They keep the GPU away, a little bit farther away from the other stuff in your computer, so that this, which gets hot, doesn't overheat other products. Now, when it comes to the frame, this thing here, which I'll put together soon. When it comes to this frame, a lot of people they use milk crates, or they go to the hardware store and they make their own just to save money. And I don't recommend doing that unless you're really, really advanced when it comes to this stuff, because what happens is you have to be careful with electricity grounding. And just to be safe, I recommend buying just a rig frame instead of making one yourself, unless you're really, really advanced. Okay. Now, we're going to assemble all this stuff in the next lecture, okay? But there's a couple more things that we need, okay? So you're going to need an Ethernet cable. You probably already have one at home, and we'll use this to plug into the back here of our motherboard. Okay, it goes in there, okay? Great. You'll also need a power switch, right? A lot of people forget to get this, right? A little power button, which I'll show you how to install soon. It's made by Electop. Okay, I'll put that right there. Now that all the hardware is here, there's one more thing, which I briefly mentioned before, which is Windows. Okay, and I want to drill down on this. Okay, we need an operating system which we know is a software platform program that's installed in all our computers on hard drives. Okay, that's what the operating system is. And we know that the operating system is what makes your computer easy to navigate with icons and lets your mouse work with it. And ordering an operating system is pretty easy to do. Order the cheapest version of Windows you could find. That's a recent version like Windows 10. Okay, you don't have to get a high-end server version, which is more expensive, because all we're going to be doing is mining with this computer. Okay, and I didn't want to order the CD version of this. Because I didn't want to buy a CD drive as well. And you could buy a CD drive for $11 or $12. They're pretty cheap, but I want to keep it simple. So what I did was I bought this I actually bought it from Google Shipping Online, as Amazon didn't have it or couldn't ship it in time. And I bought a USB version, okay? And the reason I did that is so that we can plug this USB version of the operating system into here, one of the ports on our motherboard, okay? And you'll see there's also ports here for the mouse, as well as the keyboard. Now, if you don't want to use Windows, you want to save money, you can use Linux, okay? And I love Macs, but it's a pain to open a Mac up and customize components. So I recommend, if you're newer to mining, use Windows, okay? If you're more advanced, then what you can do is you can use Linux. Okay, and so here's a list of everything from PCPartPicker.com that we ordered, and as you can see, all of the parts are compatible with each other. Okay, this is fun, huh? And we'll assemble this in the next lecture, which is even more fun. And assembling all this stuff is actually a lot easier than assembling, the Zelda Link character, which gave me issues earlier on in the course. Okay, so, and make sure, again, you always have a fire extinguisher close by in the very unlikely event that you need to use it. Okay, I'm excited. This is going to be fun. After you've ordered and received all of your parts, it's time to piece together the rig, meaning the mining PC, and this is going to be a lot of fun. But before we begin piecing this together, we got to make sure that we have all the tools necessary, okay, as well as we have to make sure that we are not charged with static, okay? You don't want to shock the computer, which could cause issues, okay? And so what that means is this. If we touch the pieces of the computer and we're charged with static from a carpet, it could actually damage the hardware. And just to make sure that you're not charged, what you can do is you can touch a metal surface before you touch the parts, and make sure that you work on a solid surface if you want to, meaning in a room that doesn't have a carpet, okay? Up to you, okay? Now, I'm going to take the cage out of here, which is what's going to house our rig. And I like the open concept approach because it's easier for you to see all the stuff that I'm going to put together here. And it also keeps it cooler as well. Okay. And after I assemble this cage here, then I'm going to take the motherboard and drill it onto here. So I'm going to go into fast forward mode so I can save you time. Now that our frame is complete, I'm going to install all the components on this frame right now. And I put the microphone here so you can hear me a little bit better. And all we're going to need is this, and that's it. And the screws, actually, it doesn't really matter what screws you use. The real purists will say you have to use certain screws for certain parts. I don't care. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to use these little risers that came with it for static reasons, so that the motherboard stays cool because it's elevated a little bit with these little things underneath. And I'll show you in a second how to do that. And also so that there's less static charge to hit the motherboard. Now, people will complain a lot about static hitting their boards. I've never had that issue happen to me, but just in case, I'll put these risers here for you. Okay, great. So let me start. The first thing we'll do is I'll put in the motherboard, and I'm going to put these risers in right now first, and then I'll screw the motherboard into these risers, okay? And when you're using a screwdriver and a motherboard and any components, do it gently. Okay, don't do it as hard as you can, or you could crack the board. And I use this a lot, but I make sure not to make it too tight so I don't crack the components. But these things are actually more resilient than you think. The only thing you have to really, really be careful with, I think, my humble opinion, is the processor when you put it on. And there's this thermal gel underneath it, which is really cool. I'll show you in a second. All right, let's move on. So what I'm going to do now, and hopefully you can see it in that camera there, is I'm just going to screw in these little components here. Okay. They don't have to be too tight. Okay. This here. Oops. And when you look at your frame here, there's a lot of holes in it. Don't worry if you don't have a screw in every single hole here through all of these, just a couple to make sure that it's secure enough. And I'll show you what that means in a minute. Okay, so for example, these ones here are going to screw directly into the motherboard, but these ones here are not. And that's fine because I've just got these risers here that are going to support it slightly off of the bottom of the case here. All right, screw it in. Doesn't have to be too tight, it's fine. Okay. Great. Now I will put this in, and here we go. I'm going to line these right here. Okay. Okay. And again, there's tons of different types of screws that come with this this frame that I bought. It doesn't really matter which ones you use. They're all the same to me, to be honest. Some are shorter, some are a little bit longer. Some people say, no, you have to use it for the hard drive. You have to use it for this. It doesn't matter to me. It's all fine. Okay, so I'll put this here. Okay. Good. And then just to get the teeth slightly in, I'll start with this. All right, good. And what we're doing is we're screwing these directly into the risers. Okay, so these four will be in the risers. You'll notice that, and I'll pick this up in a minute to show you, but there's a little gap about the size of my finger, just so it stays cooler, and so it risks shock, or it doesn't shock. And as I mentioned before, I've never had shock issues with boards I've built in the past. Okay, let's go here. Good. Teeth are in a little bit in all four. I'll take this. I won't make it too tight. Make sure it's going the right way. I had some white stuff there because I was drilling into the drywall and the ceiling just for my camera to be up there. Okay. So, it's fine. I know it sounds harsh, but it's not really tightening as much as you think. Okay. Get the teeth touching slightly. Go. It's fine. Good. Good. That's again from the drywall. Okay. And that's secure enough. Again, it doesn't have to be too tight. I'm trying to get these to latch on to the little risers below it. It's fine, okay. And people call them standoffs as well. Okay, great. So as you can see, it's slightly elevated here. Okay, let me see if I can get you to see it in that angle. You can kind of see underneath there. Okay, you kind of peek into it. All right, great. Okay, cool. All right, now next up what we're going to do is I'm going to put the processor on, which is one of my favorite parts. Let me go grab it. And so my AMD processor, it's shipped with a fan as well. Most of them do. And what you'll notice is that there's this thermal gel that's on it. Okay, it ships with it on it. And I'm actually going to put this on here. And sometimes you have to align what's called that little golden triangle. You can see it there. Okay, and you align it with the corner here when you put it on, and I see a little triangle here. Now, I'm going to put it on incorrectly on purpose, okay? Watch this. It doesn't fall in, okay? You never force the processor, okay? It doesn't fall into those little slots there. This is the right way. I'm going to do it wrong again, just to show you. It's not falling in, okay? And then I'm going to do it the right way. Ooh, it just fell in there. It's pretty cool. Okay, great. I'll push that down. All right, now next up, what I'm going to do is we got the thermal gel already on there. I put this on before. I'm doing it again now. That's why there's a little bit of gel already on that. But it usually just comes on this part here. And the purpose of this is to keep the chip cool. The same thing with the gel, the thermal gel, right, to make it cool. And this is there's a fan on here as well. And remember when we were looking at the, hold on a second. We were looking at the Raspberry Pi. So I left this on the floor. This was one of those little cooling units on the Raspberry Pi as well. And remember when we were looking at the Antminer, the one I took apart and voided the warranty forever, like it matters, it's old, that had devices like this just to cool down the unit. So, okay, let me put this Raspberry Pi piece aside here. All right, cool. If you have kids, you should buy a Raspberry Pi and assemble it with them. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so I'm going to put this here, and then we're going to clamp it down. You see the clamps? Okay. So I'm going to clamp one side here. Can you see that? Okay. And then I'm going to put this here. So let me get the clamp there. Okay, good. Okay, I don't want to force it. I want to be gentle with it. Okay. Okay. All right, hold on a second. Okay, that side is on. This side here. Good. Now I'm going to clamp it in. Okay, see here? Clamped in, okay. And this here is so that we can power this fan here, okay? So I'm going to plug this in, and they're labeled as well. So hold on one second. Here we go. You see that there? It says CPU fan. Might be tough to see, right? But and when you get your motherboard, if you look at the instructions, which is usually just a couple pages, you can see that they clearly lay out what is what here on the motherboard. Or you can just go to the internet and download a PDF for it, okay? Or go to YouTube if you're not sure, okay? All right. So I'm going to put this here. Okay, hold on a second. Good. Okay, great. We're done with that. And sometimes this gets caught in there. Okay, so what some people do is they tie it very gently. So let me do that here. I'll tie it into a little bit of a knot there, just very gently. Okay, and that will kind of get the excess wires from getting caught in the fan. Okay, that's good enough. It's fine. I think you get the idea. Okay. Great. All right, we're done with the processor. Now I'm going to move on, and we're going to put in RAM. Okay, random access memory. And recall that we bought this, which is just this is from Patriot. Not the best brand. I recommend getting something that's a little bit higher quality, like Crucial or Micron. But I wanted to get this in time to film this video. So we've got 4 gigs of RAM here. Okay, 4 gigs of RAM on one stick. And usually when you put these in, and there's usually 2 slots at least, you want to match them. So if I want to have 8 gigs, I put a 4 and 4. If I wanted to have 32, I put 16 and 16. But since this is just a mining PC, a mining rig, it doesn't matter how much RAM you have. Okay, we're just going to do one thing with this computer, and that's it, which is mining. If we wanted to have PowerPoint, Excel, Word, in Fortnite, which my kids play a lot, open, we'd have more RAM. Okay, let's move on. So when you put these things in, you pull these apart, see there? And then you just click them in, okay? And you'll see that you can align these here, right? Okay, so I'll plug it in. Doesn't matter which slot you put it in. Okay, so let me just grab that there. Okay, good. It's fine. Okay, it's good enough. Okay, great. So we're done with the RAM, and what should I do next? I'll do the hard drive now. Okay, I'll do the hard drive. So let me go grab that. It's right here. Now, when we install the hard drive, what you can do is you can actually skip this hard drive, which I bought. It's a pretty cheap drive, but you can actually, you'll see here, see the USB ports. You can put a thumb drive in there, a hard drive, and that's good enough, right? I chose this because it's a little bit faster, okay? And when we install Windows very soon, I'm going to show you how to do it. I do it on a little USB drive as well. Okay, cool. So in order to install this, we're going to need the power cable to be plugged into this as well. And you don't have to screw this in. What I'm going to do, just to keep it simplistic, I'm actually going to screw it into the top somewhere here, just because I want you to be able to see everything here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put this down here, and I'm going to get the power supply now. Okay. Okay. So this is the power supply we're using here. And before I go ahead and put the power supply on and connect the cables, I know I've said this a lot, but I care. I always want you to have this available, or another fire extinguisher. I've actually got two here just in case. That's how careful I am with this stuff. Because what's going to happen, I promise you, if you play around with computers like this and using power supplies over many, many years, decades for me, I'm dating myself, you will see smoke sometimes if you put the wrong cable in, okay? And what happens is if you smell burnt plastic even a little bit, immediately, and sometimes you won't see the smoke, okay? But the first thing you do right away is you unplug the power from the wall. Then you grab this right away and you look to see, and if the smoke has stopped, you don't have to use this, but if you still see smoke and you start to see a flame, obviously, right away, okay? Okay, and I taught my kids how to use this as well. Okay, so anyway, moving on. So there are just a ton of cables that ship in this thing here, okay? And this looks pretty cool, eh? Isn't that cool? So we're going to install this in a second. There are a gazillion cables that come with these things, and they're labeled as well. MB for motherboard, CPU for central processing unit, VGA for the graphics card, SATA for these things, and to power other devices as well. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do this, okay? Now, let me put this down for a second. Grab a bit of water. All right, so with these things, everything is really nicely labeled already for you, okay? So you've got here, and I don't know if you can see it up there. Maybe you can pause that, Chris, and post edit. But I'll just hold it right here. You've got motherboard here, okay? CPU here. VGA here, which is for the graphics card, okay? Then you've got SATA, okay? SATA, which we're going to use here for powering a couple things, okay? One of which is the hard drive, okay? And then you've got peripheral one, which I'm not going to use, okay? And then on the side of this thing, there's Eco, which is, I guess if you want to save money, you can turn the fan off. Just leave it on always, okay? Better safe than sorry, okay? And this is obviously the on-off switch. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to install this right here. And it's not perfect, but I want to put it right here so that you can still see into my rig as we continue to build it, okay? Great, so let me do this. So I'm going to turn this around just so you can hear me speak as I install. Okay, move this here. Put the hard drive there. I know where my fire extinguisher is. Great. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to install it loosely here. And the power supply doesn't have to be too tight. Just make sure that it's secured enough so it doesn't fall on your motherboard. Okay. So again, I'm installing it this way so you can see me. All right. Hold on. So I'm just going to screw this in here. It's good enough. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. And I am actually going to tighten this a bit. And these things aren't as powerful as you think. If you turn a screwdriver as much as you can, as hard as you can, it's way more force than this thing will ever give. Okay, so I want you to know that as I'm screwing this in. I don't want you to think that I'm tightening things too much. Okay, and I'm going to do something a little crazy now. Cray. I'm going to hold it this way just so you can see there. Okay, see here? So I'm plugging it in here. It's good enough. Okay. And I have a little bit of drywall material left over here from when I was screwing in the camera up there. So try not to have dust like I have. Okay. So it's good enough. Okay, it's secure enough so it won't fall over on my motherboard. And now I'm going to turn this way so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, it's good enough. All right, cool. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to plug the power into this guy here, and I'm going to install this. This is the hard drive. Again, you don't have to use a hard drive like this. You can get a USB stick and just put it on there. I like to use it though. All right, so, okay, good. So again, there's just a ton of cables in here, and I'm actually gonna take all the cables out one by one. All right. Okay, cool. All right, let's see if I can do this all in one take. Okay, so this one here on the side, it says VGA. So this one here is gonna be for the mother card, or pardon me, for the GPU. Mother card, getting confused with all my stuff here. I'm just gonna drop that there, okay? This one here, keeping it real, Chris. This here, it says MB on the side. You see that? MB? And that's gonna be for the motherboard, okay? This one here is for the CPU, because it says CPU on it, okay? Simple enough. And then this one here, it says SATA on it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use this to plug into a couple things, one of which is this hard drive here. Okay, and I've got another one here just to plug the hard drive directly into the motherboard so the motherboard knows where the hard drive is. Okay, cool. And then the last thing I'll do is, the very last thing is I'll plug this into the power supply unit. Okay, so I'm gonna put this here just so I come back to it later. I know it looks a little crazy that I'm tying this here just gently for now. I only do that because I have a couple of power supply units and different cables for them, and I don't want to put the wrong cable in this thing or I could start a fire. Okay. And one more thing I'll say before I start connecting all the power and the other components here is, if you're not sure what to do, and you've watched a lot of YouTube videos or Udemy courses, etc., if you're not sure what to do with the power, okay, you're not 100% confident and you're worried about potential fire issues or whatever it is, I want you to pick up your rig, okay, this thing, and I want you to take it to a specialized computer store, okay? And these stores are great because they're kind of like GameStop, where the avid video gamers work and they're really passionate into video games. When you go to a PC store, and I'm not talking about a Best Buy, or I'm talking about like a really good PC store, you have these people that work there that are so passionate about what they do that they want to help you, okay? And plus, they'll get business from you later. They know that as well. So bring it in. If you're not sure, okay, and ask them, should I plug this cable into here? Does this go into here? That sort of thing, just in case, all right? And again, I'm going to mention this one last time. I'll never mention this again. But if you smell burnt plastic, okay, as you're building your rig, don't look to see where the issue might be. Immediately unplug the cable from the wall, okay? Okay, great. And you can tell I've got kids. I'm really careful with this stuff when it comes to safety. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to plug in this, okay, SATA right here into the hard drive. Okay. Okay, hold on. All right, good. And this is going to power the hard drive. Okay, good. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug this side here into this device here. I'm going to turn this over. It's a little messy, but I want you to see. I think you can see from there. Okay, so here's a question for you. Where do I plug this? What port on here in the power? SATA. Okay, so I'm going to plug it into SATA here. Put it in the first one. Okay, clicked in. Great. That's done. Let me turn this back over this way here. Okay. Great. And I'm actually going to screw this in up here for now. I know that's a little ridiculous, but I want to have space open so I can show you stuff here as I put in the GPU. Now, when I put the GPU in, I can put it anywhere I want, and this rig is set up so that I can have multiple GPUs, okay? Multiple GPUs in case you want a very high-powered mining machine, okay? And I don't want you to spend a penny on any of this stuff until you understand if this can be profitable for you, which you'll see in many lectures in this course, including the following here. So when I talk about how to mine each cryptocurrency in part 2 of the course, before I show you how to mine, in the lecture immediately before it, there's a lecture that tells you how profitable it can be, if at all, for you. And I want you to watch that first because I don't want you to waste money on this stuff unless you think it can be profitable, obviously. Okay, so this, again, is a little ridiculous, but I'm going to screw this in up here just to get it out of the way. Okay, and again, there's specialized screws to go into different parts here, and I don't really care about that. I just use whatever I see. That's fine, not too tight. Again, these things will not screw as much, or won't be able to screw in as tightly as using your hand. So if you hear it stop working like that, don't think it's screwing in a lot. It's just not strong enough, and it's saying, hey, this thing's not strong enough. Okay. Again, the little white fragments you saw there is drywall. Try to clean this off first before you screw it in. Okay, it's fine. All right. Good. So we've got the power now connected to our hard drive. We need one more thing, which is we need to tell the motherboard, hey, talk to the hard drive. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to plug this in here. Okay, and then I'm going to plug the hard drive in over here into a SATA slot here. Hold on. Okay, good. Good. I think that's fine. And after you complete your rig, what you can do is you can get those little plastic tie things just to kind of have the cables bunched together. Not too tightly, but just a little bit, so it's a cleaner look to it in case you want to expand later. Now, before I go on, and before I forget, because I have forgotten this before, I'm going to put the power button on, and I'll show you what that looks like. Okay, so these are really cheap. They usually sell them in twos. This is one of the two. So I'm going to put this here onto the motherboard, and all motherboards are different. You have to look at the manual or the PDF online to find out exactly where this goes. Okay, so I just remember that it goes right there. Okay, and so once everything is plugged in, that will turn it on. Okay, good. That's the clicking noise. I'm gonna throw this dude over here for now. Okay, good, we're done with this. We got the RAM. What should I do next? Okay, I'm gonna do the graphics card now. Okay, now what happens is these graphics cards plug into the motherboard in a slot that looks like this. However, it's gonna be, if I plugged it in here, I'd have to kind of have this motherboard hanging, or it just wouldn't look great. It'd be really difficult for me to kind of configure this so that I could add more GPUs in the future. And you see it's got a nice slot in the back here, which is for PCs. Usually you put it into a slot on a PC that has a case. This doesn't have a case. I like the open concept for two reasons. Number one, so I can show you. And number two, so it doesn't get too hot as well. And I like the open concept way of building these things anyway, because if you won't be able to see smoke as you're building them, if that ever happens to you, if it's closed, okay? And so I know I'm being a little bit, I'm overdoing it when it comes to safety, but I care, and if you build PCs long enough, like I have, and I'm dating myself, you will get smoke by putting the wrong cable in, especially to the connectors here. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I've got this cool adapter here. Let me put this down here gently. Okay. And the thing you got to be most gentle with is the processor, but we already have it on in here. Okay. So I've got this adapter. It's called a riser. I refer to a couple components here as a riser, but this is the official name for this. And it ships with this unit here, as well as this power supply here. And then it's got a USB cable as well. Okay. And then it's got, pardon me, this little adapter here that's going to go into your motherboard. So again, you don't have to put this thing in there. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to plug this in right now. All right, that should be fine. Great. There's multiple slots in case I want to install more graphics cards later. Okay, good. So now what I'm going to do, is I'm going to install this here, okay? And I can pull this back. If some of them you pull a little white slot over and then slide it into click. This one here is pretty simplistic. I'm just going to go like this here. Okay, hold on. Good. We heard a click. Fantastic. All right, and now I'm in nerd heaven because all nerds, like myself, before installing a graphics card, you get to peel off this plastic thing here. Kind of like when you buy a new car and you get to slide it off the dash. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, hold on a second. And it says here, remove protective film before use. So that's why I'm doing this here. Here we go. Pretty cool, eh? It's dope. All right, so throw that over there. I got a big mess in the ground here I got to clean up. I still have little Zelda Lego pieces, or Link, whatever you call that character. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, I want to make sure you can still see this here. I think you can. We're good. Yeah. So I'm going to put this on here. Okay. And I'm going to screw it in. Okay. And it's got this nice material here, which is anti-shock and fireproof or whatever. If I had a bar going down the middle here and I want to rest it on there, which I don't have, it's fine. Okay. Okay. All right. And I'm going to put this right at the front here because I want you to be able to see exactly what I'm putting inside the computer here. Put this underneath as well. That should hold. All right, now I'm going to put a couple screws in. Oops. Mini screws ship with this case here. Okay. And again, the purists will say, Chris, you used the wrong screws, but screw it. Oh, no more dad humor. This time I mean it. Up. All right, good. Got the teeth into the slots. Make sure it's going the right way. And you can push a little button here to make it go the other way. These things are great. Good. Doesn't have to be too tight. It's good enough. It holds well. And if you wanted to, you could put a little bit of material here just to hold this up, which ships with a lot of these. All right, I found it. I have to be honest with you. I went down the ground, and that was about 20 minutes me crawling around to find this thing, although it didn't look like it was 20 minutes. Okay. I actually found Zelda too, Link. Okay. Actually, this guy's bad luck. Throw him over there. Okay, so I'm going to cut a little piece of this off, okay? And it's made by 3M, which is Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing Company. That's why it's called 3M. Ticker is MMM, triple M, on the New York Stock Exchange. All right, let me just pull this open here. Great. And I'm going to stick this here just for safety so that we can absorb a shock. It's this rubber type material. Okay. All right, good. It's down there now. All right, we're making good progress. And now what I'm going to do is this riser, okay, it's already plugged into my computer, but I need to power it, right? So it's always two things. You got to plug all these peripherals into the motherboard and the power as well. They all need power, okay, pretty much. Most of them. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the same power source as I used for this this drive here, and I'm keeping it real. See how it's not long enough? Okay, you're seeing me mess up. The older I get, the better I was. So what I'll do is I will uninstall this and move it over, and I'll go into high-speed mode right now so I don't waste your time. All right, I'm back. I don't really move that quickly in real life, like the Flash does on the Justice League. I like Flash in the TV show Flash. I don't like the character in Justice League as much. He's kind of annoying. Okay, good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug this in here. Good. We got power, and we shared it, okay, with the hard drive one as well. I want to have as few cables as possible as I show you how to build this. Okay, we're still recording. Good. Great. All right. Now, you need even more power for this thing, okay? Even more power because it's a beast, right? We have the power on the bottom there for the little riser dude, but we need to power this guy as well, okay? And I ordered another cable for it, a yellow cable, but I actually found out that in the box there's a cable that works. Okay, and this one looked more robust as well. And you don't want to be cheap when it comes to cables as well, or anything power oriented. Don't be cheap when you buy power supply. Buy the expensive one, please. Okay, buy a good brand name like EVGA, which is the one I use. Okay, great. Now we're gonna plug this in, right, to power this bad boy here. Okay, so I'm actually gonna turn on the side because I want to show you. It's fine, everything is secure anyway. All right, you can see that, I think, right? Yeah, good. All right, so I'm going to plug this here into the VGA port. Okay, VGA is here. Okay, we're still recording. Yep, good. All right, VGA. Good, I heard a little bit of a click. I'm going to turn this back on the side. All right, and now I'm going to plug this in here to power it. There's always a 50-50 shot I can get the cable in the right way, but because of Murphy's Law, it's always the opposite for me. All right, hold on. There we go. Good. All right, we're making good progress. Cool. All right, what's next? All right, now we got to plug in the CPU power unit here, okay? And you only have to use one of these things on one side. I'll show you, okay? So, let's see, can you see there? Good. All right, so here I'm going to plug this in here. Okay. Good. And then this one here, I'm going to plug it in the side. I'm going to turn it sideways so you can see it again. Okay. All right, and where does this one go? It goes into CPU here, okay? I'll put it in CPU 1. Great. We're almost done. Now, I have to power the motherboard. So this cable here, it says MB on it, obviously for motherboard. All right, so I'm going to put this one here, okay, the one that's all together, not the one that's cut in two. This one here, and again, all these parts ship with the box that's your power supply comes in, okay? And I recommend just using the cables that came with the power supply if you can. Otherwise, I get it. You might have to buy other ones. All right, so I'm going to plug this in here. And this one, once you plug it in, it's really, really hard to unplug. Only because there's 24 pins on it. Okay, good. Now, actually, I'm going to unplug this CPU for a second because I want to put it under here and have kind of a cleaner look to it so that when we add more GPUs, if we do, whatever, you don't have to unplug this stuff here. Okay, good. All right, and now I plug in the motherboard cables here. I'll turn it sideways so you can see. I hope you can see. As you can see, everything is secured enough. Doesn't have to be perfectly secured or too tight, just enough. So things don't fall when you turn it sideways like I am now. My hand's stuck. Now it's unstuck. Okay. Can't seem to find it. Oh, there we go. Okay, great. Done. All right. I think we're ready to go. You can see all this stuff here. Cool. All right, so the hardware is all in. Now I'm going to plug this power here. I feel like that guy from TMZ. All right, hold on. I'm gonna plug this bad boy in here. Okay. I'll show you what I'm doing actually. See here? Leave the Eco on. Make sure it's off before you plug it in. Okay. So I'll plug this in here. And then I'm going to show you in a minute how to do the software side. Hold on a second. Oh, whoops. Okay. I got it plugged into a special plug so that if I short it, it doesn't screw up the electricity of my other equipment in here. I think we're ready to go. I think we're good. You ready? Ready? Hey, just like in Christmas Vacation, when he puts together the lights outside. Here we go. Didn't work. All right, keeping it. Oh, you know why? It's not on here. Okay, now it's on. Now let's try again. Hey. There we go. Okay, and don't worry that the middle one's not spinning. It will. You'll see later. Okay? All right. It looks pretty badass, though, eh? Look at that. Those red lights. Looks like it's right out of The Dark Knight. Okay, good. All right, now you can see the fan here. Ow. Ow. The fan for the CPU is on. Okay. We're good to go. Let me just make sure. Good. It's all working. We're great. We're great. Okay, good. So next step, and it's okay that that turned off. Okay, it actually only powers up here when it needs to. Okay, when it needs to cool down. And so I'm touching the side here, and it's not hot at all. It's cold. Okay, but what happens is, and I'm going to show you later how to test the temperature of this and how to turn on the fans manually using your PC. But what happens is when this gets really, really, really hot, okay, because we're going to be using these and really taxing the system, these things turn on. And if you touch the back here, it's so ridiculously hot. It's actually as hot as hotter than a cup of coffee. Okay, it's insanely hot, insane, like 80 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit, Celsius. It gets nutty hot. Okay, good. So next up, we have got Windows. I'll get the monitor in a second too. Okay, so what we're going to do is, the way we're going to install Windows, okay, is I'm actually going to plug it into the side here. This is Windows Home. Get the cheapest version of Windows. If you want to use Linux, I'll explain how later, okay? Linux will save you money, okay? And so what you do is just peel this little unit off here. Okay, this is Windows 10 Home. And then you just plug it into the side here. Now, I'm going to do this very carefully because it's on. Actually, too dangerous. Forget it. Okay, so I'm going to plug this in here directly into the USB port. Okay, and this is Windows. And I didn't get the CD version of Windows or DVD because I didn't want to spend money on a drive. I'm trying to keep this as cheap as possible. Everything here is the cheapest pretty much I could find, except for the power unit is it's premium for obvious reasons, and also this is premium here. Everything else is cheapest I could find. Okay, and again, you don't have to buy Windows. You can do Linux or whatever. So I'm plugging it in here. Can you see that up there? Good. All right, and we'll install Windows. All right, good. Now, what do you think we have to do next? Okay. Actually, I almost forgot there. And when you teach in classes, which I do, what I do sometimes is I repeat the question. Somebody asks me a question so I can buy time which is what I'm doing right now. All right, I need the keyboard and the mouse. Got the keyboard. I've got the mouse. That's the right way to say it in Canadian, my homeland, my beloved people. So all you do is you plug the USB mouse and keyboard into the ports here. I've got 4 ports on this motherboard. Good. We got the keyboard in. I'm going to put the mouse. All right, here. Good. Cheapest I could get. It's amazing how cheap all this stuff has come over the years. All right, good. Now, I'm going to move these things aside. And I am now going to plug in the monitor. And I am the most unpopular person in my house today because my son, who is playing Fortnite, had his Fortnite TV taken away just so I could do this. I know, I'm not the nicest guy. How am I going to do this? All right, it's going to screw the lights up a bit. That's all right. Here's what I'll do. I'll turn this sideways so you can see it. All right. That's good enough. I think you get the idea here. I just don't want to hurt the power supply. Okay, it's fine. I'm going to plug this into the electricity ports. Yes, I have a fire extinguisher here. I have multiple ones just in case, and the kids know how to use this too. All right, so one more thing, HDMI. Let's do that. Okay, and I like to plug the HDMI into the motherboard first, so I can configure and tell the computer recognize this GPU if it doesn't already. Okay, and then what I do is later on I plug this into the graphics card. Okay, so it's just a simple HDMI. Okay, and I plug this into the TV here. All right. All right. Turn the TV on as fast as I can so that Andrew can play his Fortnite, which is taking over my house. All right, great. Cool. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to install Windows on this. And sometimes you can hit the F2 button when you're starting up a computer, and you can go into what's called the BIOS, where you can kind of change what ports are used, where to boot from, etc. Okay, so if I want to boot from a CD drive, I could do that. If I wanted to boot from another drive, I could tell it that as well. Make sure I got the right input here. HDMI 2, I think. Come on. It's a live demo. You got to work for me. Enter. Yay! All right, good. It works. Okay, great. So I actually I installed Windows on this one here, and all you do is you plug in this little USB Windows drive that came with Windows. And then you reboot the computer, okay? You can use it with this thing here. Remember, you have to hold the power button there. And then what will happen is it's smart enough to be able to say, hey, do you want to install Windows? And then you say, yay, I do. And you can do 64-bit or 32-bit. I did 64-bit, okay? And I install Windows. And then what you got to do next is, it's going to be hard for me to show you this, but you have to tell it to recognize the graphics card. You go to the device manager. I'll put a screenshot up here, actually. So you go to device manager and make sure that your card is recognized. Okay, and if it's not, then what you do is you download software from, I actually went to, although this is made by ASUS, I went to AMD's website and there's a utility I downloaded, which is this one here. And then what I did was I installed the software so that it would automatically recognize the graphics card when I restarted the computer. Okay. And what I also did was I downloaded. Let me just log in here. It's not that I don't trust you. All right, hold on. All right. It says, welcome, Crypto Miner. Can you see that there? All right. So there's Windows here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make a screen share. Actually, I'll do it right now. All right. So I'm recording the screen here. So what I did was I downloaded this software here. Okay. And it's called MSI Afterburner. Okay. And what this will allow me to do is to control this graphics card as well, if you wanted to OC it, which means overclock it. And overclocking means really pushing this thing to the limit, right? Don't do that, though, because what happens is you could burn this out unless you're very, very advanced. This is for both tracks here. Okay. All right, cool. So what you can do is, and you can see here in the screen record, is once you download and install MSI Afterburner, you can change the fan speed here and take it off auto and then click that check button there. And then you'll see that this here is working. Isn't that cool? It's awesome. It's pretty neat, huh? All right. And you can ramp this thing up as high as you want to. So I'm going to go up to 100%. Isn't that wild? That's dope. All right, cool. Still recording. Great. All right, cool. So let me now go back. Now I'm back on auto. Right now I'm on. Hold on a second. Auto and then check. Good. And these actually will turn off because I'm not using the graphics card for anything. Sorry about that. My camera ran out of film. I want to do this all in one take, but it's fine. Okay. So I'm really taxing my my GPU now. One more thing I want to show you before I wrap this lesson up is please make sure that you have antivirus software installed. Okay, from a good brand, not a free one. Okay, so I personally like to use Norton, Symantec. You can use McAfee, whatever you want, but I recommend paying for something good. Okay, and when you're going to find that when you're because you're dealing with money, people will try to take it from you online. I know that sounds like a stupid thing to say, but with NiceHash, which is what we're going to use soon to mine a couple of cryptocurrencies, they were hacked recently. And so people that had money stored on NiceHash that they mined had it stolen from them. Okay, so anyway, we'll talk a lot more about that when we do mining. And that's it. I think we're pretty much done with this. I recommend watching the course in order, but if you really want to get into mining now, what I recommend is go to section 2.1. And then you can watch this lecture here on Bitcoin, saying how much money you can make mining. And then what I'll do is I'll explain this guy here. Okay, and this one here is all right. I had to shake the cable off there. Sorry, I love what I do. So this here is the Antminer that we're going to use to mine Bitcoin. Okay, but Bitcoin, because it's really, 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 really competitive, you cannot mine it effectively making your own GPU configuration like I have here. So with the Bitcoin Antminer, this here is the power supply from a company called Bitmain. Okay, it's a Chinese company that makes this stuff. And then this here is the ASIC, which basically only does one thing, which is mine Bitcoin. Okay, and this guy doesn't need to have a monitor. There's no HDMI port here at all. You can't hook up a monitor. So what we're going to do is we're going to hook up to it, and you'll see here in section 2.1 in this lecture here, when I configure this, that we'll do is we'll hook up Ethernet cable to this right here. So that's it now. I'm done showing you how to build this dude here. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I have doing this. Again, safety first. Always have an extinguisher handy. And And that's it. If you have any questions, please let me know, and thank you.